Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It's Monday, March 16th, 7:44 a.m. Actually, just a second here. Let me set the brakes and stand up so I can take my jacket off because it's going to be like a 3-hour drive, and I don't want to be wearing my jacket the whole 3 hours because it'll get hot. All right, I just finished delivery here at Home Depot. It is 7:45 a.m. right now, Mountain Daylight Time, local time, here in Scottsbluff, Nebraska. I'll be passing into Central Time Zone in the not too distant future. But Home Depot got me unloaded early. I almost had a whole bunch of drama right now with Home Depot. They told me I didn't have an appointment. And Home Depot is I only have, I think, 2 Home Depot deliveries on this entire run. There are no lines. I have no idea where the lanes are at. I don't know if there's multiple lanes for this, so just a second here. Let me just bear with me while I make this left-hand turn. They got bushes and trees and shit. Why would they? That should be like against some city ordinance to put big bushes, or these look like some kind of fir trees or something, some bushy tree that they have planted right up along the sidewalk that reduces visibility. All right, I want to get over to the right lane, and I'm looking for an opening in the cars. The car that was coming up on me in the right lane just made a right turn, and I need to make a right turn in a quarter to a half mile or so. All right, next light, I'm making a right turn. Google is trying to route me on this street all the way through town, and there's this like business loop around town, and so I'm taking the business loop back around town. I'm not going to drive on city streets all the way through town. So let me finish this turn and we'll chat about what's going on. Looks like I can go after this pickup. There's nobody else making a left turn. Just a second here. This is the great thing about automatic transmissions. Home Depot wouldn't let me turn the truck on, so I wasn't able to warm the truck up and get the entire like air system aired up. And they had another truck behind me that had an 8 a.m. appointment. I actually did not have an appointment, so I was rushed out of there. So the truck, it wasn't fully aired up. It wasn't fully warmed up whenever I took off. You know, the trailer was like completely out of air and everything. So I was just kind of rushed out of there because they just hurried up and unloaded me while there was another truck waiting. They said that the Landstar agent called to schedule the appointment a couple of minutes before she walked out there. So they called to schedule the appointment at like 7:30 this morning. So she was nice and accommodating. Because she walked up to the truck at like 7:30. And I was like, oh, you guys ready to unload me already? And she said, no, you don't actually have an appointment. I was like, oh, wow, really? She's like, no, we're still going to unload you, though. And then she explained to me that, I didn't have an appointment, and they just called to schedule the appointment, but they already had a truck scheduled for 8 a.m., which was parked there. The guy walked over and asked me how much I had to unload, because they were concerned they were going to be sitting there for 2 or 3 hours unloading a trailer, and they had an 8 a.m. appointment. So I was actually out there at 7 a.m. brushing my teeth over in the grass next to where he was parked at. He was parked along the curb by the grass, and he got out there talking to me while I was brushing my teeth, and I told him I only had 16 windows. It'd probably take like 15 minutes to unload me. And he's like, all right, cool. I didn't know he had an 8 a.m. appointment. I didn't know there was an appointment mix-up. Well, a failure on the part of the Landstar agent. Damn it, yellow light, we're running it. Well, at least it was a long yellow. It stayed yellow until I made it turned red just as I was crossing the intersection. I'm doing 44 miles an hour right now. Speed limit is 45 on this road. This is the city business loop bypass type thing. Once we get to the south side of town, we're going to get onto a really nice divided highway that's almost like an interstate that'll take me all the way to the interstate. And then I'm going to North Platte, Nebraska. That's my next delivery. So my next delivery is my next delivery is over 200 miles away. It's 205 miles from that store to the next store. So the truck is cold right now. The windows are starting to try to freeze up. It's 14 degrees outside. But what happened at that intersection, I don't know if you could hear the error beeping. I had a transmission failure. So what happened is the air system is still trying to get all the air tanks full and everything. Because the truck has air tanks, the trailer has air tanks. And so whenever I was using the brakes at that light, it dropped the air system down to right at 100 PSI. And then when I started rolling, the transmission uses the air system to shift. So when it started shifting, it dropped it below 100 PSI. The compressor kicked in. And then when it went to shift a second time, it had trouble shifting because the air pressure was so low. The air pressure was down to 98 or something. It needs to be over 100 PSI for the transmission to smoothly shift. And it was just a little bit under 100 PSI. And it uses a lot more air on lower gear shifts than on higher gear shifts. I don't know why. But I don't have any issues shifting below 100 PSI at high gears. But anyway, it popped up with a transmission failure because it failed to shift out of first gear. So I had to come to basically a stop in the road to let the transmission reset. And then it was able to start shifting again. Once it did that transmission system failure, it stopped attempting to shift until I came to basically almost a complete stop. But once the truck's been running for 15, 20, 30 minutes, and all the air systems are full and all that good stuff, I do have an air leak, which is exacerbating this problem. And I can't find it. I've had the air leak for 2 years. It's a really small, minor air leak. It's not an audible leak. And I haven't been able to find it. I've told several mechanics about it. And I've told them, hey, while you're under there, See if you can find that leak I've been trying to find the last 2 years. Nobody's been able to find it. So that's adding to the problem. If I didn't have that small leak, it probably wouldn't have this issue at 100 PSI. But at low gear, when I'm around 100 PSI, right when the compressor is about to kick in, it'll sometimes have issues shifting. I just need to spend like an entire day down there with a soapy water bottle and locate it. I just don't have the motivation to do it when I'm at home because the place where I pay to park is gravel, and crawling underneath the truck on gravel hurts. It's very painful. And then when I'm at the truck stop, I'm not in the mood to do it because people pee all over. I don't want to crawl around on the ground at the truck stop because you're just crawling around in urine. And I don't want to pay a mechanic to do it. You'd never want to pay a mechanic to go on a fishing expedition. You're just writing them a blank check whenever you don't know what the problem is, and you just tell them, hey, it's doing this, figure it out. You're basically writing that mechanic a blank check. All right, let's find ourselves a soda. I'm kind of in a rush right now. I feel rushed. Like I normally have a nice like flow state to how I do things. Like I try to get like prepared. Like I'm usually really, really prepared. And that makes it to where I'm not in a rush. But them coming out there and making me shut the truck off and all that stuff kind of messed up my rhythm. But we're good now. I have 3 hours to get back in rhythm. It's supposed to get hot tomorrow. It was really cold yesterday, really cold today. And then tomorrow is supposed to be like highs of 70, up to some of the areas I'm driving through is going to be highs of 85 tomorrow. So we're going to have a dramatic temperature change across Nebraska today and tomorrow. Like right now, it's 14 degrees outside according to my temperature gauge. It's probably a few degrees colder than that. It's probably around 10 or 11. But the overnight low tonight is supposed to be around 40 degrees. So there's going to be a warm front come in today. And then tomorrow it's supposed to get hot. Damn it. I think I forgot to shut off my damn bunk heater. I was like, man, it's not too cold in here. And the engine temperature hasn't gotten up to the point where it's blowing hot air yet. And I thought it'd be really cold in here, but it's not. It's comfortable. And I just remembered that I was in a rush to get out of the dock so that the other truck could get in there. And I forgot to turn off my damn bunk heater. Somebody replied to a previous video and said that bunk heaters won't work while the truck's moving. That's not true with my truck. Maybe that's something different with newer model trucks, but my bunk heater will definitely run while the truck's running. It will blow hot air while I'm driving down the road. What I might do is I've got 41 miles until I get to Interstate 80. Once I get to the on ramp of I-80, if it has a nice little spot to pull over, a nice shoulder to pull over onto, I might park the truck for like 10 seconds and go back there and turn the bunk heater off. All right, so let's talk about this JeldWin account. I keep hearing a lot of bad news. So Landstar drivers that are banking on these, JeldWin deliveries, Menards told me yesterday that they stopped stocking JeldWin windows on the shelves. Every delivery that I'm doing, I'm not sure if every delivery I'm doing on this load is a customer ship to store, or if they just recently stopped stocking JeldWin on the shelves. Home Depot recently stopped stocking JeldWin on the shelves because this is my third of these window deliveries that I've done. My very first window delivery, I went into a Home Depot and I checked I was going in there to buy some stuff. I forgot what all I was buying. I think I was buying some silicone lubricant, some WD-40 silicone lubricant spray. And I think I was getting some batteries for my headlamp. But while I was in there, I was curious as to what the price of the windows were. So I went over and checked the price of the JeldWin windows. And they're like the cheap windows, but they're still really expensive. Like the smallest windows were around $50 to $75. And then like bigger windows were up to like $500. And I didn't see any custom like patio door stuff on the shelves. I'm sure those are probably even more expensive. But yeah, these JeldWin windows are really, really, really cheaply made. And they are like the cheapest brand window on the shelves, but they're still quite expensive. Their build quality is horrendous. I would not put JeldWin windows on a house. They are made with just the cheapest, flimsiest plastic that money can buy. But anyway, Home Depot was obviously stocking JeldWin on the shelves because on my very first delivery, I price checked them and they were on the shelves. Home Depot, Menards, my very first delivery here in Scottsbluff to the Menards, they told me that they no longer stock JeldWin on the shelves. They don't do any more store orders. Everything to Menards right now is a customer ship to store. So I'm not sure if that means that every single Menards delivery I'm doing is a customer ship to store, or if it's something that, changed recently. I don't know. But I was just chatting with Home Depot, and I told Home Depot that Menards told me that they're no longer stocking JeldWin on the shelves. They're only doing, every delivery I'm doing is a customer ship to store. And the Home Depot told me, yeah, that's the same with them. They don't stock JeldWin on the shelves anymore. It's only customer orders. And they said that they've had too many issues with JeldWin. And I said the complaint that I got from Menards was that they are missing parts. And she said, yeah. She said that's the same problem we have with them, is that like they're missing parts, and then the parts that they have in them they don't fit correctly. Like they'll have window screens in them that are too small and they won't stay in and stuff like that. A second, I got some kind of pop-up message. Oh, it's I downloaded a mobile game because I didn't feel like busting out my computer yesterday, so Yesterday, I just laid in bed for like 5 or 6 hours playing around on the phone, and I decided to download a mobile game, and now I'm getting pop-up messages from that damn mobile game. It's like, you could do something in the game right now. I'm going to have to turn notifications off on that game or uninstall it or something. But yeah, I'm going to keep asking. I only have 2 Home Depot deliveries on this entire route. It was that one right there in Scottsbluff, Nebraska, and then there's another one in Hutchins, Kansas. So those are my only 2 Home Depot deliveries. And I don't have many Lowe's deliveries. Just a second here. This is a pretty slick road. It's really far below freezing. We're about to go down a really steep grade, and I have great traction. I just pressed the brakes a little bit, and I pressed them a little bit harder than I would like, and the truck kind of jerked. The trailer brakes are really stiff. Like, I pressed the brakes at all, just barely touched the brakes. Those trailer brakes brake pretty hard. But this was a snow-covered road yesterday, so, and the temperature hasn't gotten very far above freezing, so you got to be careful through here. There's probably still some really slick spots. So I haven't heard anything from Lowe's yet, but Menards and Home Depot have both told me that they really don't like gelled wind. Issues with build quality, issues with parts missing, parts not fitting. And sorry, I got to thinking about something else, about the asshole that loaded the trailer. I'll try to remember to talk about that in a second. So, Home Depot and Menards are no longer stocking them on the shelves. It's only customer ship to store, and they made it sound like it might not be available for customer ship to store anymore in the near future. So, these loads may dry up. And they told me, we were in the middle of doing a whole bunch of things, so we didn't get to like sit there and really talk about it. But they said that what really changed with gelled wind was there was some location that was shut down, and the quality has been crap ever since they shut down that location. So that's basically what I've been hearing, is that they've been unhappy with gelled wind ever since they've started receiving windows from some new location, which I'm guessing is the State and Oregon location. I have no idea where they were making windows before State and Oregon, but whenever they switched over to State and Oregon, they started having issues with it, and they're all dropping the account because of that. They were saying that they suspect that the new location, maybe they're having, issues with, turnover, higher, they were just guessing as to what the potential issues with the new location might be. And they thought maybe they were having issues with retaining people, or maybe hiring enough people, getting them trained up, and then, getting them to the point. Maybe their turnover is just too high, to have people in there that know what in the hell they're doing. Maybe it's just constantly new people making the windows. But it's sounding really bad for people who are going up there betting on these loads. It seems like any day now that location might just go out of business. The gelled win in State and Oregon, they could potentially just go out of business any day. I don't know how much of their business is these home improvement stores, Lowe's, Home Depot, Menards. I would suspect it's probably almost all of their business. And if that's the case, and they're all dropping them, then gelled win might go out of business. I'm going to try to ask around at the rest of my deliveries as to what are they going to continue allowing customers ship to stores? Because almost all of my deliveries on this load are customer ship to stores. As far as I know, every single one is customer ship to store, but I'm not 100% on that. I think everything in the trailer is a customer ship to store though, but I'm not certain on that. So far, everything's been customer ship to store. And okay, so let's talk. Okay, let me say what I was going to say about the way they loaded the trailer, and then we'll talk about the route. So what I was thinking about a minute ago that has got me like ticked off is whoever loaded the trailer, they have these little like pieces of cardboard that they can use to put on like the bottom of a window so that it's not setting on the little thin plastic edging. And the dumbass that loaded these windows, on a lot of the windows, instead of sticking that, one side of these little cardboard blocks, one side of it is sticky, so you can stick it to something. And the dumbass that loaded the trailer stuck it to the floor of the trailer instead of the window. And I tried to like pry them up off the floor with my hand, and I couldn't. I'm gonna have to get in there. Like I don't think I have a metal scraper on the truck. I have plastic scrapers, but that's not gonna work. It'll just snap my plastic scrapers. So I'm gonna have to get in there with like a screwdriver, and I don't know what else. What other tool I'm gonna have to use to try to peel those cardboard blocks off the floor. There's a ton of them. Like almost every stack of windows, this jackass put like 5 or 6 of these on each side of the stack. So there's, I have hardly any windows unloaded so far. I unloaded, how many windows was it? It was 16 right there at Home Depot. And my very first at Menards, I believe, was 21 windows. So those are the only 2 deliveries I've done so far. And there's over a dozen of those cardboard blocks stuck to the floor from just removing those windows. And I have hundreds of windows in the trailer. It's going to probably take me an hour or more to peel those I'm probably not even going to be able to get them completely off the floor. What I'll probably end up doing is just getting in there with a hammer and just knocking the majority of the block off and leaving like a sliver of the block just stuck to the floor. And and they left just tons of trash. I unloaded like a bag of trash already out of the trailer. Their Rockstar soda cans and their little pieces of paper from their stickers, their earplugs, just tons of crap, and just little, whenever they're cutting pieces of cardboard to fit, to use as like dunnage in the trailer, the spare pieces that they don't use, they just throw it on the floor in the trailer. So the trailer is just full of trash. I hate these loads so much. I really hate them. There's a lot of extra work involved in these loads. It's not just the unloading of the windows. It's all the drama with the scheduling and all the drama with the way that they load the trailer, and then all the trash in the trailer, and then I have to deal with the straps afterward. My very first delivery had like 85 straps in it. My second delivery had 30-something straps. This delivery is marked as 32 straps. And after I do the delivery, I have to just put all the straps in a cardboard box and take them to my house. It's apparently too expensive to mail them, so they don't want me to mail them back to them. So I have around 120 straps at the house right now in boxes, and now I'm about to add 32 more to that. Way station closed. This little turnout right here. You know what? Let's do it right here. We're going to do it right here. We're going to turn the bunk heater off. I'm also going to restart the truck to clear the transmission error. Like the failure has cleared. The transmission failure is cleared. But it still has an error on there saying, hey, you should check the transmission at the next stop. So let's go ahead and come back here, and I'm not even going to bother switching off the drive line. We're not going to be here long enough. You know what? I already turned it off. The bunk heater was not on. Oh, the error already cleared. We're just going to restart the truck anyway. Sometimes that's all you have to do is just come to a stop, and then the transmission error will clear. All right. And we're rolling. I can't see very far. There's like a hill. There's a crest of a hill, a false top, and then we have another hilltop. And I can't see behind the hilltop behind me. So I only have about a quarter of a mile of visibility. Oh, here comes I can't tell if it's a box truck or a pickup pulling a trailer. I'm accelerating pretty good going uphill. It is in low gear. It shifted up into 10th gear, and then we're still accelerating, but not nearly as fast. We're up to 46 miles an hour. We're cresting the hill. All right, now all the errors are cleared, and The bunk heater was already off, but now I'm certain that it's off. Now we gotta reset the cruise because turning the engine off clears the cruise. I've got 21 miles until I-80. Still haven't made it up to 70 yet. We're still like going uphill. It's just constant false tops. All right, now we're at 70. Cruise is set. And now those two vehicles behind me that might have been going slower than me are now that they can see a truck in front of them, now they're both just set on passing me. And they appear to be speeding up just to be able to pass me. Because when I was doing 65, this pickup with a trailer that's passing me right now, when I was doing 65 back there, this thing was basically going almost the same speed as me. And now at 70, it's passing me, so it's doing 75 to pass me. The speed limit is 70. This is the problem that you run into out here with these trucks, is that people just have this mentality that trucks are slow, and if they see a truck in front of them, they will speed up to get around that truck. That's one of the reasons we have so many problems with people passing us and then slowing down in front of us, is because of that like subconscious thought that trucks are slow and they should be moving faster than the truck. So a lot of people will go faster than they want to go just to get in front of a truck. And then once they get in front of them, they calm down. And they'll slow back down. We are not highly evolved creatures. We are still very primitive logic in our brain. Like we're still like we still run on like some survival instincts. So far, they're keeping up, going 75, and the box truck is catching up with me. And the engine with these temperatures, oh my goodness. The cold start this morning. What happened was the APU was just about to kick on. The voltage was low on the batteries, and the APU was just about to kick on. I was like, you know what? I need to get the truck warmed up anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and start the truck. So I started the truck, and then, like a minute or two after I started the truck, that's when the Home Depot person came out, and she told me to shut the truck off. We have to have the truck off to unload. So it uses a ton of power whenever it starts the truck. So it was already, the batteries were already low, and then I started the truck, and then I shut it right back off, and the APU has like some built-in, features to where it will not attempt to turn on after it just shut off. It won't try to turn back on for like 15, 20 minutes or something. So then we went and unloaded, which took like 20 minutes, 15 or 20 minutes or so. And as soon as I got out to the truck, as I was walking to the truck, there's something way off the side of the road. I'm not going to move over for it. It's over in the ditch with flashing lights. I'm not sure what in the hell it is. I don't know if it's cop or construction, but it's way off the side of the road. The APU started as I was walking to the truck. That uses a ton of power. Not as much as the truck engine, but the APU engine also uses a lot of power whenever it's starting. So the batteries were like really, so as soon as I got in the truck, I shut the APU off. So it just started and I shut it right back off immediately after it started. And then I had to start the truck. It's like 10 degrees outside. The engine is cold. The batteries are cold. The batteries don't work as well in cold temperatures. And the batteries are really drained down now after starting the truck and APU and turning them both off right after they were started. So then I have this cold start on low batteries, and it acted like it wasn't going to start up. It is just like lugging, and then the engine turned over and it cranked and it started. This box truck is really trying to get around me. They're almost caught up with me. Got 13 miles to go until we get to the interstate. I don't care about people passing me as long as they don't speed match me. Like that pickup with a horse trailer, they kept going. Not quite 75, but you know, they were going like 75 to get around me faster, and then they slowed down to like 72 or so once they got in front of me. But they kept going faster than me, and I have zero problem with that. My only concern with people that are going slow and then they speed up to pass me is that once they get in front of me, they're going to slow back down. All right, there goes the box truck. We're going uphill, and I'm doing 62 uphill. And the box truck's going for the pass now. Looks like they're putting in a little power substation right there on the right. Box truck's alongside me right now. We're back up to the cruise speed. Our cruising altitude of 70. Ideal linen and uniform. Stay in your lane, Ideal. This is an inexperienced or bad driver. Inexperienced or bad drivers, whenever they look in their mirrors, they drift in that direction. So you can tell every time he's looking in his mirror, he drifts over into my lane. That tells me that he hasn't built up the muscle memory to keep going straight, because naturally human beings go where they're looking. If you look to the left, just try to walk straight while looking to the left. It's difficult until you build muscle memory to do that. You'll just naturally want to turn toward whatever direction you're looking. Now, in these trucks, you're supposed to be constantly checking your mirrors. Most truck drivers don't do that. Most truck drivers are steering wheel holders. They have tunnel vision where they're just like focused. They're not even really focused. They're just in a daze, daydreaming or half paying attention, and they're just kind of like just in a daze looking forward. They're not even really paying attention to what's in front of them. They're just kind of like a mindless zombie, just thinking about something else or paying attention to something else other than driving, and they're almost like sleepwalking when they're driving, just looking forward. That's most truck drivers. But you're supposed to be constantly checking your mirrors. And if you're constantly checking your mirrors like you're supposed to be, then whenever you look over at your mirror, you're not going to drift over in that direction. You will build the muscle memory not to do that. So if you've been driving for 20 years and whenever you look over in your mirror, you drift in that direction, it means you haven't been checking mirrors for 20 years. Because I promise you, if you've been checking your mirrors properly for 20 years, you're not going to drift to the right whenever you look in your right mirror. See what time it is. 8:31. We got to enjoy driving south for the next 8.2 miles because we're about to turn into the sun. It's partly cloudy, so it's not going to be too bad driving into the sun. And the sun is starting to get pretty high up in the sky. And I'm doing the deliveries. So the delivery route that they gave me is really dumb. It's a horrible delivery route. And I was trying to figure out if there was a way that I could redo the deliveries so that I could do a better route. And I can't. I'm able to redo it a little bit. I'm able to change one stop, but that's it. So the way that they have the delivery scheduled is I start over here in northwest Nebraska, Scotts Bluff, and then I drive across central Nebraska doing deliveries, and I do deliveries all the way over to the east coast of Nebraska, the east side of Nebraska. I guess it's not considered a coast because there's not a water line over there. All the way to Omaha. And then they have me coming back the opposite direction that I just came and doing deliveries in Lincoln, Nebraska, which I just drove past. And then I drive all the way back to central Nebraska, just south of Grand Lake, Nebraska. Is it Grand Lake or Kearney? I can't remember. I think it's Grand Lake. There's Hastings, Nebraska. And they have me doing a delivery in central Nebraska in Hastings, which I drove past already. And then they had me driving south into Kansas from Hastings, which is some country bumpkin roads. Whereas about 10 to 20 miles east of Hastings is a really nice divided highway that goes south into Kansas. So that's one thing that's really stupid about it, is having me do that Hastings delivery and then having to take country bumpkin roads for like a couple hundred miles down into Kansas instead of taking that nice divided highway that's only like 20 miles away. It's really stupid how they have that routed. And then they have me driving all the way over to southwest. All right, the box truck in front of me is making a right turn. There's a truck parking area here. No, it's not the truck parking. They're going to Kimball, the town. That road goes to Kimball. So they have me driving all the way to Garden City, which is southwest Kansas. And then I work my way from there. They have me driving country bumpkin roads from Garden City, Kansas, all the way over to Wichita, Kansas. There's a really nice divided highway that goes to Garden. Well, it's not a nice divided highway. It's bidirectional, but it's a nice bidirectional highway that goes from I-70 down to Garden City. They're not having me take that to Wichita. They're having me take that down to Garden City. But whenever I come out of Garden City, I have to take these really narrow shoulderless roads for like 200 miles to go from Garden City to Wichita, and then do a bunch of deliveries in Wichita, and then go up to Salina, Kansas, do deliveries there, and then drive across I-70 to Kansas City, and that's where my final is at. That's the way they have this thing routed. I'm basically zigzagging. I'm going from West Nebraska to East Nebraska, back to Central Nebraska, down to Central Kansas, down to West Kansas, and then to Central Kansas, North Central Kansas, which I already drove past, and then over to Eastern Kansas. It is just the dumbest route imaginable. And I looked at maybe rearranging the windows in the trailer to see if I could change the route. I tried to get them to change the route when I booked the load, but they already start loading the trailers before they put them on the load board. So they told me they had already started loading the trailer. They couldn't change the route. Now, I am able to make some adjustments, and I might try to make more adjustments later. But that Hastings that they have me doing on the way back after I do Omaha and Lincoln, that's one single window that's at the back of the trailer. So I'm going to do that Hastings today on my way across Nebraska. So that way I can take the nice divided highway down into Kansas instead of driving on dirt roads down to Kansas. I'm exaggerating when I say dirt roads, but it is. It's like really bad. All right, we're about 1.5 miles away from I-80. But yeah, I've been trying to figure out if there's some way that I can adjust the route. And I can't think of a way to do it. I looked at the number of windows, and I looked at how they have the windows in the trailer. I might try to do it after I get the windows unloaded. Once I finish with Lincoln, Nebraska, I'm going to go ahead and turn the cruise control off and start slowing down. Uh-oh. I did not notice any sign that said that lane was right turn only until the last second I saw that it was going right turn only. I don't know if I missed a sign or they just didn't put one up. All right. Yield. There's nobody coming. We're just creeping around here at 20 miles an hour. Going around this turn. Yeah, this drive shift is mainly driving. I don't know exactly how many deliveries I'm going to be able to get done today. I might be able to get some Omaha deliveries done today. I don't actually think I'm going to be able to get Omaha deliveries. No, there's nobody coming for like, I don't know how many miles. I can barely see. It's a really straight road. I can barely see a vehicle probably like 5 miles back. We're at 41 miles an hour. I'm just going to turn the cruise back on. So yeah, all of my deliveries are Menards. And Menards, all the rest of my deliveries are Menards. Until my very last delivery in Nebraska is a Lowe's in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm not going to be able to get to that delivery today. There's no way. But Menards is first come, first serve. Anytime the store is open, which is amazing. They're my favorite place to deliver. They're the places I have the least amount of problems with. And they have the open delivery schedule. So they're my favorite to deliver to by far. So I might be able to get a lot of deliveries knocked out today because I'm going to be able to deliver up until 10 o'clock tonight. I don't think I'm going to deliver all the way up until 10 p.m. I don't even know if my schedule will allow that because I have my, 11-hour and 14-hour clocks I have to worry about. But I can do deliveries until late in the evening with Menards. So I should be able to get a lot of deliveries knocked out today. They only have me scheduled to do the 2 Scotts Bluff deliveries, which I've already done. I did one of them yesterday, one this morning. And then I'm supposed to do the North Platte delivery, which I'm headed to right now, and then a Kearney delivery, and that's it. I think that's all they have me scheduled delivering to today. Grand Island, Nebraska, is my first delivery tomorrow. But that is not what I'm doing today. I'm going to knock out North Platte. I'm going to knock out Kearney. I'm going to do Grand Island. I'm going to do Hastings, which is out of route. Hastings is supposed to be my last delivery in Nebraska, but I'm going to go ahead and do it today. And then over around the Omaha area, I actually have to drive north of Omaha on some country bumpkin roads up to like Columbus, Nebraska. I'm probably going to knock out Columbus today. And then I'm Fremont, Nebraska, the north side, the northwest side of Omaha, not Kansas City, the northwest side of Omaha is my first Omaha area delivery. I will probably knock that out today. I'm not sure how far I'm going to get into the Omaha deliveries today. But I'm supposed to start tomorrow morning, like halfway across the state in Grand Island, Nebraska. And I am not going to stop there. I'm definitely going to end the day over in the Omaha area. I'm just not sure what exactly where I'm going to end up at. Now, the one little thing that does kind of suck about doing only Menards deliveries is that I'm going to have to find somewhere else to park at the end of my drive shift. Usually, at the end of my delivery day, I get stuck at a Lowe's or a Home Depot because they're no longer receiving. And so I just have to camp out in their dock until they open up. So that I don't have to worry about finding a place to park on these deliveries because I'm almost always parking in a Lowe's or Home Depot dock. But because all of my deliveries are Menards, I'm not going to be able to do that because Menards is it's a gated area. You can't get to their. You have to go through like a gate attendant to get to their dock. So you can't park on their property. So that's the only negative to Menards, is you can't stay overnight on their property. But yeah, I really am not sure exactly how many deliveries I'm going to get done today. The only thing I was concerned with was making sure that I at least, at a minimum, I did the deliveries I was scheduled to do today. And that's going to be very easy. I'm 148 miles away from the Menards in North Platte. And then I think it's Kearney, Menards, then Grand Island, Menards. I don't need to say Menards. It's all Menards today. So North Platte, Kearney, Grand Island, and then the out of route on the Hastings. And then the next one after that is Columbus, which is kind of near Omaha, northwest of Omaha. And I'm going to top off fuel when I'm in Omaha, even though I'm going to be well above half a tank, because Omaha has some of the cheapest fuel I can get on the entire route. And fuel prices are extremely volatile. Anything could happen at any time to make prices go up or down. And right now, it's much more likely that prices are going up than down. Prices went up a little bit last night or today. The price difference from between yesterday and today is there was a negligible. It was like, I want to say, let me try to remember. So Laramie, where I topped off fuel, actually, you know what? I'm getting today confused with yesterday. So I topped off fuel Saturday in Laramie at $3.81 a gallon. And on Sunday, it went to $3.89 a gallon. And today, it'll take me time to pull this up, but let me pull up. Today it's still at $3.89. Let me double check. It's really small. Oh. Yeah, zooming in didn't make it show up any bigger. It's either it's still $3.89. So there was negligible change in fuel prices between Sunday and Monday. At that particular place in Laramie, that particular TA Petro in Laramie, there was no change in fuel price between Sunday and Monday. Now, let me be clear about something, because some people might be really confused. The price that I look at is the price that I pay for fuel. And I'm looking at the raw fuel price, the price after all the discounts and not including fuel tax. So the pump price might be $6 or $7 a gallon for all I know. What I'm actually paying for fuel is $3.89 a gallon. That's after the 6 cent per gallon fuel card discount and whatever discount that I'm getting, and also not including the state IFTA tax, which is different in every state. It's averaged somewhere around 25 cents per gallon, but some states like California have fuel taxes of like $1 a gallon. The lowest state fuel tax I know of is around 18 cents a gallon. Oregon does not charge fuel tax at the pump. You still pay it, but they don't charge it at the pump. And that's the reason a lot of people think fuel in Oregon is so cheap, is because you don't pay fuel tax at the pump. And California has like $1 a gallon fuel tax. And I think the state of Washington also has pretty high fuel tax. I don't think it's anywhere like $1 a gallon, but I think they have like 40 or 50 cent a gallon fuel tax in Washington. So fuel in Oregon looks really cheap to people who don't understand how the fuel tax system works. And also with my fuel cost, I'm basically paying wholesale fuel prices. So whenever the price of fuel goes up or down, my price that I pay for fuel changes immediately. Whereas the pump price can lag a couple of days. So whenever the petro, whenever their cost goes up, my cost goes up with their cost, because I'm paying like a cost plus fuel discount. So I pay whatever their wholesale cost profit thing is plus a certain amount. So when their wholesale cost goes up, my cost goes up. But it could take them a day or two after their cost goes up to increase the pump prices. And the same goes for whenever the prices go down. My price that I pay goes down much faster than the pump prices. So if their wholesale fuel price goes down, my price goes down, but it could take them a couple of days to lower the pump prices. So even though my price didn't change between Sunday and Monday, the pump price could have gone up significantly. And I'll see that reflected in my discount. Like my discount might be $1 a gallon on Sunday, and then they raise the pump prices, and my price that I'm paying for fuel is still $3.89, but now my discount is showing as $1.50 a gallon instead of $1 a gallon because they raised the pump prices by 50 cents a gallon. That's the kind of stuff that's happening right now with the price, with the volatility, with the prices like changing so dramatically and so often. But it's looking like, you know what? There has been very little information coming out of the Middle East as to what's going on. There is a crazy amount of censorship in the Middle East. You can go to prison in Israel and several of the Gulf Coast countries for recording video footage of bombs hitting. There is just extreme censorship over there. It's like Orwellian. And in Iran, you could be killed. So our allies will only throw you in prison if you upload footage of bombs hitting. Our enemies will probably kill you if you upload footage of bombs hitting. So there's very little information coming out that's not controlled by, state-run media or the politicians. So there's just an absolutely crazy amount of censorship on the information coming out of the Middle East on this war, so that they can control the narrative. And the narrative that they're trying to spin is that the war isn't that bad. The Strait of Hormuz is not really closed. There's still stuff going through there. And the war is going to be over any day. We've basically already defeated Iran. And they're basically begging us for a ceasefire. And we're just not really at the point where we're ready to accept a ceasefire quite yet. The terms are not where we want them to be. That's the narrative that they're spinning right now. That's not true. That's not what's happening. Iran has stated multiple times that they have not requested any kind of ceasefire, and they're not willing to even consider a ceasefire until Israel and the United States stop attacking them. They're not going to have any kind of diplomacy until the attacks end. And in order for them to agree to a ceasefire, they said that the United States and Israel would have to have basically, they would have to agree to absolutely no sanctions. They would lift all sanctions, and they would have to guarantee them that they would not attack them in the future. And they would have to do this in a way that they would actually be held accountable for the terms of the agreement. Iran has basically said that they're not going to do what they did at the end of the 12-day war, just agree to a ceasefire. At the end of the 12-day war, what basically happened was Israel started getting their ass kicked. Iran ran them low on interceptors by just sending in tons of cheap crap. And then once they ran them low on interceptors, they started using their good stuff. And that is when Israel started putting people in prison for uploading video footage. Up to that point, it was perfectly acceptable. There were, everybody had a live stream. There were hundreds or thousands of live streams in Israel where you could watch Israel 24/7 and watch the bombs coming in and the interceptors intercepting them. But once Iran ran them low on interceptors and started using their good missiles, and the bombs actually a lot of the bombs started hitting, not all of them, but a lot. Then Israel made it illegal to post videos of the bombs. At first, they just started asking people not to do it for national security reasons. It's not national security, it's propaganda. It allows, they can't control the narrative if people are actually able to see the devastation, how many of the bombs are actually hitting. Then, whenever Israel comes out and says, oh, we're intercepting 100% of the missiles, nothing's making it through, and then you have video footage that's showing everything making it through, they can't control the narrative. So they made it illegal. And Iran used the exact same strategy this time. They just used all of their old crap, their old missiles, and also Hezbollah started lobbing in just cheap rockets. I don't know if Hezbollah is using homemade rockets like Hamas was. Hezbollah, it's my understanding that Hezbollah does have some fairly high-end rockets and missiles provided to them by Iran, but they might also have homemade crap. But Iran basically did the exact same thing. They just ran Israel low on interceptors, lobbing in cheap crap. And then after about the same amount of time, approximately a week, about 5 or 6 days of just sitting in tons of cheap missiles, running their interceptors low, then they started using their good stuff like that. Those new MIRV missiles, multiple independent reentry vehicles. They're calling them cluster bombs. I don't think they're cluster bombs. I think they're MIRVs. It's the same technology that we have on our ballistic missiles. Our nuclear ballistic missiles are almost all MIRVs. There's a whole bunch of small nuclear weapons inside the big missile. You have the really big missile that takes them up into space, and then whenever they start on their downward trajectory, their ballistic trajectory to their targets, the missile opens up and a whole bunch of smaller missiles come out of them. That's the same type of system that Iran is using for like medium range missiles. They might be ballistic missiles for all I know. But Israel's air defense doesn't work against that stuff. It's hard to find the video footage, but there is some video footage out there on China. It was on Chinese social media. There were some Chinese people in Israel that uploaded some footage of those MIRVs hitting, and there wasn't any interceptors that even were launched up. Israel didn't even, I don't know if they decided not to even try to intercept, not to waste interceptors on them, or if like they just couldn't lock onto them. I'm not sure what the reason was, but in the video, it didn't look like Israel even bothered to shoot up a single interceptor on them. So yeah, what happened last time during the 12-day war was Israel started basically begging for a ceasefire because their cities were just getting devastated by Iran. And Iran agreed to it. And what did Israel do? They rearmed and attacked Iran again. And Iran said that they're not going to allow that to happen this time. They're not going to agree to a ceasefire just to let Israel rearm. So the narrative that's being spun doesn't match up with what's actually happening. Everything Iran's been saying is that they want this, to go on until they get agreeable terms. They're only going to stop if they get the terms that they want. They want all aggression ended, and they want all sanctions lifted, and they want some type of guarantee, not just like their word. They want it to be something where, I don't know how they're going to get it, like multiple countries are maybe going to have to agree to it or something. I don't know how they're going to get, because they don't trust Israel and the United States. And Israel and the United States don't trust them. It's really hard to have an agreement between two parties or three parties when none of them trust each other. So it does not appear that this war is going to end anytime soon. And there are things that are being put into motion for the war that take a long time to happen. For instance, Trump is asking for other countries to help open up the Strait of Hormuz and keep it open. We haven't really even started negotiations on that. He's just asking for that dialogue to start. That is something that would take a long time to happen. That is going to be a really nice rest area whenever it opens up. That has a whole bunch of parking spots. Nebraska is really awesome about adding in a whole bunch of truck parking. There are like some, there's one spot on I-80 where they just, at an exit, they just like leveled out an area and put gravel down and just turned it into a truck parking area at one of the exits. And it could probably fit a couple hundred trucks at that little spot. Nebraska is really awesome at adding in a lot of truck parking. And that rest area I just passed, that looks like that they just redone the parking lot over there. It looked like it was all brand new concrete. And it had a whole bunch of truck parking spots. But yeah, if other countries are going to start helping us with the Strait of Hormuz, first of all, we have to have some negotiations. That could take a week or two. Let's say the negotiations go really fast and they only take like 3 days for negotiations. In the negotiations, you have to, negotiate tons of stuff, like how many ships, where are they going to put them, what kind of interactions are we going to have between the militaries, all kinds of stuff like that. There's a lot of things that have to be figured out in the negotiations. So once they have those negotiations, then they actually have to deploy. So you have to have troops called up. You have to have ships stocked. You have to do supplies onto the ships, and you have to get everything ready. That process could take a week or two. It could take a long time, but let's say they get it done in only like a week. And then it could take a week for them to travel there. So you're looking at 2 to 3 weeks from the time they start diplomacy until those ships are actually in the Strait of Hormuz. That doesn't really line up with what they're saying about this war could end, in a couple of days. We basically already defeated Iran and the war could end in a couple of days. They're putting things in motion that take a minimum of 2 to 3 weeks to have any impact. So that tells me that they're expecting this war to last at a minimum 2 to 3 more weeks. And what's happening right now, there's a lot of things happening with the war in the Middle East. But let's focus on 2 things that are happening. One, blocking the Strait of Hormuz. Approximately 20% of the world's oil goes through there. And you have all these white knights all over social media that are saying, oh, this isn't going to affect the United States. We get like no oil from there. We're self-sufficient. The United States produces more oil than it uses. And, we only get like 1% of our oil from the Middle East. Okay, great. White knights. You just latch on to one little slender piece of information. You don't understand the context. You don't understand what's going on. And you're just defensive. You're trying to defend a position. You're not thinking rationally. I don't want to talk to people that are just trying to defend a position. You can't have a rational conversation with somebody like that. We live in a global economy, a global supply chain. It doesn't matter where 20% of the world's oil, shuts down. It's going to affect the entire world. What's going to happen is it's going to have a more immediate effect on Asia, because almost all of the oil coming through the Strait of Hormuz, almost all of that petroleum, it's not just oil, it's like other petroleum products as well. Almost all of it goes to Asia. India, China, South Korea, Japan, places like that. So it's going to hurt them much faster, and it's going to hurt them much worse then it's going to hurt us. But it is still going to hurt us. They already have shortages in Asia. I saw somebody posting a video, I think it was out of India, where people were trying to top off their fuel, and they already had fuel rationing put in place. I think it was India. It might have been some other place in Asia. I'm not sure exactly which country it was, but I think it might have been India. Could have been Thailand for all I know. But like, this was several days ago. This was not just like today or yesterday. This was several days ago that somebody was posting social media videos that they had long lines at the fuel stations, and they were already on a fuel rationing system. So 20% of the world's oil, approximately, or petroleum products, approximately, is being disrupted. Also, approximately 35% of the world's urea is being disrupted. Urea, as a truck driver, you know it's used in DEF, diesel exhaust fluid. But its primary use is in fertilizer. And you might be sitting there thinking, oh, well, without fertilizer, the crop yields won't be as high. You know, whenever I grow plants at my house, if I use fertilizer, they grow faster. You know, I'll get bigger tomatoes if I use fertilizer, but I can grow tomatoes without fertilizer. Well, that doesn't work with industrialized agriculture. These are pieces of land that they've been growing on for decades. And they've been using fertilizer for decades. Without fertilizer, they can barely grow anything on that land. It needs fertilizer to grow. And the profit margins for these farmers are so thin that they probably won't even bother to plant fields without fertilizer because they won't make any money off of it. The yields, the crop yields will probably be so small that it's not worth planting without fertilizer. Another place where the world gets a lot of fertilizer is Ukraine. Which is also involved in a war. So urea is one of the big exports out of Ukraine. I'm not sure what percentage of the world's urea comes out of Ukraine. But yeah, that's also caught up in a war. Something else, those Gulf Coast countries, they're deserts. Almost all of their water comes from desalination plants. And they've started targeting desalination plants in this war. So far, I only know of one that's been attacked. One of Iran's desalination plants was attacked. I don't know how extensive the damage was, but Iran said that the attack came from Bahrain, and it was initiated by the United States in Iran, or in Bahrain. So that's Iran's story, is that the United States attacked their desalination plant from Bahrain. That's the story I heard from Iran, and nobody's really claiming, like, we don't really know what happened with that. But the desalination plants in the Middle East are critical because these are deserts. They don't have enough water for their people. They need those desalination plants. Without them, no water. Also, because these places are deserts, they import pretty much all of their food. Where do they get their food from? Ships coming through the Strait of Hormuz. So this is not just an issue of being able to export oil through the Strait of Hormuz. It's also an issue of getting food into these Gulf Coast countries through the Strait of Hormuz. So its imports coming in through the Strait of Hormuz is also a really big problem. Another issue is that there's only so much oil storage. So this disruption is going to put these Gulf Coast countries into the position where they're going to have to stop producing oil. They're going to have to shut down the oil pumps because they don't have anywhere to store the oil. And it's my understanding that the process to get those pumps running again can take weeks. After they shut them down, if they're forced to shut them down, it could take weeks to get them all pumping again. And I've heard that if you shut them down, it will cause permanent damage to the oil field. Like, you're not going to be able to get the same amount. You're not going to be able to pump out the same amount of oil afterward. Just a second here. There's some truck riding my ass. They're going out to pass again. They went out to pass a second ago, and then they just dipped back in behind me, and now they're going out to pass again. So now they're in the left lane. They were probably like 15, 20 feet behind my trailer. They're swerving all over the road. Just a second here. I'm having to keep an eye on them. I don't know why. They're hauling a Swift trailer, but it doesn't look like a Swift truck. But I'm just trying to make sure that they stay in their lane. It's LWP Transport Incorporated. Now they're hugging the left line. Now they're coming over toward me. They must be looking in their mirror. They almost came into my lane. Now they're headed back over to the left line. Now they're headed back over toward me. They must be looking in their mirror. Now they're headed back over the left line. Next time they look in their mirror, they're probably going to start the lane change. They're drifting right. Now they're drifting back left. Here they come back to the right. There they go for the lane change. So it's either an inexperienced driver or a bad driver. They're just swerving all over the road every time they looked in their mirrors. And even when they're not looking in their mirrors, right now they're all over the road. Now they're over on the shoulder. All right, so we have a massive disruption to the petroleum in the world and a massive disruption to urea, fertilizer in the world. And as it goes on longer and longer, we're going to have a food crisis in the Gulf Coast countries. And they're going to be forced to shut down the oil pumps. Just a second. They're oh my goodness, they went way off the road right there. They are just swerving all over the place. There they go for the shoulder again. I didn't look at the driver whenever they were passing me because they were swerving all over the place leading up to the pass. I was just focused on their truck, where it was at in the lane. I didn't even attempt to look at what they were doing in the truck. If I had to guess, I would say that they're distracted, probably playing on their phone. So, in my opinion, this situation could potentially be as bad and possibly worse than the lockdowns. The impact that this could potentially have on the supply chain, right now, I think it rivals the lockdowns. But in order for it to get to the level of impact the lockdowns had, it would have to go on for a long time. The lockdowns went on for a long time. I'm not sure of the exact length of time. There were several different versions of lockdowns that we had to deal with. Whenever the lockdowns first started, it was just certain places that you couldn't go to, like gyms and stuff like that. I think gyms and sporting events were the first places that they started shutting down. And then they eventually got to the point where, like, Walmart couldn't have more than a certain number of people in them. And, grocery stores and stuff like that were like the only places you could go. And there were limits to how many people could be in the store at a time and stuff like that. And businesses that were not considered as like critical couldn't, operate. So we had several different versions of lockdowns that happened for months. I'm not sure of the exact amount of time that we had some form of lockdowns in place, but that was months. And we are still, to this day, dealing with the effects from those lockdowns. And I think what's happening in Iran right now with the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, I think that is going to have a similar effect on the world. It just depends on how long it lasts. If it goes on for months like the lockdowns did, I think it's going to have the same effect that the lockdowns had. Supply chain disruption, shortages, part availability. There were factories like John Deere factories. I remember a John Deere load of, I forget what part it was, but John Deere paid me, well, they didn't pay me. What they paid for the load was like $10,000, $10,000 to $12,000. I forget how much it was. You can go back in one of my old videos and find the exact information on the load. But I want to say it was somewhere around 10 grand total that they paid for the load. And I got about 70% of that. Actually, I probably got closer to like 67% because it was a short mileage run. So I didn't get a whole lot of fuel surcharge. So it's probably closer to 65 than 70. But it was like, actually, it wasn't too short of a mileage run. It was going to like Dubuque, Iowa. And it was from somewhere around the Portland area, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. John Deere was paying like a lot of money. It was like $5 a mile on the full rate. And I got about, 70% of that. Probably a little below 70% on that. And it was some part that they needed at their plant. There were lots of auto plants that were shutting down. Because of part availability. I remember hauling a part It was one single pallet that I got paid like it paid like $10,000 and I got like 7,000 of it. They paid me like $7,000. They paid like $10,000 for the load for one single pallet that weighed like a couple 100 pounds. And it was some part for a factory in Mexico. And I had to do all kinds of status updates and ETAs throughout the trip because the factory, the workers were basically had been all sent home because the factory couldn't operate without this part. And they were, as soon as that part arrived, everybody was supposed to show up at the factory to start working. So they wanted to know exactly when it was going to be there so that they could tell all the workers when to be there. And they could have everybody there that they needed to, get that part installed and get the factory going again. That's the kind of stuff that we deal with these supply chain disruptions. It's like entire factories are getting shut down over part availability. That's the kind of stuff that was happening because of the lockdowns. And I think that this disruption in the Strait of Hormuz is going to have a similar impact around the world. And the longer it goes on, the closer that impact is going to be to the lockdowns. And if they escalate it to the point where they also disrupt the Strait of Bab al-Mandab or whatever, which is part of Iran's plan. Iran has, this is no secret. This is the reason that every single time anything happens in the Middle East, fuel prices go up. It's because of the fear of the disruption of the oil supply, the petroleum supply through the Strait of Hormuz, because that's Iran's strategy. If they ever get into a conflict, then part of their strategy is shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. To strangle the world economy. And whenever this war started, Iran went out and they said oil's going to $200 a barrel. Iran made statements that the oil was going to go to $200 a barrel when the war started. And it probably is. I don't think we've ever seen $200 a barrel oil. I can't remember what the highest oil's ever been. I think the highest oil's ever been has been under $150 a barrel. I think right around $140 a barrel is probably the highest oil's ever been. I'm not sure. We got to $120 a barrel when the Strait of Hormuz was first shut down. And then we had the propaganda machine come out and say that the Strait of Hormuz was not shut down. And then the price of oil dropped from 120 down to 80. So before the war started, the price per barrel of oil was around 60, like $58 a barrel. And then whenever we started moving troops, or not necessarily troops, but is a lot of air assets. When we started moving a lot of aircraft and carriers into the region, we started basically a troop buildup, a military buildup, and it was pretty obvious that we were planning to attack Iran. 3 weeks, a month before the attack actually happened, fuel prices, or not fuel, but oil prices started going up in anticipation of that attack. And I cannot remember where the oil prices were at on the day of the attack, but they had been rising for like 3 weeks to a month in anticipation of the attack. And then whenever the Strait of Hormuz was shut down, it shot up to $120 a barrel. And then when the politicians and propaganda machine, all the state-run media came out and said we'd already achieved victory over Iran and the Strait of Hormuz wasn't shut down, oil prices dropped back down to 80. And then when Iran came out and made the statement that the Strait of Hormuz was shut down and it was going to remain shut down throughout the entire length of the war, the price went back up to $100 a barrel. And that was the last price that I saw. Just a second. I'm catching up with Walmart, and this four-wheeler that caught up with me is now loitering alongside me. Now they've sped up and they're passing me. I don't know why people do that. Like, they're going faster than me, they catch up with me, and then when they go out to pass me, they just sit there speed matching me along my left side. Like, are they looking into my mirror? Like, are they just in awe of the awesome that I am, and they're just taking it all in? Is that what they're doing when they're just loitering along the left side of my vehicle? Just a second here. I'm about 150 to 200 feet in front of Walmart right now. We'll go ahead and throw the signal on, wait about 3 seconds, and then we'll start the lane change. We're about 350 feet in front of them right now. All right, what were we talking about? So, yeah, the price of oil, how it's been bouncing around, and the propaganda that's been spewed around. A lot of people, when I don't... So I've had people come into the comments and just get really nasty in the comments because I'm not saying enough negative things about Iran. I'm saying a lot of negative stuff about the propaganda coming out of the United States and Israel and their censorship and all the rest of that stuff. And that's all true, but people feel that, like, people are getting the impression that I'm pro-Iran or something because I'm not saying enough negative stuff about Iran. Like, I don't like Iran. I don't like people, I don't like religious people in general. And I know that's going to offend a lot of people because the majority of the people in the world are religious. So let me explain something. I'm going to get a little personal here for a second. I believe in God. I can't go to sleep without praying. I'll stress out. I won't be able to go to sleep. So I pray at least once a day, every day, every time I go to sleep, at a minimum. But I do not believe in religion. Even though I believe in God, I don't believe in religion. Every religion that I've ever researched, it's just a scam. It's just con men that are just abusing people. I think there's some nugget of truth to religions, but I think that scummy people have just kind of taken over religions and used it for personal gain. So I don't go to church. I don't practice any religion. I just believe in God. And just because I don't say a lot of negative things about Iran, that does not mean that I like Iran. Iran is evil. Iran is a religious state that is an extreme version of the people running Iran are members of an extreme religious cult of Islam. Just a second here, the four-wheeler just came into my damn lane while they were passing me. They're still driving down the middle of the road. That's the where they were at when they passed me. What is this jackass doing? So the people running Iran is a theocracy. It's run by a religious cult, an extreme Islam cult that is trying to conquer the world. Like, that is their cult. Like, that's their cult philosophy, is that their goal is to conquer the world. Anyone who doesn't believe in Islam is an enemy to them. So, yeah, I really don't like Iran. Now, I don't think the average everyday person in Iran is a bad person. It's like here in the United States. Our government does stuff that I don't like. Our government does evil things. And I don't agree with everything our government does. But I don't have any control in the matter. I don't have any say. And I think that goes for pretty much everybody in this country. I think the majority of people in this country don't agree with everything that our government does. But we don't have any control over it. And Israel is a religious state. They're a theocracy. They pretend not to be, but the entire state of Israel, I think a lot of people just have no idea what the history of Israel is. They think Israel's been around forever. It hasn't. Back in the late 1800s, just a second here, there's a truck on the shoulder. Back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, a bunch of Jews got together and decided that they wanted to create a Jewish state. And they chose Palestine to be that place. So they started a mass migration over to Palestine. I'm not sure if it was Palestine at the time. I'm not sure what it was actually called at the time. I think it was Palestine. So they just started a mass migration to Palestine, and they started purchasing land and stealing land from the Palestinians. And then they used World War II during the peace agreements, in all the discussions and decisions that were being made at the end of World War II. The Jews went and made a plea to creating a Jewish state in Israel, and it happened. I'm not sure what all countries were involved in making that happen. Britain, I think, had control over Palestine, and they created the Jewish state of Israel. Israel is a theocracy. People don't portray it as a theocracy, but it is a Jewish state. Judaism is a religion. But the entire existence of Israel is religious based. And I do not like theocracies. I hate Israel. I don't think we should be supporting Israel. So for the people out there that think that I'm some pro-Iranian radical left communist, that's what I was called in one of the comments. Somebody said I was a radical left communist because I didn't say enough negative things about Iran when I was talking negatively about the United States and our censorship and our propaganda and our lies about the war. So, just want to make it clear that I'm not, if you follow the channel, you know that I'm extremely conservative and I'm extremely far right. I'm much more conservative than Trump. A lot of people don't realize Trump is a moderate Democrat. He's not actually a conservative. The radical left has just gone so far left that a lot of moderate Democrats have become Republicans. Elon Musk is a moderate Democrat. Donald Trump is a moderate Democrat. And they are leaders of the Republican Party now. The Republican Party has gone left. It's shifted left. I am much more conservative than the Republican Party. I'm more libertarian than anything. I think the government should be minimalist. I am anti-taxation, and I am pro small government. Like, when I say small government, I mean tiny government. I think that, like, almost the TSA, the Department of Homeland Security, should be abolished. The Department of Education should be abolished. Like, almost all government agencies, federal government agencies, should be abolished. It's just complete, it's redundancy, it's waste, and they don't do what people think these agencies do. The Department of Education just redistributes tax money. That's all it does. And that redistribution of tax money allows them to control what's taught in schools. If you don't do what the federal government wants you to do in school, if you don't teach what they want you to teach, so if they want you to teach your kids that being gay is great, and you don't do that in your school, they will withhold funding. That's what the Department of Education does. A lot of people think the Department of Education, like, sets the curriculum, and, like, without the Department of Education, we wouldn't have education. That is not true. All the Department of Education, it just redistributes tax money. It's just a bureaucracy that eats up a lot of the tax revenue that's supposed to be going to the schools. The Department of Education should be abolished, and the states should determine how their tax money gets distributed, not the Department of Education. Just give the money to the states and let the states distribute it however they see fit. The federal government should not be micromanaging schools in every state. But we have so many morons in this country that whenever you start talking about abolishing something like the Department of Education, they think that you're talking about abolishing schools. You're not. You're talking about the schools getting more of the tax revenue and the Department of Education not eating up all that tax revenue, and the federal government having less say in what your kids are taught. But people are ignorant of how the world works, so people get really defensive if you start talking about abolishing the Department of Education, because they think that it has something to do with education. But anyway, this whole rant is just to explain that, no, I'm not pro-Iran. I'm not one of these idiots like the LGBTQ RST community that is out there waving around Iranian flags, where if these morons were in Iran, they would be put to death. Like, being gay is illegal in Iran. Like, what kind of idiot is out there supporting a country where if they lived in that country, they would be put to death? That's how crazy the radical left is. They're out there pro-Hamas, pro-Gaza, pro-Iran. And if any of them, like, were running around, waving around their gay flags and being, proud to be gay, go try to have a gay pride parade in Gaza or Iran and see how that goes for you. The LGBTQ community is so oppressed in the United States. Oh my goodness. I think they should all just go to Iran so that they can live in, freedom and get away from the oppression of the United States. The poor radical left. So oppressed. But yeah, I just want to make it clear that I am not radical left, and I'm not communist. I do not align with any political party, but if I had to choose, if I was forced to choose a political party, I think I would most closely be aligned with libertarians. And one of the biggest problems that people have with libertarians is they are isolationists. They don't want to get involved with other people's crap. Like, libertarians want us to withdraw from North Korea and South Korea. We are, like, we have a lot of troops stationed in South Korea to hold the ceasefire, and libertarians want to withdraw all our troops from basically everywhere in the world. They don't want us to be the world police. And that is the reason that the Republicans and Democrats hate the libertarians, is because they support us being the world police. I don't want us to be the world police. I think North Korea and South Korea should figure their shit out. Scenic view, no trucks. Screw you guys. But I don't even completely agree with libertarians. There's no political party that I 100% agree with their entire belief system. Because as isolationist as I am, I understand that if we do not get involved around the world, that Russia and China will just take over the world. So we still have to act, because we live in such a globalized world that you can't just sit in your little country and put your fingers in your ears and go la 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 and just pretend like what's going on the other side of the world doesn't affect you. So I'm not completely isolationist like libertarians are. Ooh, this looks like one of the truck parking areas where Nebraska basically just at these off-ramps. Yeah, this is one of them. They'll just go over there and flatten out the land, throw some gravel down, and open up as a big truck parking lot. Massive truck parking lot right there. I didn't see any signs for it, though. I-76 junction in 1 mile. I've still got 77 miles until I get to the Menards in North Platte, Nebraska. Those Scotts Bluff deliveries are just out in the middle of nowhere, way away from all of my other deliveries. Garden City, Kansas is another one that's just out in the middle of nowhere. I'm driving approximately an extra 400 miles, 400 to 450 miles, just to go to Garden City, Kansas. Scotts Bluff was about, how far north of I-80 was Scotts Bluff? I think it was about 60 miles, 50 or 60 miles north of I-80. So I'm driving about an extra 100 to 120 miles out of route to do the Scotts Bluff deliveries. And I'm driving about 425 miles out of route to do the Garden City deliveries. Well, one single delivery in Garden City. Garden City is way, way out of route. But once I get close to finished with Nebraska, I'm going to see if I can possibly move the windows around. Like, looking in the trailer right now, I'm just like, no, that is not happening. So let's think out loud for a second about the possibility of me rearranging the windows. So the way it's scheduled, I'm doing all of central Kansas and western Kansas before Kansas City. And what I would like to do is do Kansas City before central and western Kansas. I want to swap those two. And the problem with that is my Kansas City area deliveries are not very big deliveries. And those are going to be in the front of the trailer. Those are my very last deliveries. I think I have like one delivery that's 21 windows, and the rest of them are fairly small deliveries. So it might be a total of, we'll say 50 windows that I'm delivering in the Kansas City area. So there's 50 windows approximately in the very front of the trailer that I need to be able to access to be able to do those deliveries. Well, in front of them are a lot of big deliveries. Across Wichita, Kansas, Salina, Kansas, Hutchins, Kansas, and also the Menards in Garden City. Those are almost all like 20 window deliveries. And I have a bunch of them. So there's probably somewhere in the area of 200 windows in front of those 50 windows. And I would have to move those 200 windows and restack them further back in the trailer to be able to get to those 50 windows in the front. I might do that. Once I get done with Nebraska, right now I'm doing the Hastings delivery out of route so that I have the option of once I finish Omaha, I can just drive south to Kansas City. I don't have to worry about coming all the way back to central Nebraska to do that Hastings delivery. I'm going to knock it out while I'm headed through here. That way, I might be able to go down and do the Kansas City deliveries. And then, if I can rearrange the trailer to where I can do the Kansas City deliveries after Omaha, then what I'll do is I'll do Omaha, and then I'll drive back to Lincoln. I'll backtrack to Lincoln, and then there's a road that cuts across from Lincoln to I-29. And I'll take that road over to 29, then take 29 down to Kansas City, do the Kansas City deliveries, and then I'll leave Kansas City on I-70, and then I have deliveries along I-70 to like Manhattan, Kansas, and Topeka, Kansas, and then Salina, Kansas, and then from Salina go down to Wichita. Well, go to Hutchins first, and then Wichita, and then from Wichita go to Garden City, and then I'll finish in Garden City. From Garden City, I can just drive to Oklahoma City. And that will be somewhere around 300 miles shorter than the way they have me scheduled. I'll drive about 300 less miles on the deliveries if I'm able to change the route to what I want. I'm not sure exactly how much shorter it is, but I think it's somewhere around 300 miles shorter. It might be more, might be a little less, but it's somewhere in the ballpark of 300. We got somebody on the shoulder, and there's nobody behind me for about a mile, so we're good to go. They have triangles out. Oh my goodness. Do they have them out at the correct distance? Where are they supposed to be? What distances? Come on, you got this. Holy crap. They have them out at the, well, Really close. Yeah, really close. Yeah, basically they have them out at the correct distance. I'll give them. I'll give them that they were out at the correct distance. That's the first time I think I've ever seen somebody with triangles at the correct distance. What distance are they supposed to be at? Like, there's all kinds of different scenarios. Let's just imagine. Let's just pretend that this is a straight road. It wasn't very sharp of a turn. It wasn't like a blind turn or anything. So let's just say it's a normal straight road. Where are the triangles supposed to be? 10 feet behind the truck, first triangle, 100 feet behind the truck, second, and 200 feet on the third. And those were really close. I'll give it to them. They had the triangles at the correct position. Good job, driver. But yeah, it's going to take me a long time to adjust the load. But it could potentially save me an entire day of deliveries if I'm able to change the route around. It could save me an entire day. It could save me a quarter of a tank of fuel, which is like 50 gallons. And right now I'm paying about $4 a gallon. So it could save me $200 in fuel. So yeah, it could save me a lot of time and a couple $100, at least a couple $100 in fuel, maybe even more than that. So it could be worth me getting into the trailer and restacking windows for a couple of hours. I don't know if it's going to be possible. It's just, we're going to have to wait until I get done with the Omaha deliveries. Some of the windows are really, really big. So I need help with down stacking some of the windows. So it's just going to depend on a lot of factors. But they have these windows. Some of them are triple stacked. Some of the windows in the trailers are triple stacked. Most of them are double stacked, where there will be, like 10 windows that are stood upright against the wall, and they're strapped against the wall, and then they stack 10 windows on top of those 10 windows. And they've got them stacked like that against the wall to the point where you can't walk down the center of the trailer because the two stacks come together against each other. So you have to down stack everything from the top and put it up against the wall somewhere else in the trailer. And then you have to move the stack at the bottom so that you can get to the stacks behind it. And you basically have to remove the entire stack in order to be able to get to the windows up at the top on the next row. You have to completely remove the entire stack in order to access the windows on the top, because you can't, my arms aren't long enough to like reach over the top. If I leave that stack at the bottom in front, my arms aren't long enough to reach over and get the windows on the top of the next stack. So I have to completely move all of the windows, not just enough of them to make like a tunnel or a walkway down the center, I can't just remove enough windows to make the walkway down the center. I have to completely move all of the windows to be able to down stack windows. So every single one of the deliveries for Wichita, the Wichita area, which I'm delivering to like 5 different stores in the Wichita area, and then 2 stores in Hutchins. I think there's 2 stores in Salina. That's 7, 8, 9. Garden City's 10. And then Manhattan, 11. I think there might be 1 or 2 deliveries in Topeka, so that's 12 or 13. And I think there might also be a delivery in Lawrence, Kansas. That's like 14. So like 14 of my deliveries that are probably on average 10 windows a piece. Might be a little bit more than that because all my Wichita deliveries are big deliveries. Like 20 window deliveries or more. Almost all of my big deliveries are in central Kansas. When I first looked at the delivery schedule and the number of windows, I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do this out of order because I'm delivering so many windows to central Kansas, and I have to move all of those windows to get to Kansas City. But I'll think about it again. But you're talking probably like 14 deliveries. It's like 300 windows, potentially, somewhere in the ballpark of like 250 to 300 windows that I would have to move. And these windows weigh, on average, about 50 pounds a piece. So I would have to restack and downstack and move around somewhere around 350-pound windows. That is a lot of work. That is a tremendous amount of work. I don't know. We'll think about it. I do have quite a few fairly big deliveries across Nebraska. So I'm just going to see how much of the trailer gets emptied out as I'm going across Nebraska to see how much room I have to be able to reorganize the trailer. I should have enough room. I should be able to, man, there's a ton of cows at that feedlot over to the right. And it does not smell putrid. I actually am not getting any smell off of it right now. The wind is probably blowing the other direction or something. But a lot of feedlots, whenever you get anywhere near them, like, what was that place? Was that Brawley, California, that I was sitting at for a couple of weeks? That it was just, the smell was so bad, it was hard to sleep. And it was because there were a bunch of feedlots around there. These feedlots were like 10 miles away from the truck stop. And the smell at the truck stop was so bad, like you couldn't eat food. It was so bad. It stunk so bad, it was hard to sleep. It was just putrid. It did not smell like cow pee and cow poop. It smelled like putrid cow pee and cow poop, like it was rotten or something. It was just really rank. I think that's just feedlots that are not taking care of the feedlots. They're not cleaning away poop and pee, and they're just not properly maintaining the feedlot. Because I pass by other feedlots that don't smell like that. But those Southern California feedlots, those things were just nasty. Just a second here. I'm just watching the vehicles around me because I'm catching up with a slow RV. I just dipped in between the truck and RV to let these four-wheelers around me that are out here speeding. The speed limit's 75. I have my cruise set at 70. And those four-wheelers are doing 80 to 85. It doesn't seem to matter what you put the speed limit at. People are just going to speed. When I was a kid, the speed limits were a maximum of 65. There was no, there used to be like a federal speed limit of 65, and they abolished that. I forget what time, when exactly they abolished that, and they just let the states determine speed limits. And right after they abolished the federal speed limit, some states had unlimited speed limits. I think Montana had an unlimited speed limit for a long time. And you can't do that kind of stuff. You can't just have no speed limit and just let people drive whatever they, it's your discretion, just be safe. We have too many stupid people. So Montana, and I can't remember what other states, I'm not even 100% sure it was Montana, but there were some states that did not have speed limits shortly after the federal government abolished the federal speed limit, which was probably unconstitutional. The Constitution is a limiting document. The Constitution is basically an agreement from the states to give some authority to the federal government from the states, limited authority from the states to the federal government to act on behalf of the states. Any authority not explicitly granted the federal government by the Constitution is held by the states. And that's not the way the federal government acts. The federal government acts like the states are beholden to the federal government. That's not the case. The states created the federal government to act on behalf of them. And the states can take back that power anytime they want. But that's not the way the federal government acts. The federal government acts like it rules over the states. I think a lot of people in our federal government just don't understand our government. But yeah, the no speed limit states didn't last very long. Just too many stupid people. Almost all of our laws exist because of stupid people. I think the vast majority of people are good people, but there's just a percentage of people that are stupid. There's a percentage of people that will just take advantage of any situation. They're just too greedy, too dumb. And if you don't have rules, then they will just abuse anything. And we just keep coming up with more and more rules because of those people. This second here. Is this work truck going to get up to speed? Come on, what are you doing, bro? Oh my God, just going to slow merge onto the interstate and run me out of my lane. Are you going to keep going slow, or are you going to wait until I get alongside you and then speed up? Now he's speed matching me. He's right alongside me, and now he's speed matching me. Now he's speeding up. What a jackass. He just waited until I got alongside of him to speed up. Lane changing in these vehicles is dangerous. I get so mad when people run me out of my lane because they don't know how to merge. There are a lot of blind spots on this vehicle. This vehicle takes a long time to change lanes. And we got morons like this that just force their way onto the interstate. $49 miles. Today is mainly just going to be a lot of driving. Once I get to North Platte, I don't like, this is the biggest part of the drive, is just the between Scottsbluff and North Platte is like 205 miles. The rest, the distances between the rest of the stops are not that big. I have the North Platte, and then I think it's Kearney, and then Grand Island, and then Hastings. And I don't think that they're too terribly far apart from each other. And then I have a pretty big mileage gap between Hastings and Columbus. I don't think it's 200 miles. It's probably like 100 or 150 miles. So I might actually end my day today. I might just drive to Columbus and probably park in Columbus and then start my day tomorrow in Columbus. Because just driving across Nebraska, it's going to be probably 500 miles of driving. It's going to be like a full drive shift, just the driving portion of this, just to make it over to the Omaha area. And then whenever you throw in the time at the stops for the unloads, it's probably going to be really close to a 14-hour shift just to make it to Columbus today. I might not even be able to make it all the way to Columbus. But like I said earlier, I'm only scheduled to make it. I think I'm only supposed to do 2 more deliveries today. The North Platte that I'm headed to right now, and then Kearney. I think those are the only 2 deliveries I have scheduled today that are left, and I'm supposed to start tomorrow in like Ogallala. So I've got North Platte, Kearney, Ogallala. Or no, is it? Do I have a stop in Ogallala? I think I have a stop in Ogallala. It's Grand Island. is where I'm supposed to start tomorrow. So I've got North Platte, Kearney, and maybe Ogallala. I'm not sure if I have a stop in Ogallala. The work truck exited right there. The person who ran me out of my lane. I'll have to take a look at it to see if I have an Ogallala stop. I don't think I have an Ogallala stop because I think I've already driven past Ogallala. I thought Ogallala was over here in western Nebraska. And I did not look to see how many windows I'm delivering to North Platte. I was in such a rush to get out of the dock because of the appointment screw up that there was a lot of routine things. Like if somebody interrupts my routine, I'll forget to put my shoes on. Like I have routines, like whenever I fuel up, whenever I do an inspection, like almost everything that I do in the truck, I have a routine in how I do it. And if I break that routine, like I'll forget to do basic things. Like if somebody interrupts me while I'm fueling, I'll forget to put on fuel caps. Buffalo Bills Ranch, North Platte, exit 177, 40 miles. Nebraska and Kansas, according to cinema, used to be a hopping place a couple hundred years ago, or 100 or so years ago. I'm not sure of the exact time frame, but there is apparently a lot of interesting things happening in this area. A lot of the westerns are Kansas, Nebraska area. Wyatt Earp, Dodge City, Kansas. Buffalo Bill. Visit Kearney, exit 272. Holy crap. It's 100 miles to my next stop. That last sign said that North Platte was exit 177. 177 to 272, that's almost 100 miles. Damn it. So that's going to be 300 miles just to get to Kearney. Or Kearney, I don't know how they pronounce it. Kearney. I think it's hilarious when somebody corrects you on pronunciation of something and they like sneer at you and make fun of you because you didn't pronounce something correctly. Treat you like you're stupid when there's like a dozen different ways that you could potentially pronounce anything. One of the big debates, Nevada. There are a lot of people that want to pronounce it as Nevada. That just sounds really stupid to me. Nevada sounds like some pretentious douchebag trying to sound snobby. It's every time I hear somebody pronounce it as Nevada, it just comes across like somebody that's trying to sound like they're affluent or something. I lived in Nevada, and I lived in northern Nevada in Reno, which is a long ways away from Las Vegas. They don't have anywhere near... Reno is still a tourist town, but it's not anywhere on the scale of Vegas. And about the only people that I ever heard pronounce it as Nevada were tourists. All the locals pronounced it as Nevada. So you have a bunch of vehicles passing me. 2 cars, a truck, another car, and then there's another truck behind that one. Nebraska government plates, and it says school students on the side of the van. So a little school van. Special activities bus. Probably an academic team or something. I went to a really small school in high school, and whenever we would go in small groups to travel to events like academic competitions and stuff, we would typically use the either we would ride in teachers' cars, whatever teacher was taking us to the event, we would ride in their car with them, or we would use the what's the driving class? I can't remember what we called the driving class, but the class that you took in school, the driving class that you took, we had like 2 cars for student drivers for the driver's education class or whatever it was. And a lot of times we would take those cars. Speed limit. No, those are advisory speeds. 5 miles an hour. What the hell? Still below freezing outside. It looks like a really beautiful day, but it's cold. My temperature gauge says 27, but it usually reads hot, so it's probably close to 20 degrees outside. There's supposed to be a warm front starting to move in tonight. And then tomorrow, I think the high is supposed to be in the 70s and 80s across a lot of Nebraska. Right, we got an oversized load passing me, but they're only like 5 or 6 inches oversized. But I'm still going to try to hug the right side fog line. But that rumble strip is just past the fog line. I don't want to drive on the damn rumble strip. It's just that blade on that bulldozer that's sticking out a little bit. I bet they're overweight. They probably have a weight permit for over 80,000 pounds. Really surprised they're carrying 2 vehicles on that thing, because that bulldozer probably weighs a lot. That's probably enough to max them out at 80,000 pounds. And then they've got a semi truck. It's only a day cab, but that semi truck probably weighs like 10 grand. My semi is like a little bit bigger than a normal semi truck. It's an extended sleeper, and it has, heavier duty axles than a normal truck, so it's a little bit heavier than a normal truck. My truck's, I don't know exactly how much it weighs, but it's a little over 20,000 pounds. A normal semi truck, the kind that the mega carriers order, are somewhere around 18,000, 19,000 pounds. Why do people come over so damn close? Nobody behind us for a half a mile. You don't need to cut me off. Even if there's somebody tailgating me, I don't cut people off. I'm not going to do something stupid because some stupid person is annoyed by me. "25 miles until my exit, 27 miles to the store." So I'm going to have to do 2 miles. I remember looking at it, and it didn't look like it was too bad, the drive there. Some of these stores are little, like 5 or 10 miles off the interstate. And then Columbus is out in the middle of nowhere. Hastings is a little ways off the interstate. I want to say it's like maybe 10 miles south of the interstate. Yeah, if I'm able to get a lot of the windows out of the trailer and clear up a lot of the trailer, I probably will go ahead and spend 2 or 3 hours reorganizing the trailer so that I can do the deliveries in a different order. Because right now I'm not going to arrive at any of the places on my appointment time. Lowe's has never really said anything about appointment times to me. I think I've had one Lowe's mention the appointment time ever on one of these deliveries. Most of the time they don't care. I think there's been one that said something about the appointment time. I think they said something like, "Oh, I didn't know we had any deliveries today," or something like that. And I said, "Oh, I think I'm supposed to deliver tomorrow or the next day. I'm running like a day or two early." And they're like, "Oh, okay." So Lowe's has never given me any problems with the delivery appointment. Home Depot is the only place that has ever said anything about, complained about me not being on time for a delivery. Home Depot is the only one that seems to pay attention to delivery appointments. And I only have 2 Home Depot. No, wait. 2 or 3. Let me try to remember. I have the Home Depot that I just delivered to in Scotts Bluff. There's another one in Hutchins. I think those are the only 2 Home Depot deliveries I have on the entire route. Almost all of my deliveries are Menards. I'm delivering to let me try to remember how many Lowe's I'm delivering to. I'm only delivering to 1 Lowe's in Nebraska. I'm delivering to 1 or 2 Lowe's in the Kansas City area. We'll say 2. I'm delivering to 2 Lowe's in Wichita, so we're up to 5. And I think I'm delivering to the Lowe's in Salina, that's 6. And I am not delivering to the Lowe's in Topeka. I remember that very clearly, because the Topeka Lowe's is one of the places that I've had issues with in the past, of them not taking the correct windows. The Topeka Lowe's, what they've done on the last 2 deliveries is the guys that come back there to help me are really awesome. They're very helpful, but they just get in there and they're trying to get it done with as quickly as they can. And they're just slamming through the windows really fast. And I tell them over and over again to double check the addresses on every single window, and they don't. And on both of the window deliveries that I've done there, they have taken windows that they weren't supposed to take. They took somebody else's window. I think last time I caught them and I was able to find the window and put it back in the trailer. I was short. Okay, so the first one of these loads I did, I had, I think, 2 damaged windows and 1 short. The second one of these loads that I did, I had no damaged windows and only 1 short window. I was short 1. And I can't remember if it was Topeka that took that window or not. I don't think it was. I think I was just short a window. I think the window was just not in the trailer. But the very first one of these that I did, the Topeka lows took like 2 windows that didn't belong to them. So I was like 2 windows short on my next delivery. And on top of that, one of the windows that was theirs, they left in the trailer. I still have a Topeka window at my house. Left over from my very first one of these loads that I did. So it's not really going to hurt my feelings to not deliver to that Topeka Lowe's. I mean, they're very helpful guys, but they completely half-ass it. They're just really fast, and they don't do it correctly. And it's really hard to double-check them because what they do is as they unload the windows, they'll take off with them and they just disappear off into the store. They'll take them over to another area. I don't know where they're taking them, so I can't go out there and double check the addresses. $15 till we get there. And the sun is a non-issue. It's high enough up that it's not coming through the windshield. Really nice drive. Golden Spike Tower, next 3 exits. What in the hell is that? It has a picture of a train on the sign. That's something I've thought about doing. Like if I had, unlimited amount of money, just do whatever I want. I am a recluse. I do like to just sit at home, but there are some things that sound like it'd be fun to do. One of the things that sounds like it'd be fun to do is to just do like some really long distance train ride, like a cross country train ride where not in like a normal train seat, but one of those little cabins that has like a restroom and a shower and a comfortable little cabin where I'm not sitting there like a passenger bus snuggled up next to some stranger in some cramped bus. But if it was like a nice little private cabin on a train, that sounds like it'd be fun to do. Just do a train ride across the country. I'm not sure if there's a train that goes to like Alaska, but that'd be really cool to do like a train ride up to Alaska. But only if there was like some kind of private cabin. There's no way I would want to do a long distance trip of any kind, even a short distance trip. Just snuggled up next to a stranger. I wouldn't even want to be snuggled up next to a friend. Like even if I knew the person next to me, I wouldn't want to. And that would suck. I've heard horror stories about trucking companies, the way that they like get people to and from terminals whenever they hire you. All right, there's a cop up ahead, and I'm not sure if it's on the other side of the interstate or if they're on the left shoulder, but I can see cars passing it on the right. So it's either on the left shoulder of this side of the interstate or it's on the other side of the interstate. Okay, it is on the other side of the interstate. I see traffic on the other side of the interstate passing it. It's hard to tell in these turns like this where somebody's at. State trooper. All right, I got a car passing me and there's a car behind me. It's about 300 feet behind me. I'm going to go ahead and go for the pass. That car is catching up with me slow. But I got another car behind that one that's going a little bit faster. So I'm going to speed up by 1 or 2 miles an hour so that I don't end up slow passing this truck. Doing 71 right now. 72. All right, 7 miles until our exit. Damn, 200 miles went by quick. That was like really fast. Time flies. I just saw a truck headed the other direction, had a big Canadian flag on the trailer. Why is it that people that come into the United States from other countries put their country's flags all over everything? Like, why do we have so many people driving around the United States with flags on their vehicles from other countries? I think that would be really rude. Like, imagine if I went to Mexico and I was driving around in Mexico waving an American flag, or going into Canada and running around waving an American flag, or basically going to any country and running around waving an American flag. I would see that as being disrespectful to the country that I'm in. But that's common here in the United States for people to drive around with Canadian and Mexican flags on their vehicles. You even see people with Iranian flags in every other country. But it's mainly just Canadian and Mexican, because those are probably the majority of people in this country are from other countries. The majority of them are probably Canada and Mexico. I don't know, for some reason that Canadian flag reminded me of something. There was some people I interacted with from Canada. I didn't like them, so I didn't interact with them very much. But it was this husband and wife that one of my buddies met them in a video game. Like, he ran into them in a video game, and he invited them to his chat, his voice chat, Discord. And he started hanging out with them, and I hung out with him, so I started interacting with them on Discord and in the game. But it was two people that had moved from Canada to somewhere in the U.S. I'm not sure exactly where they were living. I can't remember. I'm sure that they told us, but I just can't remember where in the hell they lived. But they moved from Canada to the U.S., and I can't remember what exactly they did for work. The girl didn't do anything, I don't think. She just played video games all day long. The guy, I think he worked like part-time at some fast food place. Like, he delivered pizza part-time or something. And the two of them were always complaining that they didn't have money, and they were complaining about the United States not having, social programs to support them. And they were always asking for people they were always begging for money. And they felt entitled about it. Like, they didn't, like, the way they acted, they didn't act like they were begging for money. They were pushy. They were really pushy. And they were complaining about, like, not being able to get enough welfare. They were on welfare, I think, in the United States. And they were complaining about how bad welfare is in the United States, and it doesn't give them enough. And they were always begging for money. And my buddy was giving them money, hundreds of dollars. And I didn't want to get in them. Like, I didn't like them. I just basically stopped. Anytime they were in Discord, I would just not join Discord. And if they would come into Discord, I would leave. I did not want to interact with them. I was just tired of hearing their BS. But I never really told my buddy how I felt about them, but I think he got the impression that I didn't like them because anytime they were around, I wouldn't be around. And he finally reached out to me and he was like, yeah, I finally started telling them no whenever they were asking for money. And he told me that he had gotten tired of them constantly bashing the U.S. and begging for money and then feeling entitled about it. And they would get mad at him whenever he would, whenever he stopped giving them money, they got mad at him. The level of entitled that these folks were at.
Slight right onto the US 83 South ramp. Continue for a quarter mile.
All right, sorry, I'm trying to figure out where I need to go. Looks like we're going to turn right and head south on this road.
At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto US 83 South, South Jefferson
Oh my
Street.
goodness, it's starting to get, even though it's like 25, 30 degrees outside. All right, we got clear, we're clear. Let's get out here. It's starting to get hot inside the truck because these windows have a crazy greenhouse effect on them. Direct sunlight through these windows will make it really hot in this truck. It doesn't matter what the temperature is. Turn yellow just as I get here. How rude. I need to make a left in like 3/4 of a mile. I can see the Menards sign up ahead. Green, 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 green. We made it. Okay, I'm going to change lanes. Still got a half a mile until our turn. Right where that FedEx just pulled in at. I'm pretty sure that's my turn.
Turn left onto East Sunrise Drive.
So this sucks. It looks like a FedEx is getting in there before me. I hope they're not headed to the same place I am, but they probably are. It's a FedEx day cab. Yeah, they're headed to, there's nowhere else to go except Menards. So they're getting in there right before me. So I'm going to have to wait on FedEx to load or unload.
Turn left onto East Sunrise Drive. Then at the next stop sign, you'll turn left.
Damn it. All right, we're going for it. I was sitting there debating on whether to wait for that car or go. And I was sitting there judging their speed. They just now went past, so we easily made it past before they got there. All right, we're clear. What's going on with FedEx? They did not pull up and check in. Are they waiting on something?
Turn right into the parking lot. Then your
What in the hell is going on here? Truckers, stop here. There's a sign up there. Let's see what this sign says. I'm going to try to leave some space in between me and FedEx, but I also don't want to block the road behind me. Please do not approach the gate until you are given the okay. Got four-wheelers just driving past us. So this could take a while. The gate attendant is currently checking people out of the gate. He has to inspect every vehicle that comes out to make sure they're not stealing shit. All right, FedEx is waiting to be waved in. They let off their brakes. All right, I guess they were waved in. Yeah, I see them waving them in. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and set my brakes, and I'm gonna grab the paperwork while I'm waiting for them to wave me in. Let's see. All right, they're waving me in already. That's faster than I expected. Just a second here. Well, we got some four-wheeler that cut in front of me. So now I'm going to have to wait on that four-wheeler. They've already waved me in, but a four-wheeler cut in front of me. I think the reason they wait to wave us in is because people can't get out. That truck, if I pull over to the left, that truck is going to have issues getting out. That pickup. Windows, 14 windows. Eight. Thank you.
Have you been here before?
I don't think so.
Okay, so when you go out here, directly off to your right, you can see the three dots. Just go out there, flip the bitch, and back into the dock gate, okay?
All right, appreciate it. So they probably gave door 7 is where they usually have me go into in all these Menards. So they probably put FedEx in 7. Yep, they got FedEx in 7, and I'm going into 8. Let's throw the 4-ways on. They got blocks. Right up next to the line. I have to be careful. I'm going to back up a little bit to get out of the roadway, and then I'll go back there and open up the doors. All right. Be right back. I'm going to go open the doors. I'm going to put my jacket on. It's kind of chilly out here. Let's get off the drive line because I'm going to need my drive time today. Normally, I don't care about drive time because drive time is not what's limiting me, but today is a lot of driving. All right, be right back. I took a look at that blue Glad Hand, the service line on the trailer, to see if it popped loose whenever I did that tight turn right there, and it didn't. I think somebody pulled my Glad Hand at the truck stop. I don't know why anybody would do that. I didn't have any kind of interaction with anyone that I recall. All right, I need to move a couple of inches to the left. My tires basically need to be right on the line. It doesn't have to be perfect. All right, we just touched. That shows you how much longer my vehicle is than these locals. I'm like 10, 15 feet longer than this FedEx truck. But it looks like FedEx is already done. All right, so let me grab the paperwork here. And let me organize the paperwork. North Platte, North Platte. All right, I think that's it. Just shift through here and make sure I didn't grab the paperwork for the next one. Yeah, we're good. Let me make sure this last page is North Platte. Yes, it is. All right, I'm going to pause this. I'll be back in a minute. It is 12:06 p.m. right now. All right, all done. It's 12:28, and I do not know if we are. Oh, we're on Central. We're on Central. I do know. We're on Central time now. I left the doors open because they have to inspect inside the damn trailer.
Your route may be affected by Cottonwood fire. In 600 feet, turn left onto South Parkway Drive.
Your route may be affected by Cottonwood fire. There's some kind of fire. Just a second here. All right, we're rolling. Let me just watch for cars coming from the left here. There, we're good. All right, nobody coming.
Turn left onto South Parkway Drive. Then you'll take your first right onto East Sunrise Drive.
We're good. Pretty easy delivery. Only issue, we had somebody with the manager mentality
East Sunrise Drive.
that just was standing there just lording over the paperwork while one other person helped me unload. That's one of the common issues that I run into on these deliveries, is it you run into lazy people
South Jeffers Street.
that if they get a hold of the paperwork, they'll just sit there and pretend like they're working, looking at the paperwork while we unload the trailer. I've had people sit there and watch me unload the whole trailer by myself while they just sit there looking at the paperwork, pretending like they were doing something. So yeah, that's what this guy did. He was really nice, but lazy. And the other guy was apparently new. He acted new. And he was just, yes sir, no sir to everything. Everything that I was saying and everything that other guy was saying. So I asked them if they heard anything about gelled wind. And they said that they haven't heard anything. They said that they know that they're not stocking them on the shelves anymore, but they haven't heard anything about whether or not they were still going to be available for customer ship to store. They haven't heard that, they were negotiating contracts with any other new company or anything. All right, Kearney is next.
Go past this light and use the right lane.
Kearney or Carney?
Use the right lane to take the I-80 East ramp. Continue for half a mile.
The ABS light just came on. The electrical plug on the trailer side is loose, and it did this during my DOT inspection.
600 feet, merge onto
We just disconnected and reconnected the electrical line, and it fixed it. And he went in there and he stretched out the pins on the trailer to try to get it to make a better connection. But every time I run into one of these trailers where the electrical plug is loose, the mechanics always want to blame my electrical line, because I don't think they're qualified to replace the connector on the trailer side, and it's a lot cheaper and easier to replace the electrical line on the tractor side. So they always want to blame the tractor side of it. And like, there's nothing wrong with my electrical line. I swap out trailers on the regular, and some trailers have loose plugs, some don't. This one, the plug isn't too loose. I haven't been having many problems with it. Some of the trailers I haul, the plug is really loose, and I'm constantly back there reconnecting the electrical line. So I'm going to have to reseat the electrical line when I get to Kearney, because the ABS just came on when I was going around that turn, or coming up on that turn. All right, got a weigh station, and they've got signs out front that tell you whether to pull in or bypass. Scale is open. Let's see what they say. Truck must exit, you sons of bitches. Are they exiting me because I'm... All right, what they're supposed to do is those weigh-in motion scales, if you're close to max weight, they're supposed to pull you in to get a more accurate weight. But that's not the reason they're pulling me in, because I'm really light. I'm almost empty as far as they're concerned. I'm nowhere remotely close to max weight. Why are they pulling me in? To get a closer look at me, because Landstar has a bad CSA score. They do targeted inspections, and they still label them as random inspections, even though they don't. Like, these DOT officers do almost no random inspections. They're all targeted inspections.
In 600 feet, take a slight right.
There are no speed limit signs on this. Am I missing them?
Take a slight right.
Oh man, there's a cop that followed in this truck behind me. I wonder if they're just pulling through for a shift change or something, or if they followed that truck in intentionally. I'm really surprised that I just rolled through that way station with an ABS light on. But it was on the other side of the truck that they can't see very well. Is this another damn cop? Oh my goodness. Place is crawling. Another state trooper passed me right there, that SUV. Now I'm wanting to pull over and reseat my electrical line. Usually when the ABS comes on, it's just for like a second or two, and then it'll go back off, but this is staying on. So the electrical line needs to be fully reseated. Since it's a loose connection, probably what happened whenever I was doing those tight maneuvers at Menards, getting back into the dock, spinning the trailer around, it probably pulled on the electrical line a little bit. And then when I started driving, it came a little bit more loose through vibration, and now it's to the point where it's just not making a very good connection anymore. All right, 100 miles to Kearney, and I think this is the last scheduled delivery I have today. I should get there, say, an hour and a half from now, so at about, it's 12:42, so 1:42, about 2:15. Right around 2:15 is when I should get there. And I'm still going to have plenty of time left in the day. I'll easily knock out Grand Island and Hastings, and then I should be able to drive, I'm not sure how many miles it is, all the way over to Columbus. What in the hell's going on over on the right? Bunch of flashing lights. All right, it looks like construction vehicles, maybe trimming trees or running an electrical line or something. I don't know what's going down in the ditch over there. Oh, they're trimming trees. They've got a wood chipper. In a second here, there's a van loitering alongside me. Why do people do this? I do not like having somebody alongside me. Come on. How the hell did he catch up with me going that fast? Keep passing. Don't come over. He slowed down. He's speed matching me now. You son of a... You better not just speed match me right there in front of me like that. He has tons of cameras and monitoring equipment on that vehicle. And when he was passing me, he kept looking down at his speedometer. All right, we got flashing lights up ahead. Looks like a cop is pulling somebody over. It's hard to tell. It's in a turn. I can't tell what exactly is going on. What the shit? I can't tell if it's on the interstate or on a side road. I got a pack of cars about to pass me. So I'm going to go ahead and get over so I don't get jammed in. Alright, just a second here. We're catching up with a few slow vehicles, and that van is just jamming up traffic. And I've got like 4 cars passing me on the left right now, so we're just going to have to slow down to 65 and set behind this mail truck until these cars make it past. One more car. So because of the loose connector on this trailer, I'm just going to have to basically, after every stop, reseat the electrical line. Whenever I'm having to spin the trailer around to get into these docks, it's pulling it out a little bit. That little bit of tension on the line. So I'm just going to have to remember to reseat the cable after every delivery. I'm mad at myself right now for not checking the distance last night or yesterday. Oh my goodness, I feasted yesterday. So in case you didn't watch the video from yesterday or listen to it, when I got there to Scotts Bluff, I did a delivery to Menards at like 11 a.m. That's when I got there, Sunday, right around 11 a.m. noon, somewhere in that area. I can't remember. Delivered to Menards, and then I drove over to a Walmart that was right next door to the Home Depot. Parked at Walmart, went inside for like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes or so. Did some shopping, browsed around the store. I couldn't find the chips. Like, I don't go inside Walmart very often anymore. When I'm at home, I always do grocery delivery. I haven't been to the Walmarts around my house in probably over a decade. I've done grocery delivery for a very long time. Well, maybe not maybe it has been a decade. It's been a really long time. Basically, I started using Instacart to do grocery delivery a long time ago. And then eventually Walmart came up with, well, I was using Instacart, and then Sam's Club started using like DoorDash and Uber to do deliveries. And I started using that, and then Sam's Club and Walmart came out with their own delivery service, and I had a Sam's Club membership just to do that. But yeah, I hardly ever go inside grocery stores. About the only time I go inside a grocery store is whenever I'm out here over the road and I swing into a Walmart to grab some stuff. But I was lost in there. They have the chips, so all the groceries are basically in rows that are in one section. And for some reason, they have the chips and soda is like in another section, another aisle. It's close to the rest of the groceries, but just a second here. This pickup in front of me is rubbernecking. And they slowed down to rubberneck. I don't know how well you can see in the camera, but I could see them twisting their head around, looking over there at that cop on the shoulder of the other side of the road. Now they've taken off again. It's getting chilly in here. 33 degrees outside says my temperature gauge. What was I saying? What was I talking about? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, Walmart. So I went in there and I bought some groceries. I ran out of milk like a week ago. So I bought 2 gallons of milk. Didn't buy like a whole bunch of food because I'm going to be home in a few days. I don't know exactly when I'm going to be home. I haven't fully trip planned this whole thing yet because I'm not sure what I'm going to do on this load. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to change the route, reorganize the trailer. Today's Monday, Tuesday. It's probably going to take me through all day Wednesday to do all the deliveries. I might even be doing deliveries on Thursday, so I'll probably be home Thursday, late Thursday afternoon or evening is likely when I'll be home. It might be Friday. It's really, really hard to tell because I only have like one major factor involved, and that's how many deliveries can I do in a day. But the way they have this thing routed, these are some big mileage runs. Like, I'm driving a lot of miles. So it's now, in factoring out in how long it's going to take me to do this, I'm not only having to factor in how many deliveries I can do in a day, how many stops, but it's also how many miles I can drive in a day. Because this is 3,400. No, wait a second. 3,000 miles. It's like 3,100 paid miles on this. No, wait. Is it? I think it's actually like 3,400 paid miles. Son of a bitch. You know what I am thinking of right now? I think they shorted me like 300 miles on this load. Because if I remember correctly, the amount they paid me is 3,092 miles. And the way they have this thing routed, with me zigzagging back and forth across the country, it's like 3,500 miles the way they have this thing routed. And I remember whenever I redid the route, it knocked off like 300 or 400 miles. So I think they're paying me based on the route that the most efficient route, the route that I actually want to run. I think they're paying me mileage based on that route, but they actually routed me driving back and forth an extra like 400 miles. That means that they're shorting me like $800 on this load. Around 700, because they don't quite pay $2 a mile. They're paying like $1.60 a mile or something like that. So it's $600 or $700 that they're shorting me on mileage pay. There's some little wind event we drove through right there that jerked the truck around. I'll have to double check the freight bill, and then I'll have to replot the entire route, because whenever I was doing the trip plan, I remember plotting the entire route the way that they had it planned, and I'm pretty sure it was like 3,500 miles. And if I remember correctly on the freight bill, they're only paying me 3,092 miles. I just pulled it up. It's 3,029 miles that they're paying me. I keep the freight bill saved on my phone, so I just have to like click one button on my phone to pull up the freight bill. Yeah, I'm going to have a chat with them about that, because I'm pissed off that they're paying me like 20 cents a mile, 20 to 30 cents a mile cheap on fuel surcharge. And if they're also shorting me on mileage on top of that, like they should be paying me another $700+ on fuel surcharge. And if they're shorting me on like 400 or 500 miles, then that's another $700. That's like $1,400 that they're shorting me on this load. When I get to Kearney, I'm going to call them. Actually, you know what? I kind of want to recalculate the mileage myself and make sure that I'm right before I start ripping into them. Because right now I'm just pretty sure that the total mileage is around 3,500 based on the route they have me on. I'm mad right now. $1,400 that they're shorting me on this load. That really chaps my ass. But I'll double check before I contact them. So I'll double check at the end of this drive shift, because in order for me to double check the mileage, I'm going to have to get on my computer and put in like every single address as a plot point. Well, no, I'm not going to put in every single address as a plot point, because a lot of these are not very far off the interstate. I'll just plot in the ones that are off the interstate. So I'll plot to Scotts Bluff, and then all of these North Platte, Kearney, Hastings, Grand Island. I won't bother plotting any of them. I'll just plot Columbus, and then Fremont, and then Omaha, and then I'll plot going back over to Garden City, Kansas, and then Wichita, Salina, and then Kansas City. The way they have it routed, and get a rough idea of what the mileage is for that. That won't give me an exact mileage, but that'll give me a really close mileage. Now let's sit here and think about this. Let's see what this sign says. Omaha is 247 miles. So it was about 1,600 miles to Scotts Bluff. And I drove 205 plus 247. So that'd be 452. Plus, how many miles have I driven since? So I left, what was it, 1246? So I've been driving for about 17 minutes, about 17 miles. So 252 plus 17 be 279, right? No, 269. So 270 miles. Or 470 miles, I'm sorry. So to drive all the way from Scotts Bluff, so 1,600 miles to Scotts Bluff, and then about 460 miles. It's going to be longer than that, but we'll say 460 to Omaha. So that'll give me a 2,060 miles. And then I have to drive like halfway across the state. Let's see, well, maybe not halfway across the state. It's probably about 150 miles from Omaha back to the central part of the state. And then it's probably 100 miles or maybe another 150. So it'd be about like 300 miles would be my guess from Omaha to Salina. And then Salina to Garden City is a little over 200 miles. So that's like 500 miles. So that'll put us at like 2,560 miles. And then from Garden City, making my way all the way across the state back to Kansas City. Yeah, that is around 300 or 3,000 miles. That would be somewhere in the ballpark of like 400 to 500 miles. So yeah, it sounds reasonable now. It sounds like it is going to be about 3,000 miles. Yeah, so just ballparking it off the top of my head, 3,000 miles is making sense. So I'm not going to be calling them. I've already talked with them about the fuel surcharge situation. I already told them that their fuel surcharge is cheap and asked them to increase it, and they told me no. They told me that Geldwin sets the fuel surcharge rate, and they're contracted that way, and they cannot change it. But I'll be honest with you, I didn't like double check the mileage on it. Usually when I do a load, I double check the mileage to make sure that the actual miles and the miles that they're paying are really close. But on these window loads, there's a lot of stops. So it's really hard to check the exact mileage. And I checked the exact mileage on my first two loads, and they paid almost exactly actual miles. Like, they are really good about paying like actual miles on these loads. I think that they determine the mileage by putting in all of the addresses, and just whatever Google says the mileage is, that's what they pay. Because that's what I did on my first two loads, is I plotted all the addresses, and it came out to almost the exact same mileage that they put in. So they're really good about paying actual miles on these loads. But if I'm able to shuffle the trailer around, it's going to be like 400 miles shorter than the way that they're routing me. $300 to $400 miles shorter. We got somebody on the shoulder right where the road starts to turn. I see two trucks behind me, one passing another, but they're about a mile behind me. I'm going to go ahead and get over. Looks like it might be a semi-truck broke down and there's some service vehicle parked behind it. Looks like they were working on the drive tires on the right side of the truck. There was somebody standing over in that area. Anyway, back to the Walmart. I don't think I ever finished talking about the Walmart shopping. I got to talking about other things. But yeah, I went in there to Walmart and I got mainly a bunch of deli items. I got a rotisserie chicken, a hot rotisserie chicken. I was looking forward to eating that, but I didn't touch it because they also had hot food. And I ordered like an 8-piece boneless wing orange chicken and mashed potatoes and gravy and macaroni and cheese. I got larges of all of them. So it was like $5 for the chicken, 8-piece chicken, and then $4. They overcharge for the sides. I mean, it's a pretty big portion of side, but like macaroni and cheese is really cheap. They're charging $4 for basically like half a box of macaroni and cheese. A whole box of macaroni and cheese is what, like 50 cents to $1 or something like that? I think it's like 50 cents for a box of mac and cheese. Once you throw in the butter and the milk and stuff like that, maybe 75 cents that you're paying for a box of mac and cheese, and they're charging $4 basically for half a box. But you know what? It looked good. I was hungry. And so I went ahead and ordered mashed potatoes and gravy and mac and cheese, two of the cheapest sides you can possibly make. And they charged $4 for each of them for basically a small bowl. Well, maybe not a small bowl, like a bowl full of mac and cheese and a bowl full of mashed potatoes and gravy. $4 for each of them. So that's what I ate whenever I got to the truck, but I also bought a rotisserie chicken and a tub of potato salad, mustard potato salad. What kind of psycho eats mayonnaise potato salad? I know that you're out there. I know those people exist because they make lots of it. I do not want to meet that person in the middle of the night at a truck stop that is not well lit. I do not want to encounter the mayonnaise potato salad eater, because that person is unhinged. So I got a tub of mustard potato salad and a tub of barbecue beans. So that's what I'm planning on having for dinner tonight is barbecue beans, potato salad, and some rotisserie chicken. I'm catching up to this truck in front of me, and I've got one car passing me now, and there's another one catching up with me that's about to start passing. And this truck, did they speed up? Like, I am barely catching up with this truck, if I am at all. It seems like they started speed matching me. It looks like I might still be catching up with them a little bit. Yeah, I'm still catching up with them, just ever so slightly. All right, now I've got two pickups flying up on me, one passing the other. They should be able to make it around me here pretty quick. Once they make it around me, I'm going to speed up to 75 and pass this flatbed. There's another car about 500 feet behind these trucks. All right, here we go. Let's get her done. You know something that they taught me the first time I got my CDL? It's been almost 25 years at this point. Something that they taught back then that they don't teach now is they used to teach you a whole bunch of rules on lane changes. You're not supposed to make a lane change in an intersection. You're not supposed to make a lane change whenever you're passing by like an entryway to the road. And you are not supposed to make a lane change on a bridge. Those are things that they used to teach a long time ago, and they didn't teach that stuff. What in the shit is going on with this car? I'm doing 72 right now, and I'm going to go ahead and pass this car because this car seems like they're going like 67 or 68 or 69 because I shouldn't be passing them this fast by just going 72. I'm pissing off the four-wheelers behind me, though. They're hopping over in the right lane. Want to know why in the hell I'm out here in this left lane so long. I'm going to stay at 72 for a minute or so to get some distance on this four-wheeler. Otherwise, if I slow back down to the four-wheeler speed close to them, they'll get mad and speed up and pass me. And then they'll get in front of me and slow down. So I want to get a decent ways in front of them so that they don't lock onto me. Oh, we got four-wheeler on the shoulder. I got a car alongside me, and there's a truck coming up pretty fast in the left lane. I don't see anyone around this vehicle. All right, I'm pretty far away from that car. I'm just going to let it drop down to the cruise now. And once these vehicles make it past me and I don't have somebody alongside me, I'm going to grab another soda. It's cold in here. Let's turn the temperature a little bit over to the hot. My temperature gauge says it's 33 outside. And the vents are blowing like ice cold air into here. This is something I talk about all the time in driving videos. I cannot turn the blower off. Right now, it's set to not be blowing air, but it's still blowing air out of the vents. There's a state trooper right there. So what I have to do, because I can't stop it from blowing air, is I just have to adjust the temperature dial to try to maintain temperature in here. But oh my goodness, that rotisserie chicken, barbecue beans, potato salad. Oh, it sounds so good. I am easy to please. You know, you have people that win the lottery and they go out and they buy a whole bunch of fancy jewelry and they buy really crazy expensive sports cars and stuff like that. If I won the lottery, I would do exactly what I'm already trying to do right now. I would go buy a 34-foot sailboat. Now, I probably would splurge, and instead of buying a used sailboat for like 30 grand, I would probably splurge. It would depend on like how big of a lottery I won. Like if I won a $10 million lottery, government's going to take half, so I'd end up with $5 million. I probably wouldn't splurge too much with only $5 million. I would probably just stick to my current plan of the $30,000 used sailboat. But if I won like a $100 million lottery where I had like 50 million after the government, then I'd probably splurge and buy a brand new 34-foot sailboat for like $300,000 or $400,000. And I would sell off my house, my car, my truck, and then just go live off the Florida Keys in that sailboat for the rest of my life. I think with $1 million after taxes, I could live the rest of my life in a sailboat. Because I would start getting Social Security when I turn, I don't know what age I can file for Social Security now. They keep increasing the age. Like every couple of years, they send me some kind of email or letter, and they're like, yeah, you can't retire until you're like 114 now, because we spent all the money we were supposed to pay you when you retired. So we're just kind of hoping that you die before you're able to get any of this money back that we've been taking out of your check your whole life. But if somehow I'm able to maybe retire, living on that sailboat will be so cheap that I could make that work off of like Social Security. I could live off Social Security, and that $1 million in the bank would just be there for like unexpected expenses. Just as a cushion. But yeah, I'm easy to please. If I won a $1 billion lottery, I wouldn't be going and buying gold chains and fancy cars and stuff like that. I wouldn't be eating, $2,000 Wagyu steak dinners. I would be eating rotisserie chicken, potato salad, barbecue beans, mac and cheese. My lifestyle wouldn't change much. That would be nice. But yeah, I'm not planning on that happening. And I don't have any rich relative. Oh, we got another cop. It's probably that cop that passed us a few minutes ago. I've got two cars. There's a truck behind me, and there's two cars passing that truck that are about to start passing me. And now there's another four-wheeler that just got out there. I'm not going to let this other four-wheeler get alongside me. I'm not going to risk them jamming me in. Some jackass in a pickup that just came flying up out of nowhere. All right, we're going to grab that soda at some point once I don't have anybody alongside me. Right now, that truck behind me is passing, the one that was behind me right before the cop. He's playing on his phone. I'm not sure if you can see that in the camera, but in his rearview mirror right now, I can see him typing on his phone. He's holding his hand up in the air with his phone in it, thumbing out a message. Now he's going to cut me off so he can get back over into the right lane and focus on his messaging on his phone. When somebody is this close to you, you need to have your foot hovering over the brake, ready to brake as quickly as possible. If this person were to slam on their brakes this close to me, I would rear end them before I could get my foot off the floor. So to have any chance of stopping with somebody that close, you need your foot already hovering over the brake pedal. So whenever I've got somebody close in front of me like that, I'm always hovering my foot over the brake pedal. All right, let's grab a soda. Yeah, my mouth is watering right now just thinking about rotisserie chicken, barbecue beans, potato salad. It's just the right mixture of sweet and savory and hot and cold. I'll get the beans and pour them into a bowl and put the chicken. I'll cut off the legs of the chicken and put them in the bowl with the barbecue beans and microwave that for a minute or two. And then I'll dump the I don't even think, I'll probably just eat the potato salad straight out of the container. And I might get a paper towel and wet it down and put it over the top of the bowl to keep the chicken from drying out. That's one of the little tricks that you can use in a microwave whenever you're reheating stuff to keep it from drying out as bad. Because the microwave, whenever you use it to heat stuff up, it'll basically boil off all the moisture inside of something. It'll heat up the water inside of things like chicken so much that it'll like evaporate out, and it'll turn, when it gets the moisture out of that stuff, it'll turn it into like a piece of rubber. Just a second here. There's a car passing me. I'm waiting to get over around this truck, and there's another car behind us that is just flying up really quick. That was almost going to block me from getting over before this car could finish passing me. I almost wasn't able to make it out because of how fast that car was flying up. I think it saw that I was catching up with a slower vehicle, and it was trying to block me. Either that or they were just going 100 miles an hour. That's just how they drive. I'm speeding up to 72 so I don't block the left lane for too long. And here comes the four-wheeler driving like a bat out of hell. That car right there. "35 miles until Kearney." Flatbedders, man, they are a different breed. That person might get offended with me calling them a flatbedder because that is, what is that, a step deck? Or I don't even know what kind of trailer that thing is specifically called, but you're all flatbedders to me. So yeah, at Walmart, I got all that. And what else did I get? I got generic Oreo cookies, the Twist and Shouts. I got one bag of those. I got a bag of some new type of generic brand potato chips that I'm going to try. They're basically like corn chips. Those, basically, you know, the oddly shaped corn chips that are just, I don't know, long, skinny chips that are curved. It's like those, but it's barbecue flavored. And I don't like that idea. That, like, what flavor is a regular corn chip? Those are chili flavored or something like that. I don't know what kind of flavor they are, but barbecue flavor doesn't sound right for corn chips. The regular flavor that corn chips have, that's a good flavor. But I couldn't find any other generic brand cheap chips that looked good, so I just got those to give them a try. And what else did I get? My total bill was a little over $46. I think that's about all I got. Oh, I got 2 packages of the, oh my goodness, what are they called? They're the little, like, wafer bars. Like, Little Debbie Snack Cakes has some of them, and I forget what they're called, but they're basically these little wafer bars that are covered in chocolate. They might also maybe have some peanut butter in them. I'm not sure. I don't think they do. I think it's just a wafer bar, a chocolate-covered wafer bar. But the generic brand of those are really good. And they're so good that I already ate the 2 boxes of them that I brought on the truck with me. So I bought 2 more boxes of them. All right. Got a truck passing me right now. And then there's a box truck. What are you doing, four-wheeler? There's a box truck about 1,000 feet behind me, catching up with me. Once this truck passes me, I'm going to get out and pass this truck in front of me. The box truck is not catching up with me too fast. It's about 700 or 800 feet behind me. All right, we'll speed up to 72 so the box truck doesn't have to wait too long. I got the soda out, but I haven't opened it yet. Once I get over in front of this truck, I'll pop open the soda. And then I've got to drink it down a little bit so that it doesn't splash around. I don't want to have a completely full can of soda open. This truck bounces around a lot. So as soon as I open it, I have to drink it down a little bit. Holy crap, what's going on here? Are we going up a little bit of a hill? I'm trying to go fast around this truck to pass it faster, and I look down and I'm doing 69 miles an hour. I'm trying to do 72 and I'm doing 69. How is that even possible when I have the cruise set at 70? All right, the box truck's passing me right now. All right, we're gonna let it go back down to the cruise. Yeah, just get real close to me. It's really windy out here. But that is to be expected with the massive temperature change that we're having today. We're going from like 10 degrees Fahrenheit to tomorrow. I think there's supposed to be highs around 80. So the high today, I think, is going to be around 39 degrees. And the high tomorrow is going to be between 70 and 85, depending on the area of Nebraska. So we're having a significant temperature change today. So I would anticipate a lot of wind. "25 miles to Kearney." Wish I had my delivery list where I could see it. It's in the compartment above my head. I could pull it down out of there, but it would be very risky. I would have to like stand up in the seat and reach up as high as I could and then fish around for it, and that would be really, really dangerous. So 24 miles to Kearney. I'm trying to remember my deliveries. Is Grand Island the next one after Kearney? Is it Kearney, Grand Island, and then the out of route Hastings? Or is there, I have a feeling there's one more in there somewhere. Is it Ogallala? I keep thinking about Ogallala. And I can't remember if I have a delivery in Ogallala or not. And I don't even think, I think Ogallala is over further west. And traffic is clumped up over on the left side. I think the oversized load has got traffic. Looks like there's a few oversized loads traveling together. Oh yeah, they've got those big, long trailers. They look empty right now. Is that truck smoking over on the other side going the opposite direction? What is that white cloud? Yeah, that is smoke. There is no way that that person does not know they're smoking. And it looked like it was coming from the tractor. I couldn't tell where exactly it was coming from on the tractor. It looked like it was coming from the engine compartment and blowing under the truck from the engine area. So maybe they just have an exhaust leak. But white smoke generally means that coolant is leaking into something. White smoke is typically, not all the time, but it's usually an indication. Whenever your engine is blowing white smoke, it's usually an indication that coolant is leaking in to the engine. You have a coolant leak into the engine compartment. So maybe like a blown head gasket and coolant is leaking into the engine, something like that. All right, we got somebody coming on the on-ramp, and I've got Prime right here. I don't want to run Prime into merging traffic. All right, looks like... Oh, actually, no. Oh, shit. Son of a bitch. Prime. You did not need to do that, Prime. You were going to make it past. You did not need to cut me off. Prime is doing 55 miles an hour and just cut me off. You did not need to do that, Prime. That right there is a great example of trying to be safe, but doing something dangerous for the sake of safety. That was really, really stupid. Is a girl. That was really, really stupid and dangerous what Prime just did. They were going to make it past the on-ramp before that truck made it there. And they just cut me off going 15 miles an hour slower than me. It's not always safer to change lanes. Sometimes it's much more dangerous to change lanes. And I was sitting there watching that on-ramp to see if it was going to be safe to pass Prime or not. And I had made the decision that it was safe to pass Prime, and I was starting to go for the pass, and then Prime just cut me off. That pisses me off, man. That was so dangerous what Prime just did. But given how slow the truck was going, my guess would be that that's a trainee. There was nobody else up in the front of the truck. Her co-driver was in the bunk, if she had a co-driver, which I'm pretty sure she does. Her trainer was asleep in the bunk. She was just up there by herself. And someone had trained her to move over for merging traffic. So that's what she did. She did exactly what she was trained to do. That's the reason experience is so critical in trucking, is because the training that they give you is not even the basics. It's not even enough for you to do the job. It's just enough to barely pass the test. It just takes experience of doing this job for a long time to learn the ins and outs of everything. A lot of the things that they teach you in training are just completely wrong, or there's a lot of missing context around them, but they're not really training you on how to do the job. They're just training you how to pass the test. And I've heard that that's what they're doing in schools now. They're not teaching kids how to do things. They're teaching kids how to pass the test. That goes into what I was ranting about earlier with the Department of Education. One of the ways that the Department of Education chooses what level of funding you get is how good the kids do on standardized testing. So that incentivizes the schools to just focus on standardized testing. So they're teaching the kids how to pass standardized tests. They're not teaching them like how to do stuff. They're not it's not like there's another cop headed the other direction. It's like schools don't teach kids like they did when I was a kid. And you know, I don't have any firsthand experience about how schools are operating these days. It's just like things I'm hearing, things I'm watching, reading. But standardized tests were not a big deal whenever I was in school. it was not something we focused on. The teachers really didn't care much about the standardized tests when I was in school. But now the school's funding is dependent on those, how well the kids do on those standardized tests. So at least that's what I've heard. And I've heard that the schools are starting to focus on just teaching kids how to pass standardized tests instead of actually teaching them. There's a huge difference in teaching someone how to do something versus teaching someone how to take a test on something. Testing is typically just memorization. Testing on something and actually doing something are two completely different things. And there was some video I watched. Sorry, I'm watching this guy. He's probably going to cut me off, but he has not looked in his passenger mirror yet. There he goes. I was hoping that he would, but since he was slow passing me, I was pretty sure he was going to cut me off like he just did. This is just way too close for two trucks to be. This is what it used to be like driving across California back when they enforced the 55 mile per hour speed limit. You were like closer than this usually to trucks. And it was just a line of trucks in the right lane, all nut to butt like this right here. Cops would pull you over if you got out of the right lane. Cops would pull you over if you were going like 1 or 2 miles an hour over the speed limit. California used to be just crazy about pulling over trucks. But anyway, yeah, I watched a video, a few videos. There's been more than one video I've seen on this. But instead of teaching kids how to do math, they're teaching them little tricks on how to do math. Like there was some parent that made a social media video talking about how they're trying to help their kid do, their math homework. And the way that they're being taught to do math is some kind of it's a trick. It's like, I don't even remember how they're doing it, but it's some weird crap where they like draw a 4-way square or something, and they put one of the numbers here, one of the numbers there, and they move the numbers around and do some add and it's some really weird convoluted method of like doing math. And it's not really teaching them how to do math, it's teaching them that little method, that little trick to do math. It's not really teaching them math, it's teaching them a trick to do math. And that's the kind of crap, it's like the CDL test. You go to a CDL school, they don't actually teach you how to drive the truck, they teach you tricks on how to pass the test. Like they teach you whenever you do the certain backing things. Okay, what you do is you pull up to here, and then you turn the wheel all the way to the right, and you go forward 20 feet, and then you turn the wheel all the way to the left, and you do this, and you do that, and then, you do all this. They're teaching you a trick on how to pass the test. If you put somebody that these new drivers that come out of CDL school, you have them try to back into a spot after they've been taught how to just pass the test, they don't know how to back. They've been taught a little trick on how to do that very, very specific maneuver for a test. And it sounds like that's what they're starting to teach, in schools, is little tricks on how to pass a test. That is really sad if that's what our education system is turning into. Instead of teaching kids how to actually do stuff, they're just teaching them tricks on how to pass a test. But whenever the federal government gets involved, that's the kind of stupid crap that ends up typically happening. That's what we have going on with our, CDL tests. Our CDL tests have a lot of stupid crap on them. Like, it is crazy. The inspection portion of the CDL test is absolutely insane. That is completely unnecessary for us to have to do such a crazy inspection for the test. Like, that is unrealistic. That is an unrealistic level of inspection for drivers to be expected to do on every one of their pre-trip and post-trip inspections. To crawl underneath the truck and check the thickness of the brakes and to check the level of slack. A lot of the things that we're supposed to be checking on our pre-trip and post-trips, you cannot do with one person. You have to have multiple people. You have to have somebody in there pressing the brakes, to check the brake lights. You have to have somebody in there pressing the brakes to check the slack and all the rest of that stuff. Like, a lot of these things that we're supposed to be checking as drivers is impossible without a second person. It's unrealistic. They focus on stupid crap like that because it's the federal government. The person who created the CDL test has probably never driven a truck in their life. They're just coming up with stupid crap to put on there. Like, let's, have them check all this stuff. All right, 1.8 miles until we exit. We got 7 miles until we get there. Damn it, 5 miles on the street. Oh, I remember. Yeah, it is quite a long drive. I have to drive to the north side of town. I'm basically going to drive all the way through town. Is that a Top Golf net? You can usually spot a Top Golf from a mile away because of their huge nets. But yeah, I thought about routing. There's a highway that goes around town. I thought about going on that highway and going around town because I'm basically going to drive all the way through the middle of town to the north side of town to get to the Menards. But going on that highway would have added quite a bit of out-of-route miles. It was just too far out of the way. And the road that goes right through the middle of town is a pretty nice road.
Take exit 272 for Nebraska 44 toward Kearney Archway Monument.
So we're just going to be driving right through the damn middle of town. Yeah, it looks like a Top Golf. We got somebody on the shoulder of the off-ramp. They got their passenger door open.
At the next light, use the left 2 lanes to turn left.
We're not using any engine brakes. I haven't been doing much braking, so we're just going to do regular braking.
At the light, turn left onto Nebraska 44 North, 2nd Avenue.
Like to use the brakes a little bit. All right, here we go. All right, now it's a 5-mile drive through town. And I could stop right here and just end my day right here because I think this is my last delivery scheduled today. I'd have to double check that. But I have no intention of stopping here. I think I can make it all the way over to Columbus today. Ooh, the next light just turned green. Be a long light, please. Please don't be a short light. All right, we're going no matter what. Yay! All right, light in front of me just turned yellow. Slow down. Is the car to the left of me going to speed up and cut me off because they see that opening in front of me? Let's see what they do. No, doesn't look like they're going to do it. Is that an Old Dominion parked at Arby's? And they're getting their lunch on? Oh, they're parked along the roadway in front of Arby's. Son of a bitch. Oh, I don't want to be braking this hard. I'm trying not to brake hard. Trying not to brake hard. That was right at, that was like really close to the point of just driving through the light. It was almost not safe for me to come to a stop that quickly. That was like really, really, really close to just drive through the light. I had to make a very fast decision. And when I have to make a fast decision like that, I typically err on the side of caution and hit my brakes. Still got a ways to go on this light. The left turn people are probably going to go before we go. 3.7 miles of city driving, and then I've got to come back out the same way I came in. I might potentially be able to go out the other way, you know, the little highway that goes around town. I might take that out because it connects east of here in the direction that I'm heading. So we'll see. I might actually take that out instead of driving through the middle of town on the way back out. Doing 29 right now. Speed limit's 35. We're up to 35. I'm trying to get up to speed for this hill. All right. Now let off the throttle. We're down to 30. And I'm watching that light at the bottom of the hill. We're braking. Trying to be ready to come to a stop if that thing turns yellow. And there it goes. 2.8 miles. Should be right around, well, a little past the top of that hill. That top of that hill looks like it's probably about 2 miles away. So it's closer to 3 miles away. So a little ways past that hill would be my guess. I don't know. I'm not perfect at judging distance. Are you kidding me? That was a pretty quick light. Did that thing just turned green, didn't it? Or did I miss? Am I not remembering correctly? All right, it should be green any second. And we got cars running the red. Light turned green as people were still turning. These trucks do not like stop and go traffic. Stay green. Come on, stay green. There's cars sitting at the light. Damn it! Am I going to hit every red light in town? State trooper over on the right, chatting it up with some girl at the bank. You better not turn red. I'm running it. All right, I don't see anybody sitting at the light, so this should stay green. All right, and if my guess is correct, then Menards should be about a mile past this next light. So let's see what the distance was. Let's see how far off I was on guessing that it was 2 miles to the top of this hill, to this light. Let's see what Google says. I was way off. We still got 1.7 miles to go, so it was a little over 1 mile. It was like half the distance that I thought it was. People running reds again. Having to sit here at a green light, waiting for people to go through the intersection. So it was 1.1 miles, and I was thinking it was 2. So I was almost twice as far as it actually was. We're running the yellow. There's no way I would be able to safely stop for that. 1.3 miles to Menards. Yeah, if possible, I am going to try to take that loop out around town on the way out of here. I did not realize how big of a town this was, how much traffic there was. Let's get ready to stop. And we're getting close. We're past the point of no return. Less than a mile. There's the Walmart over on the right. Lots of banks. Been passing lots of banks. Why in the hell are there so many banks in this town? I can see the Menards sign.
In half a mile, turn right onto West 65th Street.
All right, that's 60th. We want to turn in on 65th Street. Which I think is that next street right there on the right. All right, there's nobody behind us for about a mile.
Turn right onto West 65th Street. Then you'll turn right into the parking lot.
Why do they have these big ass medians with these curbs on them,
Turn right into the parking lot.
blocking me from using more road? All right, let's undo the seatbelt because I'm going to have to do some tight maneuvering through here to S-turn this crap. All right, there was a pickup coming from the other direction. They just put their turn signal on and turned into the parking lot. Oh, we're really close to the curb on the right. Ooh, that's a cold breeze. Windows, 14 of them.
All right, Dock 7.
All right, thanks. All right, here we go. Headed to Dock 7. Now I don't know where in the hell it's at, so we're just going to swing really wide right here. There it is. It's right over to my right. All right, now let's back up a little bit to get out of the roadway, and then I'll go open the doors. I did not get lined up great, but close enough. Close enough that we can make it work. All right, let's put the parking brake on. Let me grab my jacket because it is cold outside. 33 degrees. If there's no wind, I'll just walk around in shorts and a t-shirt, but you throw some wind in there and that'll suck the life out of you. All right, be right back. Windy, windy, windy. The service line is still good. We're just gonna have to get in the general area and then probably pull forward to get lined up. Because I wasn't lined up very well to start with. Yeah, trailer's at a bit of an angle. Need to move further over to the right. All right. You know what? I think my tires need to be just a second. I was hearing air hissing whenever I was applying brakes. I'm gonna have to check that whenever I get out of here. I need to reseat the electrical line as well. I'm not hearing air hissing anymore when I'm pressing the brakes. So that could have been nothing, because air hissing is normal in these trucks. There's all kinds of relief valves and bladders and things. All right, we just nudged the door. So I'm going to pause this while I go in. It is 2:20 right now. Be right back. All right, I've been here for 38 minutes. It's now 2:55 p.m. So we did a 30-minute break. Took longer than it should have. Just a second here. My air pressure was already set at 100. And whenever I released the brakes, it dropped down to like 90. So we're going to let it get back up to 100 before we start driving so we don't get another transmission error. And we're going to leave the doors open until I get through the gate, because they are required to look inside the trailer, which doesn't make any damn sense. Like, they have no idea what I delivered or what I picked up. I could put anything in that trailer and they would have no idea. There's another pickup coming through. I just waved them on. There's another one. There's just like a line of sons of bitches coming in.
Exit the parking lot toward East 65th Street.
So I'm going to do the Hastings delivery next, because to get to Columbus, I need to take a state road or highway, and that state road or highway starts in Grand Island. So I'm going to do Hastings first, then the Grand Island delivery, and then I leave Grand Island on a highway instead of the interstate. So it's just going to be more efficient for me to do Hastings first. Good to go? All right, I'll pull out here and close my doors after I get out. Have a good one, you too. All right, I'm going to go close my doors. Be right back. All right, I've still got my jacket on, and I'm just going to leave it on. We got a 60-mile drive. And Google automatically routed me to take the bypass, the route that I was planning on taking to get out of here instead of driving through the middle of town. And I forgot to reseat the ABS cable. I'm gonna stop real quick and do that. There's enough room for cars to go around me here. It might not just be the electrical line being loose. It could be moisture. I just reseated it and I still have an ABS light. So because the connector is loose, there might have been some moisture that got in there that's shorting something out. All right, here we go. I can't tell if the light is on the trailer or if I just have a dash error.
At the stop sign, turn right on 2nd Avenue.
But ABS is really weird whenever it gets, wet. Which, this is one of those things that I'm not a big fan, that ABS is regulated as a requirement on vehicles. Because I don't have any issues on the tractor ABS in wet roads, but I almost always have issues with trailer ABS when it gets wet. And that's when you really need the ABS, is when you're on wet roads. And it basically stops working whenever it gets wet. It's an electrical system. All right, the left lane is ending up ahead. I have half a mile until I make a right turn onto the city bypass. I have a couple of four-wheelers that caught up with me. One of them is trying to fly by me before the lane ends. The others are just chilling behind me.
In 600 feet at the traffic circle, take the first exit onto Nebraska 10.
Let's try to weave through this crap without going over a curb. To I-80, Nebraska 10.
Continue on Nebraska 10 for 5 miles.
Five miles, we get another traffic circle, another damn roundabout. There's a four-wheeler stuck behind me. They seem content with just hanging out back there. They're not attempting to look around me. I was going to lean over to the right and let them see that there's plenty of room to pass right here, but they are not making any attempt to pass. They're just going to hang out behind me. They might be turning shortly, who knows. Let's get up to the speed limit. We're at 61, speed limit 65. So we're going to do Hastings first, and then Grand Island, and then it's Country Bumpkin Roads to Columbus. And then from Columbus, it's Country Bumpkin Roads even further north to Norfolk. And then I come back down from Norfolk to Fremont, which is pretty close to Omaha. Fremont is basically it's not quite in the Omaha metro. It's a little ways out of town, but it's northwest side of town, just a little ways out of town. So once I get to Fremont, I'm basically going to be in the Omaha metro, or really close to it. So Hastings, Grand Island, Columbus, Norfolk, Fremont. It would be really nice if I could get all of those done today. I don't know if that's possible. Oh, somebody waving at me. Out here in the country, we got people waving. I try to wave at them, but I'm not sure if I got my hand up fast enough for them to see me. This is a nice road. This is a lot nicer than driving through town. Oh, and I asked the people in there, is it Kearney or Kearney? And they said it's Kearney. And they said that everyone that doesn't live around here typically pronounces it as Kearney. So it's Kearney, according to the locals. 2 miles until we get to the roundabout. Knowing how nice this road is, if I ever do another delivery here to this Menards, I might just drive the extra miles to drive, this way instead of going through the middle of town. Because you have to drive like 5 miles past town to get to this place. That's where this road drops you out at, is like 5 miles east of Kearney. So I don't know if it'd be worth it. I'll probably still drive through town next time. It's probably somewhere around 6 or 7 extra miles total. But it might be worth it instead of doing all that stop and go traffic in town. That four-wheeler behind me is gone. They must have turned somewhere. All right. Roundabout in a quarter of a mile. We just need to go straight. Looks like a Super Trooper over on the left.
In 600 feet at the traffic circle, take the second exit and stay on Nebraska 10.
All right, I'm going to block all the lanes. There's nobody behind me that I have to worry about. Oh, sweet. This person slowed. They don't have a stop sign, but they stopped there and waited for me to go through. That was nice of them.
Continue on Nebraska 10 for 3 miles.
Three miles until the interstate. And the four-wheeler that let me go through that stopped for me is coming around me right now. Probably a truck driver or somebody that works with truck drivers. Knows how much of a pain in the ass it is for us to come to a complete stop. Ooh, that's dangerous. Somebody drove across the road pretty close in front of the pickup in front of me. Damn it. Where are my paper towels at? I always keep my paper towels within arm's reach. My nose is running a little bit, and they're not up here. I don't know where I put them. 1.5 miles. Are we losing a lane here? What's going on? I don't see any signs. No, looks like the lane keeps going. It looked like we were going down to one lane. All right, we're going to go ahead and get in the left lane and get ready for our left-hand turn. 0.7 miles. Speed limit's dropping from 65 to 45. I'm not using engine brakes. I'm trying to heat up the braking system. Maybe that'll clear the ABS error. 15-mile-per-hour turn up ahead. We're doing 39 right now.
Go past Nebraska 10 and turn left onto the ramp to I-80 East. Turn left onto the ramp to I-80 East.
All right, this is weird. I don't have a stop sign. Oh, okay. I was about to say I don't see a stop sign for this other direction either, but they do. They have a stop sign. Traffic coming from the right, which is they have a stop sign. So what took so long at Kearney right there is the way that they're doing these custom window orders. It's really hard to get the it's really hard to figure out like how many items they're counting something as. So on the Home Depot delivery I did this morning, there were customers that just ordered glass, no frame, just glass, and they put them in cardboard boxes that were made to fit. So it wasn't like a cardboard box that had a whole bunch of material in it. So it's just basically they wrapped a piece of cardboard around the glass. Sorry, I'm trying to get up to 70 and set my cruise. And on the Home Depot delivery, they were counting each one of those cardboard boxes as 2 items, because they were counting each pane of glass as an item ordered from the customer. So basically the customers are able to order glass, and then there's some way that they're able to customize these orders so they can order like 2 pieces of glass and then do a rubber bead in between them to seal them together. Well, they're counting each piece of glass as a separate order item, even though they're like attached together with like a rubber bead, like a double pane window. It's basically double pane glass, but they're counting each pane of glass as an item. So we had to sit there digging through the paperwork at Home Depot until the Home Depot person was able to figure out that that's what it was, because we thought we might be 4 windows short. And they had to sit there digging through the paperwork. We had to cut open a couple of boxes to see what was in them. So Home Depot took a long time. And then they did the same thing here at Kearney, at Menards. There was one single massive window, one big piece of glass wrapped in cardboard that they were counting as 4 items. And the next delivery that I'm making into Hastings is a piece of cardboard with a pane of glass, a double pane piece of glass, that they're also counting as 2 items. And it's confusing me, and it's confusing the shipping and receiving people, because they think that they're short on items, but it's just this stupid way that JELD-WIN is counting the items. They're counting one single item as a whole bunch of items. So there was one single cardboard box they were counting as 4 items because it had 2 panes of glass, and they were counting other things in there as items as well. And the people in the shipping and receiving, they tried to get a manager back there to figure out if they wanted to mark it short or to figure out how they wanted to do this. And they couldn't get a manager. We sat there for like 10 minutes or so, and they said that they were just going to sign it, and if the customer said that they didn't get everything they ordered, then they deal with that. Because these are all customer ship to store items. Just a second here. I'm trying to watch traffic around me because I'm coming up on a truck in front of me pretty quick. After this car, I'm clear for quite a ways. I'm not sure what to do to clean moisture out of the electrical connector, but I think that's what the problem is with the ABS, is moisture in the electrical connection. Trying to think of what I can spray inside there to clean out moisture. What I might do is, I think I might have some kind of airline connector that I can hook up to the Glad hand and just blow air in there. I might have something I can hook up to the Glad hand that I can blow air into the electrical connection. I might be able to just like pull one of the Glad hands and just, I don't know, release the trailer brakes and just spray in air in there. That'll dump the air tanks really quick though. I won't be able to do that for very long. I'll have to be really quick in like releasing the trailer brakes and getting back there and blowing it into the electrical connector as quickly as I can, because that dumps out a lot of air. I don't know if there's anything that I have in a can that I can spray that is non-conductive. Like silicone grease. I have cans of silicone grease. I have cans of brake cleaner. And I have no idea whether that stuff, I don't want to, like, I can make the problem worse by spraying that stuff in there. Looks like there's somebody on the shoulder. They're doing some kind of construction up on the shoulder. I can't see them anymore. But they were pretty far off the roadway over in the grass. No, I thought those were construction barrels or something. Those are triangles they've got put out. Flat tire. All right. I've got a pack of cars catching up to me. And I'm going to be stuck behind Crete for a long time if I don't go past them right now. Oh, and I've been getting Google warnings that I might be driving through some kind of fire. And the people at Kearney asked me if I've like seen the fire or whatever. And I'm like, I've been getting warnings on it, but I haven't seen anything. I was like, where is it at? Did I drive past it already? And they were like, it's everywhere, I think. Basically, like, there are large portions of Nebraska on fire or something. There's some kind of major fire event happening, apparently. I don't know, that's what he made it sound like. But I haven't noticed any smoke or anything. But we are dealing with a very windy day. And wind is, you do not want a fire on a windy day. It's really hard to get a fire under control when it's really windy. 43 miles to Hastings. They must be counting the mileage off of the interstate, so it's not 43 miles to the exit for Hastings, because I've got the exit for Hastings marked. It's 26 miles to the exit for Hastings. I had to do that, otherwise Google was trying to route me on some back roads, trying to save me a second or two. There's a really nice divided highway that goes south to Hastings, and Google was trying to route me on some country bumpkin roads. And what's crazy is Google has the ability to route you on major roads. I don't have that option. That's not an option presented to me. But earlier, whenever I left, I think it was whenever I left Scottsbluff, I got a pop-up message that said that there were fires that I was potentially driving through, and it had some little message that said that it was going to route me on major roads because of the fires. It was going to keep me on major roads. I wish that was a selectable option to keep Google from routing me on country bumpkin roads. So Google has that ability, they just don't give us the option. Just sitting there thinking about that, it made me think of all of the information, the Alphabet, Google, whatever you want to call them, all of the information that they are gathering from Google Maps, tracking everybody's movement. Google is used on just about everybody's phone, and it tracks almost everyone, their movement. And it's probably capable of making a prediction as to what you're doing. Are you shopping? Are you delivering? Is this person a truck driver? You know, things like that. And Google basically has information on the movement of almost every person in the United States. Do you have any idea how big having that information is? What you can do with that data? Google can track how many deliveries are being made to every store in the country. They don't know what is being delivered, but they're able to track the deliveries. They can tell whenever there's an uptick in deliveries or a downtick in deliveries. That allows them to see in real time what the economy is doing. Oh, this person typically goes shopping 2 or 3 times a week. Now they only go shopping once a week. Oh, we have this person that is a delivery driver, a grocery delivery driver that's going from the grocery store to their house and parking in front of their house for 10 minutes. That was probably a grocery delivery. So this person switched over to getting their groceries delivered instead of going to the store and picking them up. Google has all of the data to figure all that stuff out. That is extremely valuable data. And if you do not think Google is profiling people and tracking what they're doing, and you're crazy. Google is absolutely profiling us and tracking what we're doing. They're kind of open about profiling people because they have personalized ads. They track what we're doing, and they give us personalized ads that they that have like a higher chance that we're going to be interested in whatever it is they're advertising to us. Yeah, that would be very, very valuable information. You basically, oh my goodness, I would be willing to bet that our intelligence agencies like the NSA probably has, I doubt they even have to like hack into Google or Alphabet. They probably just have some deal with Alphabet, Google, to just give the NSA access to all the information. NSA and the CIA and all the rest of our intelligence agencies, they probably have access to all that information to be able to track everything. Some Landstar agent just sent me a text message, probably trying to get me to haul a load. "17 miles until I get off of the interstate and start heading south on the highway. I'm going to go ahead and speed up. I'm barely creeping up on this truck in front of me. I'm going to speed up 73, 74, maybe 75 and get around them before I get run into the back of them, get jammed in behind them. I have my cruise set at 70. Speed limit out here is 75. We're doing 74 right now. It's really windy. I'm trying to hug the left line, but between the high wind and then the wind that you normally get from passing another truck, I'm fighting the struggle. 160 miles to Omaha, 105 miles to Lincoln. Lincoln and Omaha are that far apart? 55 miles apart? They don't seem like they're that far apart. That is making me think that I might, you know what? No. Because I have to go really far north. I was about to say, that's making me think I should do my Lincoln deliveries before Omaha. Try to see if I can't do the Lincoln deliveries before I get to Omaha so I don't have to drive all the way back over to Lincoln. But I know I can't do that because I have to drive really far north to get up to Columbus, Norfolk, and Fremont. And then I pop out in Omaha, I do the Omaha deliveries, and then I go to Lincoln. I'm delivering one window in Hastings and one window in Grand Island. I'm hoping I have a lot of big deliveries in the Omaha, Lincoln area. I'm pretty sure I have some 20 plus window deliveries. I can't remember off the top of my head. I know that I have a lot of big deliveries in central Kansas. That's where most of my deliveries are Wichita and Salina, Kansas. But if I can get rid of a lot of windows, by the time I'm done with Omaha and Lincoln, then I might have enough room in the trailer to, what is that? I think a car just pulled over onto the shoulder underneath this bridge. Let's grab the left lane. $12 miles until we get off the interstate. And then I'm not going to be doing interstate driving for probably the rest of the day. Definitely the rest. Well, I don't know. If I'm able to make it all the way to Omaha, if I'm able to finish the Fremont delivery, then I might be getting on interstates in Omaha. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it all the way to Omaha in this drive shift. I think I'm going to be running against my 14-hour clock because a lot of these deliveries are taking like 30 minutes. So the difference between my 11-hour clock and my 14-hour clock is 3 hours. So that would be 6 deliveries. 6 30-minute deliveries would push me against my 14-hour clock instead of my 11-hour drive time. So I started my 14-hour clock at, what time did I start this morning? 7:46 a.m., right around 7:45 a.m. So that means I can go until 9:45 p.m. tonight. And Menards, they close at 10 p.m. So I'm not going to roll into a Menards and try to do a delivery at like 9:45. Or, really close to that. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't have to push really, really hard. Because I'm pretty sure Grand Island, I'm pretty sure I'm done with today's deliveries already. I'm fairly certain tomorrow I'm supposed to start by delivering at Grand Island. So I think I'm already done with today's deliveries as they're scheduled. Everything else from here on out is just bonus. And it is, what time is it? 3:36 p.m. I think it's 3:36, but it's pretty bright in here and the wind is rocking the truck back and forth. So I'm fighting the wind and the phone is moving around, bouncing around in here. It's hard to see the clock. Oh, that was a nice little gust, left to right. "35 degrees outside according to my temperature gauge." That is not a good sign. The people that were broke down on the shoulder going the other direction, I couldn't really tell what they were doing, but it looked like they were holding a dipstick up in the air trying to see how much fluid was, on that dipstick. That is not a good sign if you're checking your oil level broke down on the side of the road. But maybe they just have no idea what they're doing and the car's doing weird stuff, so they're just going around randomly checking fluids because they don't know anything else. Here's the TA, the Grand Island TA. I used to stop here all the time for fuel. They typically have some of the cheapest fuel on I-80 across Nebraska. But fuel's actually cheaper in the Omaha metro. I'm not sure if the TA in Omaha is actually in Omaha or if it's in, what is the other town that's on the east side of Omaha, like Sioux City, South Dakota, or not South Dakota, like Sioux City, Iowa, or something like that. I can't remember. .3 miles until we head south to Hastings, delivering one double pane window, just the glass, no frame, in a cardboard box to Hastings. Oh, crap. Yeah, I just looked at that text message. Some agent offering me a load from Olathe, Kansas to Tuttle, Oklahoma for $780, paying $3.33 a mile. Is that a decent load? No, it's not. It's a horrible load. $3.33 a mile. That's the reason that there's no rate per mile that's good. It depends on, you have to look at everything. The context matters. Short runs, the mileage rate has to go much higher on short loads. $3.33 a mile, that's a good rate per mile if it's going 1,000 plus miles. But on a short little run, that is not a good rate per mile. The example that I like to use to put it into some kind of context is $10 a mile, is that a good rate per mile? You'll haul anything for $10 a mile? And usually people are like, yeah, I'll haul anything for $10 a mile. It's like, okay, what about a load that's going 2 miles? Is that a good load? $20 for you to go spend 2 hours getting loaded and then drive 2 miles and then spend 2 hours getting unloaded? Is that a good load for $20? No, it's not.
2 miles, take exit 312, US 34 South, US 281 South, toward Hastings.
All right, we're taking Exit 312 right here. One and a half miles. I'm not even sure where Tuttle, Oklahoma is at. If Tuttle were close to Oklahoma City, then I might consider hauling a cheap load. But after the percentage cuts, that load's only going to pay me like $500. It's going to use about a quarter tank of fuel. So $50 in fuel. So it's going to cost me about $200 in fuel. It's going to pay me $500. $300 on something that I'm probably going to be spending 2 days on. $150 a day. If you were to make $150 a day and you were working 6 days a week, you'd be making $900 a week. That is really bad because you have a lot of other expenses coming out of that.
Slight right onto the US 34 South ramp.
All right, we got a stop sign at the end of this ramp.
Continue for 1,000 feet. At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto US 281 South, US 34 West.
All right, what do we got going on here? Oh, we got a couple semis, but they are making a left turn. They're both turning left, so we are clear to hop out here and do things. It's got 13 miles on this road until we make a left turn into the Menards. And I think we turned straight off this road into Menards, or kind of, almost straight off this road. 70 mile per hour speed limit. So we're at 50. Just going to turn the cruise back on. I don't know why they scheduled this load to be done after all the other loads. There's a really nice divided highway. I don't know exactly how far. I would guess about 10 miles, maybe 20 miles east of here, that goes straight south to I-70. It connects I-80 and I-70. It's a really nice divided highway like this. This nice divided highway ends once we get to Hastings. But that other one it connects all the way between 70 and 80 and goes straight down to Salina, Kansas. So the way they had this delivery routed is after I finished Omaha and Lincoln, I had to drive all the way back over here and do this delivery before I drove south into Kansas to drive all the way over to Garden City, Kansas. So they were expecting me to take country bumpkin roads all the way down to I-70. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 60. And we got a stoplight, which is red right now. We're at 58, 57. We're just coasting, doing a little bit of braking. 48, 43, still braking. Turn green, turn green, turn green. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. 32. There we go, green. Great, thank you, four-wheeler. Really appreciate you just hopping over here in front of me. $37. All right, turning the cruise back on. We're at 43. And the jackass that jumped over in front of me at the light just jumped back over to the left lane. People like that are why people drive so aggressively, why they tailgate, to keep jackasses like that from cutting them off. Stupid is, stupid does. You're not going to stop stupid people from doing stupid things by doing stupid things yourself. Don't play stupid games with stupid people. You win the stupid prizes. .3 miles until we make the left turn. When I reseat the electrical line again, because I still have the ABS error, I'm going to reseat the electrical line again. This time I might just blow into it, see if I can't blow water out of the electrical connector, because I think that's what the problem is. I might tap the electrical connector up against something a few times, get it to knock any water that might be in it out. When I stop for the night, I might bust out my dielectric grease and fill up the electrical connector with dielectric grease. Dielectric grease is non-conductive grease. I have a small tube of it in the truck. Not really wanting to use it on that electrical connector because it'll take like half of that tube to fill up that electrical connector, because it's not a very big tube. I just bought it for lights. So I was replacing, I'll give you an example. I was replacing lights on this truck constantly. Especially my license plate light. I still have like 5 spare license plate lights. I started buying them in bulk because I was replacing them so often. And I was also replacing like turn signal lights and stuff like that on my headlight assemblies all the time. And it was because of moisture getting into them. So what I started doing whenever I was replacing the lights is I coat the connectors in dielectric grease. And since I started doing that, I don't have any issues with the lights. The current the current license plate light has been in there for like 3 years. No issues. .8 miles. What's nice is it looks like the Menards is on the north side of town, so I'm not going to have to drive very far into town. Just going to, pretty sure it's just the north edge of town. Just hop into the Menards, deliver it, and then I turn around and drive straight back up this road all the way to Grand Island, which is just like 5 miles north of the interstate. Deliver that window, and then take some highway to Columbus, and then Norfolk. I might be able to get all the way to Fremont today, and I'll probably end on Fremont today. That's my expectations, that I'll make the delivery to Fremont, and that's where I'll end my day, is Fremont. And I'm going to try to park as close as I can to whatever Menards I plan on delivering to. First thing tomorrow. I probably shouldn't work past 7 p.m. because I'm probably going to start my day at about 5 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. So in order for me to take a 10-hour break before 5:30, the speed limit's dropping down to 55, so I'm slowing down. And I've got a car that jumped out to pass me that is just pacing me, just sitting alongside me, slowing down with me. I cannot stand when people do this crap. I'm having to slow down below 55 to get this person out from beside me. And now now they slowed back down. I'm doing 54, and I'm going faster than them. I hate people that do this crap. They just want to be in front of me, but they feel uncomfortable going faster than me. So they drive faster than they're comfortable with to get in front of me. And then once they get in front of me, and there's the Menards, I can see the sign, it's 0.8 miles away. Once they get in front of me, then they start slowing down. We're doing 52. There, get out of my way. There they go. Yay, nice.
At the next light, turn left.
All right, the speed limit is dropping down to 45. And I'm making a left at the next light. Ooh, the light just turned green.
At the light, turn
Now it
left
turned
onto US
yellow. That was a very fast light.
34 bypass. Then you'll take take your first right onto Osborne Drive East.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to make it across here on just a green light. Uh-oh. All right, hurry up and get through here. There's a big opening after this pickup. My goodness, that's awesome. Oh, and just as I get pulled out here, the light turns yellow.
Turn right onto Osborne Drive East.
All right, now we're going to turn right onto Osborne. All right, there's nobody coming. We're clear. What in the hell is this? The baseball fields? Smith Softball Complex. Pepsi Cola of Hastings. We deliver refreshment and fun. Oh my goodness.
600 feet, turn left into the parking lot.
All right, I'm looking for my turn. I think it's this road right here at Coffee Scooters.
Turn left into the parking lot. Then your destination will be on the right. Your destination is on the right.
All righty, here we are. Let's get the seatbelt off. Roll the window down. One window. Seven, thank you. They ask you what you're delivering, and then they call the shipping and receiving people over the walkie-talkie, and then the shipping and receiving people tell them what to tell me. They've already got the door open. All right, let's get out of the roadway. There's already a pickup at the gate coming in. All right, that's far enough. I'm out of the way. Be right back. I'm going to go open the doors. right. Uh, all right, I'm in the ballpark. But let me pull forward to straighten out. And now let's go for it. I reseated the electrical line again just a minute ago. No effect on the ABS. I hope that I don't have to put this damn thing back into the shop. I'm getting tired of putting trailers in the shop for the ABS. All right, we just nudged the door. And I will be back in a minute. It is 4:04 p.m. All right, it is 4:11, and we're pulling away from the dock. I've already programmed in my GPS for the Grand Island stop. Once I got out here, I put the paperwork for this stop into my paperwork folder, and I put the new paperwork into my little document holder, and I programmed in the next address to my GPS. All right, I'm gonna go close the doors. Be right back. All right, here we go. Make sure the stop sign's up. Turn my four-ways off. And go back the same way we just came. Make sure nobody's coming around the corner here. All right, we're good. Sometimes you'll have people coming around that blind corner hauling ass. So you always got to be ready to slam on your brakes around those blind corners like that.
Turn right onto Osborne Drive East.
All right, I want to get way out here to the left for this right turn, and there's no traffic coming from either direction. All right, we're moving and grooving and doing the things. truck entrance. It's a Pepsi? Yep, it's got a Pepsi logo on it. Mountain Dew is a Pepsi brand? I did not know that. There was a truck parked over there with a Mountain Dew trailer on it. Never been a big fan of Mountain Dew. I like the way it tastes, but what it's always done to me is it, like, I don't know how to describe it. It makes it causes muscle tension in my back, in my neck.
Bypass, US 34 bypass. Then at the next light, you will turn
All right,
right.
so okay, there's a. All right, so there's a truck that just made a right turn. I hope he's not turning in here. All right, after this truck and these cars, I should be clear to go. Shit. Here comes another car. You're just cutting that turn, huh, lady? All right. Now I've got an opening.
At the light, turn right onto US 281 north, US 34 east.
All right, here we go. Green light. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right, now we get to drive all the way up to Grand Island, 22 miles to the Menards in Grand Island. And then when I leave Grand Island, I'm going to be leaving on some state road or highway and take that, I don't know how many miles, quite a few miles. I would guess 60, 80 miles, maybe 100. I don't know. A decent little drive to Columbus. And then after the Columbus delivery, I have to drive quite a ways north. I would guess somewhere around 60 miles, 40 to 80 miles would be my guess from Columbus north to Norfolk. That's just eyeballing the map. Oh shit. I'm like getting up to speed, getting up to 70, and I forgot that we're in a lower speed area because we're in town. I'm doing 55, and the speed limit just so happens to be 55. I was still accelerating. All right, there's a sign that says 70, so. Cruise into Grand Island. So now I don't have to worry about Hastings on the way back. Now, if I stick with their normal route that they have me on, I can just hop on that highway like 10, 20 miles east of here and go straight south on that highway instead of having to come over here, drive down to Hastings, and then backtrack my way over to that highway. Doing 65. Did I turn the truck off? I did not. Okay, cruise is still set at 70, so just turn the cruise back on. One window to Grand Island. How big of a window is it? I don't think it's a very big window. 35 pounds. Little bitty window. Whenever I got in there, they had already unloaded the window and re-strapped. They put the strap back on the other windows. Because it was in a stack of like 3 windows, and they removed their window and strapped it back. They had already removed it by the time I got in there, and it did not take me long to get in there. Some type of agricultural hauler. I typically just call them grain haulers, anybody who hauls any kind of top load agriculture. But it looks like they might have onions in there. I'm gonna have to go steal me a couple of them. If I'm ever parked next to one of those, they got a load of onions, and they're just in the open like that, I'll ask them, like, what kind of onions are they? Are they sweet onions or yellow or what? Because sweet onions and yellow onions look very similar, but they're very different. I cannot stand yellow onions. They're hot. Yellow onions are pretty hot. Sweet onions are about the only onion I like, and I really, really, really like sweet onions. So if I get parked next to that guy and he's got sweet onions, I'm going to tell him I'm going to hop up there and steal a couple of them. All right, I want to go around this truck, but this pickup is just loitering. This truck is just going like 1 mile per hour slower than me. Oh, now the pickup's speeding up. Pretty windy. It's jerking me back and forth. The wind and then the wind coming off the truck from the pass. It's making for a lot of fun getting around this truck. Is that even onions? Now it's starting to not look like onions. I don't know what in the hell that is. Is that garbage? We're getting close. Speed limit's dropped down to 60. We're coming up on that light. I don't like to double stack on trucks at lights like this, but this person's moving slower than I want to move. All right, it just turned green. I can't, even at this distance, I can't tell what in the hell that is. And I can't be looking over at it while we're going through here. All right, that person just slammed on their brakes. Yeah, I am not going to slam on my brakes for that, bro. I'm doing 60 miles an hour and the light turns yellow when I'm like 200 feet away from it. I'm not going to lock up my brakes for that. That was a really fast light for a 60-mile-per-hour road. That light turned red right around the time I hit the intersection. So when I went through the intersection, that light was red. I was not expecting it to turn red because it just turned green. That thing cycled really fast. And then it was yellow for just a couple of seconds. It should be like a 5-second yellow on a 60-mile-per-hour road. But whenever they build these roads, they do not take into consideration trucks most of the time. Almost everything's designed strictly for cars. I-80 junction in 1 mile. All right, traffic is slowing down. So we're going to turn the cruise off and slow down. Keeping an eye on this truck because they might have assumed that I was going to take that on-ramp and pull. I was just making sure that they didn't pull out in front of me, assuming that I was going to take that on-ramp. All right, let's slow down. We got a light. It's green right now, but let's slow down. The speed limit is still 70, but I'm doing 40 right now. I am not going to slam on my brakes for that light. Light turned yellow just as I was getting right up on it. Fat Dog's truck stop over there. Little mom and pop truck stop. 8 miles until I make a left-hand turn. Hirschbach is racing to get past me. I'm not going to race him. Just slow accelerating like I normally do. I hope they make a left at this light. They are making a left at this light. Good. This Hirschbach driver is way too aggressive for my taste. I don't want to be driving around them. Oh, light just turned yellow. As I'm like every light, when I get close to it, it flips yellow. Oh, we got a truck that's over there trying to make a left-hand turn. And traffic going the other direction is just thick. Oh, I feel so bad for that truck. I thought it was bobtail, but it's got a step deck trailer attached to it. I was like, man, if it were me, I would have gone ahead and pulled out into the median, but I can see why they didn't, because they have a trailer attached. Their trailer would be blocking this lane of traffic. Okay, they just went across, and they're blocking the road right now, waiting for traffic to open to go in the other direction. All right, they just finished their turn. They're going the other way. All right, we got somebody on the shoulder. There's somebody walking down the fog line, so I'm going to switch lanes here. I don't know if you can see that in the camera, but they're getting into their truck right now. They were just walking alongside the truck. TWC, or TMC. No, not W, TMC. There's a big FedEx terminal over there on the right. City limit, Grand Island, population 53,151. Home of the Nebraska State Fair. Light just turned green. This is going to be another fast light. I'm accelerating, and it's going to turn yellow just as I get close to it. Oh, stayed green. Yay. Floyd's Truck Center. Looks like a Freightliner dealer. Bosselman Tank and Trailer. There's a whole bunch of tanker trailers. Got John Deere, Platte Valley Industrial Park, Crane Equipment Rental, tons and tons of businesses around here. 4.8 miles until I make a left turn. Speed limit's 55. I'm doing 59. Slow down a little bit. This is a lot of new stuff around here. Brand new roads, brand new buildings. You can tell that this used to just be a bi-directional road. The lanes on the other side are brand new. These are old. Stay green. Stay green. Look at that jackass. I don't know if you can see that in the camera. What is going on with this dump truck? Oh, it has a slow four-wheeler in front of it. I think there might be another slow vehicle. That four-wheeler in front of it jumped out into the left lane. Like it aggressively jumped out into the left lane. Sorry, I'm trying to get over to the left, but four-wheelers are just flying by me. Dump truck's making a right turn. And it does. It has a really slow four-wheeler in front of it. Speed limit is 50 miles an hour. I'm doing 50 right now. Flying by the four-wheeler. Still got 3 miles until I make a left turn. So let's get back over into the right lane. 17-foot clearance up ahead. 1 mile ahead. So Grand Island appears to be a booming little town. And this woman over here talking on her phone, eating her donuts, the one that was going really slow that I just passed, she hopped out in the left lane. She didn't want to be sitting behind me because I'm a slow truck. She's sitting here talking on her phone, eating her donut, not paying any damn attention, driving like 10 miles an hour under the speed limit. But no, she can't be held up by me. .4 miles until my left turn. I'm not sure what's going on with this truck in the left lane. Not sure if they have a left turn coming up here pretty soon, or they're just chilling in the left lane. All right, looks like we're going past. I think this is the highway right here that I'm going to be driving. Be prepared to stop when flashing. So the truck in the left lane slammed on the brakes. I think this is the highway that I'm going to be taking to Columbus. So I think I'm going to be driving right back to here to get to Columbus. I hope that this truck is making a left-hand turn onto the highway. I hope that's the reason they're in that left lane. I hope I'm not going to be fighting with them alongside me to get over to the left lane for my turn in 1.5 miles. Yep, they're getting onto the highway right there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and use this opportunity. I have a big opening over here to the left of me. I'm going to use this opportunity to get over into the left lane. And I'm just going to ride the left lane for the next 1.5 miles so I don't have to worry about getting blocked out of the lane. 1.5 miles is a long way to go in city traffic, but these lights are spread pretty far apart. And it's a 45 mile per hour speed limit, so it shouldn't take very long to go 1.5 miles. It's about 1 mile between this light and the next light, so it should be just shortly after that next light. But we saw earlier how bad I am at guesstimating distance. Let's see how far off I am. It was 1.8 miles back there. Let's see what we're at when we go past this light. Stay green, stay green, stay green. 1.2. So it's a little over half a mile. So I'm judging distance. Like I'm thinking things are like twice as far away as they are. All right, half a mile left turn. Am I turning at the light?
At the next light, turn left.
Yep. Left turn at the next light. Light's just now turning red. Ooh, this Menards has a red, yellow, orange-ish color, multicolored sign. Usually the Menards are green signs.
At the light, turn left onto State Street. In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Ebony Lane.
All right, so now in approximately 1,000 feet, I'm going to make a right turn. Where the hell did that four-wheeler behind me go? That's the Menards over on the right, but there's the entrance to the back. You have to drive past it, and then there's a right turn at the end of that fence. Just making sure nobody's driving past me in that ending lane.
Turn right onto Ebony Lane. Then your destination will be on the right.
One window. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Ugh, bumpy, bumpy. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Just a second here. I'm going to have to stop right here and get out. There's pieces of wood all over the roadway. Just a minute. blow a tire on that crap. Alrighty. Now let's get out of the way. Once we get out of the way, I'll go pop the doors open. Alright, I'm gonna go pop the doors open and be right back. Alright. Let's bump a dock. I think I'm lined up pretty good, but it's hard to tell. It's a steep angle downward. I can't see the lines. I wasn't lined up as awesome as I thought I was. Now I am. I'm lined up decent. Good enough. It's not great. Would prefer to be about 5 or 6 inches over to my left, but I'm pretty sure we're bumped. I bumped so lightly I didn't even feel it. So I'm going to pause this. It is 4:49 p.m. Be right back. All right, all done. GPS is set. It's 4:59 p.m. And now we're going to get out of here. Doors, just going to leave them open while we drive through the gate. I reseated the electrical line again. Still have an ABS light. And it's definitely caused at the connector. You know, I'm wiggling it around and it's shorting out at the connector. It has to have water in there. So whenever I stop for the night, I'll get in there and try to put some dielectric grease and use air or something to try to get water out of that connection. And maybe bend the prongs again. They had to bend the prongs at the shop to get it to stop doing this at the shop. All Alright, so I'm going to have to get out and close the door. I'll be back in a minute. So I've already driven pacifiers. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. You too. All right. Here we go. And Google is doing some really janky routing. Come on, man. Google is trying to get me to go right. And I'm not going to do that crap. Google is so stupid sometimes. I'm trying to get out to Highway 30, and Google is doing everything it can to try to get me to take somebody's driveway to cut across on some dirt road or something.
Go past this light. Then, at the next one, turn right onto US 281 South.
Damn it, traffic is backed up to the intersection. I can't drive through this green because traffic is backed up so far. All right, now traffic's moving, I can go.
At the light, turn right onto US 281 South.
I'm going to go ahead and go out into the left lane because there's a car coming up in the right lane, and I need to make a left-hand turn in 1.5 miles. And now that car that was in the right lane that I jumped all the way to the left lane for just suddenly needs to be in the left lane in front of me. There's some janky, weird stuff with the road, the highway that I'm about to get on. It splits partway through town and then comes back together. People running red lights. It just seems to be common here for people to be running reds. There's been several intersections where the light's been green and there's still traffic making left turns across it. That truck just tried to turn in front of me. I don't know if you noticed that. They turned their wheels and started rolling forward, and then they stopped. Can they not see me? Like, what was going on with that? I think they thought that they could cut across traffic before I got to the intersection. They were trying to cut across in front of me. You would think that people would not cut off large vehicles like this because of how dangerous it is, how likely they are to die. But it's the exact opposite. They don't think about getting hit and dying. They just think, oh, it's a slow vehicle, I can make it in front of it. They don't think of me as dangerous, they think of me as slow. Highway 30 junction in half a mile. It's 5:07 p.m., so we're dealing with rush hour traffic right now.
At the next light, turn left onto the US 30 East ramp to downtown.
All right, we have a light at my next turn. Hopefully, right now I'm not seeing a green arrow at that light. Hopefully it has a green arrow. Hopefully it's not just a green light and I have to, hope and pray that I can make a left turn. That looks like what it is. It's a yield on green. There are no arrows. This is going to be awesome, trying to make this left turn during rush hour.
At the light, turn left onto the US 30 East ramp.
Let's just sit here for 30 minutes. This is going to be nearly impossible to turn on. This pickup might be able to, it's going to go for it. This little gap right here. Oh, man, it's going to be tight. This pickup's going to go for it. Oh, no, the car. There's a car in front of I didn't even see that car in front of the pickup. I think this pickup's going to go after this Range Rover. Or Bronco. No, that's a Bronco. Yep, there it goes. Now I have to wait for a really big opening. Ooh, turn right, turn right, turn right, turn right. No, it's not turning right. Son of a... I was hoping that SUV right there was turning right. I was going to go for it. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out into the intersection, and I'm just going to have to wait for the light to turn red, and I'm going to have to make a left when the light turns red. There might be an opening after this car that I can go.
In 1,000 feet, you will arrive at your destination. Head toward US 30 East. In 800 feet, merge onto US 30 East.
they've got on-ramps on this thing like they're trying to turn it into like some nice divided highway or interstate or something. Oh my goodness, this no merge lane at all, just straight on. This seems to be the norm here in Grand Island, is just all the left turns are yield on greens. Almost all of them. This one has an actual arrow. Going the other direction, they don't have an arrow. It's just yield on green. Just a second here, I have to be careful. We have the aggressive 5 o'clock commuters, and I have no idea if these people cutting me off are about to make a right turn in front of me. So I have to be very cautious of these people that are cutting me off. Watch out, see if they are going to slam their brakes on me. I wish businesses would like change their operating hours. I wish we could get out of this 8 to 5 mentality and start spreading things out to where we don't have, commuter rush hour. Just move everything to a more 24-hour day. All right, looks like we're about to get to the section of the road where they didn't have enough room for 4 lanes, so they split the road in 2. In half a mile, Google is wanting me to make a right turn. But I think that's just the way the road goes. I think the road splits. So we'll just have to pay attention to what's going on. So we've already made it into tomorrow's deliveries. I didn't bother talking to the people here about like what they thought was going on because they didn't seem to know what in the hell was going on. I've been asking pretty much every stop, most of the stops, if they know anything about the gelled wind contract. But some of these places I'm interacting with people I'm pretty sure don't have any idea.
Go past North Lincoln Avenue and turn left onto US 30 East West 1st Street.
All right, 15 mile per hour turn. There's no cars around me right now.
Turn left onto US 30 East.
There is one car riding my ass right now. And now it decides to get alongside of me just as I'm getting into this sharp turn. It just hopped out from behind me and got alongside me. Yeah, I'm not going to slam on my brakes for that red light. That light was green for like 10 seconds. And then just as I get up to it, it turns yellow. They're gonna go for it. I was sitting there watching to see if they're gonna go for it. Doing 24 miles an hour right now. The speed limit's 30. Or it might be 25. The last sign I saw said 30. But Google says 25. Another one that turns yellow just as I get like right here. And it was a really fast yellow. It's like a 2-second yellow. 1.5. That, and another one. I have enough room to stop on this one. The hell? There's not even anyone at the damn intersection. Why in the hell are these lights so fast? And it's not fast going the other direction. Like, it's prioritizing the other direction over the highway. This is the highway, and it's prioritizing the opposite direction over the highway. This is stupid. Can't wait to get out of this small town. I want to get over left lane because I have a bad feeling that this right lane is going to go turn only or some crap. No, it looks like the left lane is exit only. It's left turn only. I was expecting one of these lanes was going to disappear here pretty soon. Sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on all these people cutting me off. Yeah, all these people cutting me off, making right turns in front of me. I just love that. Just so aggressively trying to get in front of other people to slow them down. And we're hovering around 35 degrees. It's around freezing temperature. And my dash keeps popping up with a warning telling me freezing temperatures. And every time the temperature fluctuates, it pops up with that warning. And I have to keep clearing it off. It'll stay on the screen until I hit the escape button. So it'll stay on there forever. And I can't see, my any of my dash information. It is a really dumb design. It gets really annoying whenever you're in temperatures like these where it's bouncing between like 34 and 35. Because you're just constantly hitting the escape button to clear the warning off. Doing 39, speed limit's 45. I'm going. If this son of a bitch, I knew this jackass was all these damn lights. I'm about to lose my mind with these stupid ass yellow lights here in Nebraska. Every time I get close to an intersection, it turns yellow. Overhead door. I see a Landstar trailer over there. So Landstar has a contract with Overhead Door here in Grand Island. Doing 41, speed limit's 50. God, whoever designs the stoplights in Nebraska needs to be taken out bat and beat with a rubber hose. Well, hopefully this one doesn't turn yellow as I'm trying to go through it. So we got a truck on the shoulder up ahead. And there's a cattle hauler about 500 feet behind me in the left lane. Flying up on me. All right, is this flatbed? Is it rolling? It looks like it's moving. Yep, it's getting back into the roadway. Got a super sleeper. Doing 57, speed limit's now 65. $63 miles until we get to Columbus. All right, right lane is about to end. And that super sleeper got in front of the cattle hauler. And the gate person, this is like the second or third person that's mentioned the fires on these deliveries, the fires in Nebraska. She said that she thinks she heard that it was 500,000 acres on just one of the fires, but there's multiple fires going right now. And she said that I asked her, like, where are they at? She said they were in western Nebraska. And I said, so I'm already past them, headed east? She said, yeah. So we got country bumpkin roads all the way to Columbus, 60 miles. And then I don't know how far north it is to Norfolk on more country bumpkin roads, but I think it's probably, if I had to guess, 40 miles. So it is 5:25 p.m. I'll be getting to... Oh. I'll be doing this delivery at like 6:30. I really need to be shutting down probably around 7:30 p.m. Because if I just push myself really hard tonight, then I'm just not going to be able to start early in the morning. So I need to shut down by about like 8 p.m. Because if I shut down at 8 p.m., that means I can start driving again tomorrow at 6 a.m. And 6 a.m. is when the Menards open up. If I keep delivering all the way up until like 9 or 10 p.m., then I just have to wait longer to start working in the morning. So what I'll probably end up doing is I'm going to do this delivery in Columbus, and then I'll probably go ahead and do the delivery in Norfolk, and then I'll probably end up driving from Norfolk over toward Fremont and just find somewhere to park and take my 10 over by Fremont. I am looking forward to eating that rotisserie chicken. So how many deliveries is that today? Well, today and tomorrow. How many deliveries have I done so far? So I did 2 deliveries in Scotts Bluff. We got a cop right here. So 2 deliveries in Scotts Bluff, and then my next delivery was Kearney. The next delivery, Scotts Bluff. No, it's North Platte. 1 delivery there, and then Kearney, and then Hastings, and then Grand Island. So Grand Island was delivery number 6. Columbus here will be delivery number 7. And if I'm able to get Norfolk done as well, that'll be 8 deliveries. That's pretty amazing with the number of miles that I'm driving. Like, this is a big mileage day. To get 8 deliveries done on such a big mileage day, that's pretty awesome. Got to be careful with the traffic coming the other direction. They're driving into the sun. They've all got their sun visors down. I see people holding their hands up, blocking the sun. They can't see very well. Got to keep an eye out. Whoa, that person right there just went way off onto the shoulder through that turn. Probably because they couldn't see very well. Okay, speed limit's dropping down to 45 up ahead. Turn the cruise off. Let it coast. We're down to 60. That's not enough. Let's do some braking. We're at 52, 50, 49. Speed limit just dropped to 45. We're at 48. We're at 45. Chapman, population 287. Aurora Co-op, Chapman. And back up to 65. Turn the cruise back on. Still 54 miles away. Now this is some straight road right here. At least they got nice big shoulders. It really sucks to drive on a shoulderless road. So my 14-hour clock will be up at, I think, 9:46 p.m. So I don't really have to worry about my 14-hour clock if I'm not planning on pushing all the way until, the stores close at 10 p.m. There's nobody attempting to pass me because the two vehicles behind me are those two trucks, the super sleeper and the cattle hauler. So in order for some four-wheeler to pass me, they'd have to pass three trucks. And we're doing the speed limit. We're doing 65. And the cars in front of me are basically doing 65 as well. They just got some distance on me because they sped through town back there where the speed limit dropped down to 45. I do have to be careful, though. If the gap between me and the car in front of me gets much bigger than it is right now, some aggressive four-wheeler might attempt to pass. There's nowhere near enough room for a four-wheeler to pass right now. With us going 65, in both directions, a car to pop out and pass in this short little space, it would be really dangerous. I just counted the distance between me and the car in front of me, and it's approximately 15 seconds. So that means that if a car were to try to pass in this gap, they would only have about 7 seconds to pass. And probably not even that. It'd probably be closer to 4.5 seconds, because they're probably going to be passing somebody that's doing 65. So they're going to speed up to like 75 or 80 or something to get around. So they're going to close that distance faster than the 3.5 seconds. It would be nearly impossible for somebody to pass and that safely in that space. But it's getting to the point where someone might try it. I'm actually thinking about speeding up and shortening the gap, but I like this following distance. "47 miles to go." So we're about to come into another small town. I see more silos, feed silos, grain silos, corn. I don't know what in the hell they're putting in these silos. But this is farmland. This would probably be a great place to ask if anybody's heard anything about fertilizer shortages. Speed limit's dropping down to 50 up ahead. So, turn off the cruise. I'm going to decelerate a little slower than last time so that I don't want to build up too big of a gap. Central City, 2,934. We're doing 46 and a 50. And it looks like just about every car in front of me just made right turns. All right, now we're dropping down to 40, doing 48 right now. 45, 44, we're breaking. 42, 41, 40. Taco John's, Subway, Runza, Sandwich Place, Casey's General Store. Speed limit's dropping down to 30 up ahead. We're doing 35 right now. 34. O'Reilly, Dairy Queen, Scooters, Coffee. I just turned green. All right, we're down to 25. I'm going to slow down some more. I think the light just turned green ahead of me. Now, this is some janky little road right here. Oh, that's a sharp turn. Down to 16 miles an hour. Speed limit's 30. And 16 felt too fast for that turn. I think the trucks behind me got caught in a red light. All right, now the speed limit is going up. We're doing 29 and it just went up to 40. And the only vehicle I have behind me is a work truck like this one coming the other direction. The light turned yellow just as I started making the turn. Normally, I would push all the way up until 10 p.m., just get as much crap knocked out as I can. But since Menards opened so early, I don't feel rushed to work as late as possible. If my delivery in the morning was to a Home Depot that doesn't open until 8 a.m., I would push it right up until 10 p.m. tonight. But pushing hard tonight just shortens my day tomorrow. So I don't know what exactly I'm going to do yet. I would like to be able to get all of Omaha and Lincoln knocked out tomorrow, because once I get all of that knocked out, then I can reorganize the trailer. And my very last delivery in Nebraska is a damn Lowe's. And their shipping and receiving shuts down at 4 p.m. So tomorrow I'm only going to be able to work until 4 p.m. I don't know if I can get everything done by 4 p.m. tomorrow. All of Omaha and Lincoln by 4 p.m. So I think I'm going to be in a position where tomorrow I have to shut down. Once I get to Lowe's in Lincoln, I'm going to have to stop right there and stay the night at Lowe's. And since I'm only going to have that Lowe's delivery left in the trailer, what I can do with all that time I'm going to be sitting there is I can reorganize the trailer. If I think it's going to be possible. Hopefully that Lowe's is only like one window. Hopefully it's not like a 30 window delivery and I have to move all 30 of those damn windows to reorganize the trailer. But that's probably what's going to end up happening tomorrow is I'll get all of Omaha and Lincoln done except that Lowe's, which is my final delivery in Nebraska. And then I'll just camp out overnight at Lowe's and just reorganize the trailer. While I wait for them to open up at 7 a.m. the following day. Does that sign say God? Nothing else, just God? It says God, and then it's got a one-way street sign pointed up. Kind of weird. But I think it's nice for people to put signs out in their yard letting other people know that they're batshit crazy. You know, it's nice to give people a heads up. "38 miles to go." These are some straight roads. That's a pretty amazing level of precision to have these straight roads, these really long straight roads, and they end up exactly where you want them to be at the other end. If you're off by just a fraction of a degree over a long distance, the road will end up being in another state. This is a patient pickup. I would have probably made that turn. That was a pretty big gap right there. They're going to be hard pressed to find another one that big. Actually, you know what? There is an even bigger gap coming up after these vehicles, because behind the pickup behind me, there's a big gap, and then there's a big gap after them. So no, they have an even bigger gap right here that they're in. And they just made the turn, headed the other direction. Yeah, I think Norfolk is going to be my last delivery today. And I'll go ahead and probably drive over close to Fremont and park close to Fremont. That way I can start my day tomorrow right at Fremont. And then I don't know how many. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 55 ahead. So we're braking 59, 58, 56, 55. Clark's population 3, 69. I'm not sure. The middle number was halfway missing. All right, speed limit 40. I did not notice that it was dropping down to 40 up ahead until I got right up on the sign. All right, that truck behind me disappeared. It must have turned somewhere. We're doing 41. All right, this town was short-lived. Looks like we already made it through town. Now the speed limit's going up. And there's nobody behind me. I can see what looks like I can't tell what kind of vehicle it is. Might be a truck. Now speed limit's back up to 65. Turn the cruise back on. I think there might be a truck about a half a mile to a mile behind me. What in the hell is that up ahead? Okay, I think that's that tanker that I've been behind. I thought it was a vehicle coming from the other direction, and it looked like it was stationary. And when these vehicles go by me, the wind is just ripping across the truck. The person was playing around on their phone. It's always nice to see when you have vehicles going head on at 65 miles an hour. Oh, that reminded me of someone who used to be a friend of mine a long time ago. He grew up poor, just like me, and I think one of his relatives bought him a car. Like, he had a rich grandpa or something, and his grandpa bought him a car when he was like 18 years old. It was like his high school graduation present or something. And it was like a brand new Honda Civic. And he was so proud of that car. I can't remember the exact situation around him getting it, but I know that it was a really big deal to him. It was his first car, and it meant a lot to him, and he was really proud of it. He kept it spotless and took amazing care of it. And then when he was exiting the interstate, I can't remember the details. This is a long time ago. This is 20 plus years ago. I'm trying to remember a story. Whenever he was exiting the interstate, he said that some woman cut him off, and like, he was coming up on stop traffic and he was slowing down for stop traffic, and some woman flew in and cut him off and slammed and locked up her brakes on him. She just cut him off and locked up her brakes for the stop traffic, and he rear-ended her. And I cannot remember what the situation was on insurance. I can't remember what the story was on why his insurance did not pay to fix the car. I think because it was a rear-end collision, possibly he was found at fault, and there were insurance issues with, like, getting him paid out on that. But it caused him to just not care about the car. He was so, up to that point, he was really proud of the car. And then after that, the front end was messed up really bad, but the car still ran. So he still drove it. When the front end was mangled. Like, it was bad. The front end was really bad. I was questioning whether or not it was legal that he could actually be driving it with that much with that much front end damage. But his mentality with the car completely flipped. He went from being really proud of it to being embarrassed about it. He was embarrassed to drive the car. So he would do things to, like, let people know that he didn't care about the car. You know, it's a typical thing people do when they're embarrassed about something. They will act around other people. They'll act like it doesn't matter. They'll act like it doesn't bother them. They'll act like they don't care about it. Like poor people that are embarrassed about how little money they have. I've seen, like, poor people burn money in front of other people to just pretend like money doesn't matter to them or something. It's just something that some people do to cope with their, deficiencies, their low self-esteem and stuff like that. So that's what he would do with the car, is he would, like, one of the things he would do is in Walmart parking lots, he would find a shopping cart that was just out in the middle of the parking lot, and he would pull up to it and get it in front of his car, and he would push it across the parking lot and get up to like 40 miles an hour and push it over to a curb and then slam on his brakes, and the cart would hit the curb and go flying through the air. He would do stuff like that with his car to like show people he didn't care about his car. You know, he'd go hit stuff with his car and stuff like that. Well, I say all that to say these stories about him. One of the things that he would do for fun in his car, because he had the messed up front end, people didn't trust him. You may not know this, but when people see somebody driving around in a jacked up car that looks like it's been in a wreck, either consciously or subconsciously, they think that that person is a bad driver and they're going to get into a wreck with them. They're more cautious around those vehicles than they are around like a brand new Lamborghini or something, like some spotless, pristine car. People, like, either consciously or subconsciously, they think of that person as, oh, this is a really good driver, I don't have to worry about them. But when they see somebody in a jacked up piece of crap that looks like it's been in 10 wrecks, they're like, oh, this person's a bad driver, I need to be careful around them. And that's the way people acted whenever they would see his car. And he noticed people doing that. He noticed that behavior. And so he started playing into it. And one of the things he would do is whenever he was going down the road, he would he would let the car start drifting toward oncoming traffic. And then whenever he would get close to them, he would turn his hands like he was jerking the wheel over to the left toward them. And he would freak people out. Like, there were people, speed limit's dropping down to 55. There were people that almost got into wrecks with him acting like he was going to have a head-on collision with people. Another thing that would happen to him, and this happened while, all right, speed limit's dropping down again. Now it's going to 40. People would refuse to go like in crosswalks. People would refuse to walk in front of him. I remember we were stopped at like a stop sign, and there was this old black woman just standing there on the corner, and we stopped, and she did not walk across. And he waved her across, and she looked at him, and she shook her head no. Like, she looked at the front of his car, and then looked at him and shook her head no. It was so hilarious. All right, now the speed limit's going back up. 21 miles until we get to Menards. Turn the cruise back on. And I've got a new pickup behind me. And it wants to go around me. It is riding my ass. Well, at least through these small towns, I'm not having to stop. I'm just slowing down. It's a lot better on fuel mileage and average mile per hour and everything than having to come to a complete stop. All right, what's this pickup doing? Looks like they want to go in the other direction. Yep, they're going the other direction. All right, here's an opportunity to pass me. Are you going to go for it? I'm hugging the right shoulder to let them know there's room, see if they're going to go for it. They're not going to go for it. I gave them a good peek, and they didn't want to take it. Got to keep an eye on them, because if they go for it, I'm going to slam on my brakes. Well, maybe not slam on my brakes, but if somebody goes to pass me on bi-directional, I will typically slow down so that they can get around me faster. I've seen people speed up when somebody's going to pass them on bi-directional. I've seen people speed up. Like, are you trying to die today? Like, what's going on? All right, here's another great opportunity to pass. Entering Platte County. They are not going for it. All right, no, that's not a good. There's a car without their headlights on that I didn't see until just a few seconds ago. That car just kind of blended in with the mirage effect. I don't know what the effect is called. I think it's evaporation or something. Whenever you're looking on like straight down a flat surface, if you look far enough down, you'll start seeing like evaporation or a glare of some kind or something. And that white car just blended in with that. It's the reason you're supposed to have your headlights on when you're on a bi-directional road, so that people can see you from quite a distance. Without your headlights on, it reduces how far people can see you. It's one of the basic, it's just like a really basic law. And as you can see, most of these people don't have their headlights on, so a lot of people that have driver's licenses either do not understand. Oh, there goes the pickup right now. I'm not going to bother slowing down. They have plenty of room. That pickup passing me does not have their lights on. But yeah, either people ignore the law or they don't know anything about the law. But they're trying to fix human stupidity and human ignorance with technology. They've got daytime running lights, and they've got high beams now that will auto dim if they sense other people's headlights. They've got headlights that'll automatically come on if you start turning on your windshield wipers, which you're technically required to have your headlights on. whenever you're using your wipers. Maybe it's raining, you have to turn your wipers on. You're supposed to have your headlights on. There's a truck behind me that looks like that super sleeper. I think the super sleeper and the cattle hauler have caught back up with me. "14 miles until Menards." So we might be driving through another little town here in a second. All right, speed limit. Ooh, it's dropping all the way down to 45. 65 to 45. We're doing 57. Let's do some braking. Down to 49, 48, 46, 45, 43. There's a bunch of cars coming off this side road. Probably shift ended it someplace over here. 43. It is 6:14 p.m. Thank you for visiting. I didn't even notice what town we were in. So I got 10 miles until we get to the Menards, but we got like 5 1.5 miles until we make a turn. So we're going to have to do like almost 5 miles. Actually, you know what? It's telling me to make a left-hand turn to stay on I-30, or not I-30, Highway 30 in 5 miles. I'm pretty sure Menards is right off this highway. US 30 Speedway races every Thursday, and some other day I didn't start reading the sign until I was almost past it. So we passed a racetrack. Temperature gauge says it's 28 degrees outside. It's getting colder. It could just be because the sun is being blocked, so there's no direct sunlight on the mirror where the temperature sensor is at. That's probably why it's reading colder now than it was earlier. 27 now. .8 miles left turn. 6 miles until we get to Menards. I would hate to have a house right off of a main road like that. Like 100 feet from a highway. That would suck. All right, let's slow down. I see what looks like a stoplight or a stop sign up ahead. It's red right now. Half a mile, make a left turn. So that's my intersection where I'm making a left turn at. Loves turn right
Turn left.
at light. There's a Love's truck stop out here.
left onto US 30 East, US 81 North.
So 81, this Highway 81 is what we're turning onto right now. Seems like it is a really nice highway. It's probably the main road to take from I-80 up to here. Max width 12 feet. How wide are one of these tractor trailers? The trailer is 102 inches wide. That's pretty standard. So that's 8.5 feet. But my mirrors stick out further than that. So the total width, including my mirrors, is probably around 10 feet. Looks like they're building a new bridge.
Continue on 33rd Avenue for 1 mile.
What is going on with the trucks behind me? I lost the truck behind me. They stopped back there at that stoplight. I didn't run a red, did I? Pretty sure the light was green when I went through. Got vehicles making right turns in front of me. I'm going to be making a right turn in half a mile. The highway's actually turning, so I'm staying on the highway.
At the next light, turn right.
All right, we have a green arrow.
At the light, turn right onto US 30 East, 23rd Street.
And I'm going to grab the left lane because I'm making a left turn in the not too distant future. Actually, damn, it's over 2 miles, so that is quite a ways into the future. But I'm already over here. We're just going to stick it out. Ride or die. I didn't think it was 2 miles down this damn road. 2 miles, a long time on low speed city streets with lots of stoplights. It can take like 10 minutes to go 2 miles. If anybody asks, we're following the Smith driving system, and we are in the lane of least resistance. That is the dumbest damn driving system. I wonder if they still teach the Smith driving system. That is so stupid. They basically taught everybody to drive in the left lane and be a bunch of assholes. Just block traffic. Don't care about anyone but yourself. That's what the Smith driving system was just be a dick. You're the only person that matters. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Screw everybody else. One and a half miles. This flatbed over to my right is afraid that I'm trying to pass them. So they're like trying to accelerate quickly to keep me from passing. I don't think they realize that I'm not trying to get around them. I just got out way too early for a left turn. My bad. All right, now the speed limit's going up from 35 to 45. Super Trooper going the other direction. Oh, yellow light. All the trucks behind me just got caught at that light. I squeaked through, and they all got stopped. All right, I think we're making a left at the next light. Next light is pretty far down there. What's crazy is that looks like about a mile to me, and it's saying that I'm making a left at the next light that's a mile away. And earlier, a light roughly the same distance away that I said was a mile was only a half a mile. Is Google correct on like its distance? I don't know, man. Yeah, Google is correct on its distance. This is not the light. I am still thinking things are like half the distance that they actually are. So it's the next light that's like half a mile from here. Oh, we got, oh, brake. See, it's not easy to come to a stop. Even whenever it turns yellow that far back, I had to, I didn't have to slam on the brakes, but I had to get on the brakes pretty hard to be able to stop at that light when it turned yellow. These lights that are turning yellow when I'm like 50 feet, 100 feet away from the intersection, I would have to lock up the brakes, and even then I would probably end up just stopping in the middle of the intersection. Oh, here comes that flatbed. It's going to fly past me and be like, see, I got you, bastard.
At the next light, turn left.
And then I'm going to make a left-hand turn on him. All right, this is my left-hand turn right here.
At the light, turn left onto East 3rd Avenue. Then you'll take your first right onto East 24th Street.
I think I'm gonna have to wait for a green arrow. Right now I have the flashing yellow. Feels like Clint Eastwood is sitting over there going, "Do you feel lucky?" Well, do you, punk? That's what a flashing yellow feels like to me.
Turn right onto East 24th Street, then immediately turn left into the parking lot.
Alright, we're gonna go left and then right.
Turn right into the parking lot. Turn right into the parking lot.
How many windows am I delivering here? Let me see. 16.16 windows. Thank you. Or 7. Got our seatbelt off. 4-way is on. Alright, where the hell's the dock? Where the hell's the dock? I think it's probably going to be right over here to the right of me. And it is. I'm going to get you, bird. Go, pigeon, go. Ooh, that sun's bright. Got to watch out for cars. And we're clear. No cars coming. All right, let's get out of the road, and then we'll go open the doors. Well, I was lined up perfect, but I thought I was too far to the right, and then I got messed up. Now I gotta undo that. All right, go open the doors. I'm gonna go ahead and pause this, and it is 6:34 p.m. I'm gonna go ahead and pause this and do the delivery. I'll be back in a minute. All right, we're about to start rolling. I don't think I have enough time on my clock to make it to Fremont. It's about a 50-mile drive from here to Norfolk on highways and some city streets. Shit, I'm gonna clean off the window. The sun glaring off of that is just causing it to be blinding. Yeah, it uses very little water to just soak the window like that. And there's just a tiny amount of soap in that water. And just doing that, oh my goodness, gets the windows so clean. All right. Here we go. Let's swing out. Make sure I don't see any vehicles coming from my right, but also have to be mindful of the left. I don't see anything that direction either. I don't know what they want me to do here. Good. All right, here we go. We're basically going to go out and go the exact opposite direction. We're going to go the same way we came in. All right, clear, clear.
At the stop sign, turn right onto East 3rd Avenue. Then at the next light, you can turn right.
I'm going to block both of these lanes for this right turn. All right, it's clear. And oh my goodness, I barely cleared the curb. Barely cleared the curb. About an inch away from the curb. So we're basically going to go through here and instead of making a left turn where I made the right turn when the Highway 30, I'm just going to keep going straight at that place where I made the right turn earlier. Bear with me, takes a lot of focus when I'm doing city driving and I'm driving into the sun. And I know everybody else around me can't see very well either, so I'm just trying to keep an eye on everybody. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to Fremont. It's like 50 miles. I have 2 hours and 39 minutes of drive time left, or I think I'm running up against my 14-hour clock, honestly. What time is it? It is 7:01 p.m. So I'm probably going to be done in Norfolk. If I had to guess, I would say probably about 8:30 p.m. Maybe a little later. It's a big delivery. I forget how many windows it is, like 16, 20 windows or something. I just got a damn message from that mobile game that I installed yesterday. I am not a mobile gamer. I just saw an advertisement for a mobile game, and yeah, it got me. It looked interesting. It looked fun. And it turns out it was clickbait. The actual gameplay in this mobile game is nothing like the gameplay in the advertisement. But I'm not falling for this yellow light. Ooh, that was a pretty long yellow right there. I'm not going to slam on my brakes for a damn yellow light. But, yeah, it's okay. So we're doing the timing, the clock. So yeah, it's probably going to be 8:30 or later. Like, it's going to take me about an hour to get there, maybe a little bit longer because of this city driving, the stop and go crap. So I might not get there until like 8:15, and then it's probably going to take 30 minutes to unload. So 8:30, 8:45 is ballpark when I'll get out of there. And my 14-hour clock is up at like 9:45. And I didn't check what the exact distance is to Fremont, but it is further. It looks like it's further to Fremont than it is from here to Norfolk. Here to Norfolk is about 50 miles. It looks like it's maybe 70 miles or further to Fremont. It depends on which route I go. One of the routes that I can take is to come right back down here and drive right down this road headed in the other direction. This goes to Fremont. And that's probably the route that I'm going to take. I'm going to look and see what the other roads look like, but there's no road that goes like straight there. All the roads are like, you know, you drive down this road, then you make a right, and then you go straight down this one, then you go straight east this way and straight south this way. And it looks like I'm going to be driving on a lot of country bumpkin roads. So I'm most likely going to come back down this exact same way and take this over to Fremont. And that is all right. You got a yellow. Now at this distance, yeah, it's, you know, I can safely, easily come to a nice controlled stop. These yellow lights that are getting me when I'm close to the light, man, I don't want to be like slamming on my brakes to stop for lights. I won't be driving into the sun for very long. Once I get to the west side of town, this road will turn north. No, it looks like there's no more lights for a ways. Looks like we might finally be getting to the edge of town. I will say, you know, I slammed on the Smith driving system earlier. And yeah, there's a lot of stupid stuff in the Smith driving system, but there are some good things that they teach. Like they teach you to watch out for like cars over here, over on the right or the left that are looking to pull out into the roadway. They teach you to be on the lookout for those vehicles. And they teach you little things like to look for people's wheels turning. Like if somebody's, all right, this light in front of me just turned red. I think this might be the intersection where I made the right turn. No trucks to the left. No, that must not be the intersection. Okay, there's a sign right there that says no trucks, and that truck is making a right turn right there. Well, sometimes, you know, I'm not going to say there's another sign right there that says no trucks, but, you know, that truck may be delivering to that silo right there, and they have to go down that road to get there. You know, sometimes they'll have no truck signs on roads, and it's meant for through traffic. It's not meant for local traffic. Like if you're actually delivering on that road, then you have to drive on that road. There we go, green. I was about to say, come on, turn green before I have to slow down. All right, what's this pickup doing? This pickup's just sitting at the green light. They just woke up. Ooh, there's a truck stop right there. That is probably where I'm going to spend the night. They've got quite a bit of parking. Chubby's right there. So I don't think I have enough time on my clock to make it all the way to Fremont. And I'm probably going to take, ooh, there's a cop's got somebody pulled over on the right. I'm probably going to take this exact same road down to Fremont. Is that a state trooper? It is. It's a super trooper. So I'm probably going to stop right there at Chubby's. Got some car. Are they turning off the road, or they are turning off the road? I was trying to figure out if they were stopped on the shoulder or turning off the road. Speed limit is still 50. It's not going up. So we'll pull over there to Chubby's. And that's probably going to be like 9:30 p.m. whenever I make it to Chubby's. Harrah's Racing and Casino. I'm going to have to check and see if that Harrah's has truck parking. I'll sneak in there into some... I bet there's hardly any trucks parked in there if they have truck parking. That'll be super quiet and chill. I'm going to check that. But this right here is about as far as I'll be able to make it, is back down here around, Columbus. I almost forgot the name of the town already. All right. Did the speed limit go up? Google is telling me it's 70. Did I miss the speed limit sign? Last one I saw said 50. I'm doing 60 right now. I'm going to trust Google. I shouldn't, but I am. I'm going to get up to 70. And that sun is not completely out of my eyes. It's over on the left. And it's a little bit in front of me. But it's not that bad. Yeah, I'll probably take this road straight back down and then take 30 straight east to Fremont. I'll look at the other roads, but they look kind of sketchy just looking at the way they were just diagonal, straight east, straight south, straight east, straight south, just like that. It looked like it was some country bumpkin roads, but I'll look at satellite view and see what they look like. There's a speed limit 70 sign. I must have missed the first one. This is a nice new road. This is the way I probably should have come. Instead of taking that Highway 30, 81, this Highway 81 is probably a nice divided highway all the way up from I-80. This pickup in front of me is slowed down. This is the person that was playing on their phone at the stoplight, sitting there on a green. And then once we got rolling, they decided they wanted to be in front of the truck. And now that they got in front of me, they're playing on their phone again. They keep looking over to the right. They're either looking, they either have their hand down somewhere down to the right and they're playing on their phone, or they have something mounted on their center dash, they're playing on their radio. I don't know what it is. They're drifting over to the shoulder. They're playing around with something. They keep looking to the right. Let's see what they do when I get out here in the left lane. There's four-wheelers coming up. They've sped up. Now they've slowed back down. I've got two cars coming up to pass me right now. I'm about to honk at this asshole. Once these two cars pass, I'm going to get out in the left lane again. Okay, now they're speeding up again. He's still, I don't know if you can see it in the camera, but he keeps looking over to the right. I can easily tell because he's got a ball cap on. I can see the bill of his ball cap. There he goes. He just run off to the shoulder, playing on his phone. I'm slowing down at 65 going up a hill, so now he's pulling away from me. $64. can't have a casual drive out here on this nice country road out in the middle of nowhere, hardly any traffic. There's always at least one idiot. It's going to keep you on your toes. I was going to look and see how many deliveries I had in Omaha and Lincoln to see how many I would have left for tomorrow if I stopped here in Norfolk. But once I noticed how little time I had on my clock, I was like, nah, I don't have time to sit here. I'll figure that out once I stop for my 10. Just roll on. And the last delivery I just did, they had the wrong stickers on a couple of the windows. And they were stickers that were Norfolk stickers. So I'm hoping that whoever loaded the trailer didn't screw up and forget to put in 2 of the Norfolk windows, and they mislabeled 2 of the Columbus windows. I delivered them to, they had all their windows on their order, but 2 of their windows had Norfolk stickers on. Now, okay, let me explain what I mean by Norfolk stickers. So these windows have a label on them that has all kinds of information, tons of information, the address, it has I think it has part numbers on it and order numbers, all kinds of stuff. And it has the store number. That's not the sticker I'm talking about. That sticker said that it was supposed to go to Columbus. That's the reason we unloaded them there. What they also are supposed to put on these windows are little round stickers that are color-coded that helps me locate the windows. They're supposed to put these little round color-coded stickers on the sides of the windows so that I can see them, so that I can tell which windows go where. I have a little cheat sheet that has the stickers next to the addresses to let me know what stickers they use for each address. Just makes it a lot easier to locate the windows, because the sticker that has the label that has the address on it will sometimes be at the very top or on the back side of the window, and you can't see that unless you take the window down, you down stack it, or you pull it out of the stack to look at it. So they had the little round sticker that's supposed to help me find windows. They commonly put those on the wrong windows. So every time I'm unloading windows, I tell everybody, double check the actual label, make sure it's for your store, because they put the round stickers on the wrong windows all the time. And there were 2 Norfolk windows right in the middle of a stack of Columbus windows, and they had, or no, they had, wait, let me remember. There were 2 Columbus windows in the middle of a stack of Columbus windows that had Norfolk stickers on them. 29 miles to go. And I had to like do some manual route plotting on this because for some weird reason, Google, there's a road that goes right in front of Menards. And instead of Google having me go down that road right in front of Menards, it wanted me to drive past that road and pull into the parking lot of another business and then drive south on that parking lot from that business down to that road. It is just really weird what Google was trying to do. But I've had that happen before where Google told me to like drive through the parking lot of a business to get to a road. What's really weird on this one, usually it's Google trying to give you a shortcut. What's weird on this one is it's actually longer. It's like driving an extra half a mile to a mile. Oh man, there are some big ruts in this road. I got a little bit close to the edge of the rut and it started grabbing my tires and jerking them around. "24 degrees outside, according to my temperature gauge. There is a pickup hauling butt on the road to the right. Now we're back to a brand new road. Two hours and 15 minutes left. Let's see, what time would that be? Right now it's 7:26. That'd be like 9:40. So that's my 14-hour clock. All right, so if I get back down to Chubby's, speed limit's dropping down to 60. Oncoming U-turn traffic ahead. We're at 63 right now. Right here's the U-turn spot. Why is there a U-turn spot? They have a U-turn spot here as well. So you cannot make straight left turns to turn onto those highways back there. They have these U-turns set up. So did some genius come up with the idea that U-turns are safer than left-hand turns? I don't know. I did not get a really good look at that intersection to see like why in the hell they would set it up for U-turns instead of left-hand turns. But okay, let's say, okay, it's 7:30 right now. I'm not going to get shut down at Chubby's until like 9:30. That means I can start driving again tomorrow morning at 7:30 in the morning. Or I can stop up here in Norfolk after I deliver the load. I could just stop up here and start my day a little bit earlier in the morning. The limit is going to be my 10-hour break, so it doesn't really matter where I put the time. And then tomorrow, I'm not going to be able to work past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, no, I can work past 4, but I can't go past the Lowe's. How many deliveries do I have tomorrow? Let me think here. I have Fremont, and then like 3 Omaha deliveries, and like 2 Lincoln deliveries. I do not have very many deliveries tomorrow before I get to Lowe's, but I don't think I can get to Lowe's by 4 p.m. I'm sitting here thinking I was thinking about like I could potentially drive straight south back to I-80 and then do the Lincoln deliveries first and then go to Fremont, but that would be quite a ways out of route to go because Fremont is like 20 miles north of I-80. I don't know. I'm just ballparking it. I'm not sure exactly. So that would be 40 miles round trip out of route. That'd be like an hour out of route. I'm not in an incredible rush either. I am way ahead of schedule. I think I'm just going to shut down here in Norfolk. And I can start driving. If I get shut down by 9 p.m., we'll say 8:30. If I get shut down by 8:30, that'd be awesome. I would love to be able to make it through town. The town down here, I just drove through Columbus. I would love to drive through that town before morning traffic gets bad. And if I could shut down by 8:30, that means I can start driving again at 6:30. And I would have to drive an hour south. That still puts me in a position where I'm going to be driving through. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to be driving through Columbus at 7:30 in the morning. Right in the middle of morning rush hour. Whether I stop at Columbus or I stop in Norfolk. But I am like a day ahead of schedule, so I could just take an extra 30-minute break and roll through there at 8 a.m. at the end of rush hour. Just leave 30 minutes later. If I see a good place to park in Norfolk, then I'll probably just park here. Something smells good. Smells like rotisserie chicken. All right, let's see what we got here. We got a convenience store over here on the left. They have truck parking. Dollar General, Pizza Hut, a little Cinex. Yes, they have. That Cinex has a handful of truck parking spots. There are 2 trucks parked there. If that casino has truck parking, that is definitely where I'm going. Casino truck parking is some of the best truck parking. Because casinos maintain their properties really well. You're not typically going to run into some sketchy parking lot at a casino. They're usually well lit, no big potholes. And there's typically casino people. It's a high security area, so there's people always on the lookout. You don't have to worry too much about sketchy stuff happening. Just a second here. This 4-wheeler in the left lane's going slow. They're almost going the same speed as me now. They're just going to wait until I get alongside of them and then speed match me? Is that what their plan is? Nice and cold up here. There's snow, a little bit of snow on the ground. So it's staying consistently cool up here. Temperature gauge says 22. $11 miles. 2 hours and 3 minutes of driving. Let me dim my light on my ELD. Now that the sun's going down. All right, is this car making a left turn? They just got over in the left lane. And that pickup is still going slow back there in the left lane. They didn't speed up and sit alongside me. I don't see any road for that car to be making a left turn on. Right there was a road that they could have turned left on. Oh, is that another one coming up? They look like they're slowing down. There they go. Yeah, I might be out of there by 8:15 if they aren't slow about getting unloaded. And then I could probably find a place to shut down by 8:30. Well, it depends on, like, if I park here or if I park. There's a Love's in 5 miles with a Hardee's. Are you kidding me? A Hardee's? I thought they rebranded all the Hardee's to Carl's Jr. I don't know if Hardee's has the same menu as Carl's Jr. Do they have the same menu? Is it the same damn thing? Because I like Carl's Jr. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? I've got rotisserie chicken and barbecue beans. I don't need to be worried about what restaurant a place has. I might actually stop at the Love's. A Love's out here in the middle of nowhere. There's probably not going to be too many idiots parked there. I try to avoid Love's because it is like the favorite place for shitty trucking companies. Because Love's generally has the lowest pump price and the worst fuel discounts. And TA is the exact opposite. It has the highest pump price, but the highest discounts. So if you're at a good company, or you're like a good owner-operator that has gone out and found a good fuel card, then TA Petro is usually where you're fueling up at. It's usually the shitty companies that are fueling up at Love's because they're on those like flat rate 15 cent per gallon fuel discount cards. So there's like a different type of driver that you encounter at Love's versus TA Petro and Pilot Flying J. I mean, it's a lot of the same drivers going to a lot of the same places, but in general, there's a different breed that commonly goes to Love's. But I would think a Love's out here in the middle of nowhere would be pretty slow. Their biggest problem is probably just going to be locals loitering on their property. Norfolk Air Park Industrial Tract. Warehouse rental. Call this number. All right. 55 speed up ahead. Man, there are a lot of just really weird religious signs. Jesus, I trust you. God, one way arrow pointed up. Stuff like that. Welcome to Norfolk, a community of strength. All right. What we got here? Engine brakes. No engine brakes. Population of 24,900 and either 55 or 95. I was looking at another sign and I didn't finish looking at that one. I was looking at that other speed limit sign right there to see if the speed limit was dropping again, but it was a 55, another 55 sign. 2.1 miles to make a left on Omaha Avenue. What in the hell is that big ass building on the right? Cardinal Health? It looks like a warehouse. And they have tons of, it is some kind of warehouse. There's a whole bunch of trailers. Speed limit's dropping down to 50 up ahead. Well, I've got you beat on that. I'm already doing 47. Is that the Love's up on the left? It looks like a Love's sign up on the left. So the Love's is like 2 miles away from my delivery. Let's see what the parking lot looks like as we drive by. I got 1.3 miles until I make a left. .2 miles until I make a left. Pepsi Wispac. All right, be prepared to stop when flashing. The light just started flashing when I got alongside of it. So I'm going to go ahead and stop. All right, it looks like this Cinex has, this is another Chubby's. This Chubby's has some truck parking right here. And there are open spots, it looks like. It's hard to tell. Yeah, there are open spots there at Chubby's. And this one's going to turn red on me as well. Decent sized parking lot, and it's nice concrete lot. I'm just going to hit every damn red light in town. I thought I was making a really good time there for a minute, and then every red light. All right, Love's looks packed. The bobtail parking looks like it's completely full. See if I can get a better look at it once I get up here on this little hill.
At the next light, use the left 2 lanes to turn left.
A second here, I'm waiting on this four-wheel. Oh yeah, Love's is like completely full. There are a few spots open, but the parking lot looks pretty tight. I don't want to even mess with that crap. It's almost completely full. It does have some spots. Let's go ahead and grab the left lane. But it looks like the parking lot is pretty tight. Whereas Chubby's looked like it had plenty of room to back in, and there were lots of spots open. All right, making a left at this light, and then I'm making a right, and then I think I'm making another left. We're still 1.1 miles away.
At the light, turn left onto Omaha Avenue.
You better stay green long enough for me to go through. I'm gonna have to cut this turn a little bit because of the oncoming traffic making lefts. So yeah, after I finish delivering this load, I'm probably going to set for 5 minutes or so looking on the map, trying to figure out where I'm going to go. I don't even know which direction I'm going to go. I'm going to look and see what this road right here looks like, heading east, to see if maybe I'm going to take this road east or if I'm going to go back on the same road I came in on. Because this is a highway right here that heads east, southeast toward Fremont.
At the next light, turn right.
All right, making a right at this light, and then I think it's really quick left.
At the light, turn right onto West Spacewalk Avenue. Then you'll turn left onto Market Lane. Turn left onto Market Lane. Then you will arrive at your destination.
All right, this is the road that Google did not want me to drive on. It had me driving to the backside of Hy-Vee and then driving through the Hy-Vee parking lot to get down to this road. Oh, shit. I could have gone right there. There was a little cut-through road right there. That went, I'm pretty sure, no, it did not. It didn't. Okay, so not a big deal that I missed that road. That road did not go all the way through. Let's see how many I got. 14. Good. Windows, 14 of them.
Okay. Here a second. All right. I'll be going to dock 7.
All right, thank you. All right, here we go. All right, flashers on, seatbelts off, and where in the hell's the dock at? Ooh, it's cold outside. Look, I want to roll the window back up. Okay, so come down here and spin around. A piece of wood right there in the road. Don't want to run over that. And I have to be on the lookout. There were two. Well, no, they were exiting. Never mind. I was about to say there were two trucks behind me, but they were leaving, not coming in. Two pickups. All right. I'm going to pause this while I do this load. Going to go open the doors right now. Be right back. All right. Highway 275 is a pretty good route. So I'm going to go out a different way than I came in. I'm going to take the more direct route. It is a bi-directional road for about the first 43 miles, and then it turns into a really nice divided highway the rest of the drive. And in approximately 43 miles, oh shit, I should have gone around the other way. We're gonna make it work though. I'm just going the wrong damn way down the road, you know, because that's how I roll. You want me to pull up so you can, you want me to pull up so you don't have to walk all the way back? All right.
Take your next left onto Market Lane. Turn left onto Market Lane.
All right, gotta go close doors. Be right back.
Exit the parking lot toward Market Lane.
We're rolling. 42 miles to the mom and pop truck stop.
Turn left onto Market Lane.
Make sure there's no cars. Oh, there's 2 cars just starting to pull out of the parking lot to my right.
At the next stop sign.
So the guy that unloaded, he started doing his inventory. I've never had somebody do that to me. After we got them unloaded, he pulls out his phone and he starts punching in the numbers on every single manifest page. And then he's going over and looking to see that those windows are there. And he's punching in a whole bunch of information on his phone. It's taken him like 5 minutes to go through one single page of the manifest for like every single order. And there were, I don't know, like 10 orders or something.
Then at the next light, you'll turn left.
And after he goes through, after about 10 minutes of him going through, it took him like 10 minutes to go through like 2 of the orders.
275 bypass.
Went over the curb. I wanted to get up here so it'd trigger the left turn signal. Might not do that if there's nobody in the lane. This is Highway 275 right here, I think. So I'm just like staying on this road for 42 miles. So yeah, I asked him, I said, are you like putting these into inventory or something? What are you doing on the phone? He said, yeah, I'm inventorying them. I'm marking them as received and putting them into the computer. And I said, oh, wow. Could you like wait until I leave to do that? I've never had anybody do that while I was here. I said, they only schedule me for like 30 minutes on these drops. And I have like 33 of these deliveries to do. And he's like, oh yeah, okay. He was a young kid, and he seemed like he was new. So I just don't think he knew what he was supposed to be doing. I don't think he knew that like he shouldn't be having me sit there while he does inventory. So yeah, then he just signed everything and I took off. But yeah, this Highway 275, it is bi-directional, basically until I get to the town that I'm going to be parking at. And then it's a nice divided highway the rest of the way to Fremont. And I think I have enough drive time or enough time on my clock to make it all the way to Fremont. I don't know. It might actually be cutting it really close. But I couldn't find anywhere to park in Fremont. There was nowhere to park along the way to Fremont. Like I couldn't find any parking. This was like the closest parking I could find to Fremont. And I'm stopping like less than halfway there. So when I wake up in the morning, I'm still going to have probably like 60 miles to drive to get to Fremont. Got an hour and 38 minutes until my 14-hour clock is up. It is 8:37 p.m. That doesn't make sense. An hour and 38 minutes. I started this morning at like 7:45 a.m. My 14-hour clock should be up. Just a second. Oh, go across railroad tracks. 7:45. So we'll just round up to 8. 8 a.m. is when I started my day. So 10 p.m. would be 12 hours. Or no, 8 to 8 would be 12 hours. So 10 p.m. would be 14 hours. And an hour and 37 minutes from now. Oh, wait a second. I know what the deal is. I lost an hour. I changed time zones. That's the reason it's showing that I can go longer on my 14 than I thought. Oh, yeah. I have an extra hour that I'm not considering on my 14-hour clock. Because I started my day in Mountain, and now I'm in Central. So it's an hour later than when so if I was still on Mountain time zone, it would only be 7:39 right now, not 8:39. So I can go until like 10:45 p.m. instead of 9:45 p.m. That's the reason this day feels weird. Like, it doesn't feel like I've done a 14-hour shift. Like, I'm not like really groggy and tired. Like, man, I can't wait till this day ends. I'm sitting here trying to figure out, can I do another stop? It's because I've only worked like 12 hours, not 13 hours. We're doing 44, speed limit's 50. Yeah, while I'm eating, I'll probably fire up a YouTube video, listen to the news of the day, what's been going on with Iran, and look through my deliveries and get a rough idea of like how many deliveries I have left in Nebraska. Once I get past this light, I'll count out. I think this was delivery number 8. Speed limit's 55. We're doing 48. So, all right, let's count out the deliveries we've done so far to see how many we got left. Scotts Bluff, we had 2 deliveries, Menards and Home Depot, so 2. That was Scotts Bluff, and then next was, after Scotts Bluff, was North Platte, and then Kearney. And then Hastings, Grand Island, Columbus, and Norfolk. That's 7. I'm forgetting one. What am I forgetting? Scotts Bluff 2, and then North Platte, that's 3. After North Platte was Kearney, right? That's 4. Hastings, Grand Island, that's 5, 6. Did I forget to include Grand Island last time? That might have been it. So now we're at 8. We're at 8. So 2 in Scotts Bluff, North Platte, Kearney, Grand Island, Hastings. I did it Hastings, then Grand Island. and then Columbus and Norfolk. That's 8 deliveries out of 33. So I have 25 left to do. This might only be a short, like a short. Just a second here. This car in front of me slowing down. I'm doing 56, and Google is telling me the speed limit is 70. I'm doing 55, going uphill. I can't really accelerate, but this car in front of me slowed down after they threw their high beams on. The satellite images might be out of date. Maybe they've turned this into a nice divided highway. The whole way. They are not dimming their damn lights. Oh wait, now they did. I think they did. Now they're speeding up. We just topped the hill, and now I'm able to start accelerating, and they're accelerating right along with me, sitting along my side. All right, now we got the cruise set at 70. I'm going like 75 down this hill, and that car is just pacing me behind me now. I was doing 55 and going faster than that car, and now I'm doing 70 and they're pacing me. Don't you just love people? They're probably half blind. They're just wanting to follow my taillights. I run into that a lot at night. These blind people that just want to follow taillights. So this is amazing. Nice divided highway. On Google Maps, this was showing as a bi-directional. So this must be a brand new road. Really glad that I chose to go this way. All right, let's dim the lights before we crest this hill because my bright lights aren't helping me see further, but they are going to blind the shit out of somebody if there's somebody cresting the hill with me. Well, thank you for dimming your lights. Looks like another truck. I'm a little concerned about wildlife out here in the middle of nowhere. There is a decent amount of traffic going up and down this road. The further you are out in the sticks and the less traffic there is, the more you got to worry about wildlife. I was talking with somebody about Alaska loads. I think it was at some Portland truck stop while I was waiting on a shower. Got chatting with somebody and we started talking about Alaska loads. And he told me that he took a load to Alaska once. I told him I thought about it and I looked at the road and I heard, all kinds of nasty stuff about, there's only like one gas station along the whole route. Just a second here. Lane ends, merge left. All right, now we're going bi-directional. Sons of biscuits. And the speed limit's dropping down to 65. Well, it was a nice divided highway for a ways. Now we're hitting the bi-directional. At least it's got decent shoulders. And they're probably working on making it a nice divided highway all the way through. That would be my guess. Holy shit, that's bright. Now bright lights get even worse because I'm driving straight at these people. Is this person going to dim them? Come on, asshole. Now they dim them. Like right when they get up on me, they dim their damn lights. Jackass. You want me to be blind when I'm going head on with you? Is that what you want? "29 miles. So that's not too bad on bi-directional. 29 miles of bi-directional. And then from the town that I'm stopping in that has the little mom and pop truck stop for the rest of the drive, aside from driving through towns, it's a nice divided highway. At least to Fremont. And then from Fremont, I go to Elkhorn. And then after Elkhorn, I go to Omaha. Nighttime bi-directional driving is so dangerous because I can't really tell where somebody's at in the lane with oncoming traffic at night. Like, I really can't see where they're at in the lane. I can kind of maybe guess where they're at in the lane, but I can't tell as easily where they're at in the lane as I can in the daytime. So somebody could be coming head on with me in my lane, and I wouldn't know it until they were pretty close to me. Until it was probably at the point where I couldn't do much of anything about it. Alright, I got a four-wheeler riding my ass. And we're going through rolling hills. So my speed keeps dropping, and they are so mad that I'm going below 65. I'm doing 61 right now. They're so close to me that if I couldn't see their headlights shining underneath my bumper, or my DOT bumper. That's the only reason I can tell there's a car behind me is because I can see headlights on the ground behind me. I can see light on the ground. Oh, they just dipped out, taking a peek around me, looking, see if it's okay to pass. I think they're going to go for it after this car. No, they're not peeking. Well, it was open. I can't tell what visibility is. Like right there, bam, there's a car. It just came out of nowhere. I can't really tell like how far we can see what our visibility is. I can't tell if there's rolling hills and stuff. But this car behind me is about to lose their mind. They are being really aggressive right now. They're making it well known that they want to go faster than me. And it's taken away a lot of my attention from the road, having to keep an eye on this person, watching for them going for the pass, because I have to be ready for them if they do. Like right now would have been a good time for them to go. Now it's not. I'm pretty sure there's a hill right up here. So we can't see very far in front of us. Yeah, right here is the hill that we couldn't see past. At least they don't have their brights on. They keep dipping out, trying to peek around me and shine their headlights in my mirror when they do it. All right, now's a good time to pass. I'm going to lean over to the right so they can see. They're not making any attempt. They're probably going to wait until the last second when it's no longer safe to pass. And then they'll go for it. Like right here would have been a perfect time for them to pass. "22 miles to go, and this person's probably going to be riding my ass the whole time." It really sucks that they don't have any passing lanes on this road. Jesus. Turn your brights off, jackass. There you go. Got your fog lights on, your brights on. You got all the lights. All right, the car behind me is gone. They must have turned back there at that intersection. All the cars behind me are gone. There were 3 of them. There were 2 that were like 500 to 1,000 feet behind me. And then I had the one that was riding my ass. And all 3 of them are gone. So now I don't have to worry about that anymore. Now I just get to sit here and daydream about all the beans and potato salad and rotisserie chicken that I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat all of it. Go into a food coma. Second here, what is this car doing? They're going to pull out? They're pulling out. Car just pulled out in front of me. Alright. I'm trying to see how fast they're going, see if I need to hit my brakes. Looks like they're getting up to speed really quick. We're good. This person, I can't tell if they have their brights on. They have their brights on. Yeah, they do. Blinding the shit out of me. They're in a Jeep. Some off-road vehicle. Driving around with their damn brights on. Also, tomorrow while I'm doing my deliveries, I need to top off fuel in Omaha. Hopefully we don't have another fuel spike tomorrow. Hopefully the fuel stays where it's at. I mean, I'd love for the fuel prices to go down, but I don't see anything that would lead me to believe fuel prices are going to drop. Right now, I'm just hoping that they don't spike back up. They're already like $1.50 a gallon higher than normal. Or, well, what's normal? I mean, they're already about $1.50 a gallon higher than they were almost 2 months ago, before all of this war stuff started. It's crazy to think that we're in week 3 of the war right now. It seems like it just started a few days ago, but we're already, oh my goodness, we're already on week 3 of the war. And the fuel prices started going up almost a month before we attacked. It's been almost 2 months now that the fuel prices have been going up. Yeah, I'm just hoping that if they go down, that's just bonus. I'm just hoping that they don't go up, and if they do go up, I hope it's not very much. "17 miles. So when I park, I'll leave the truck running and microwave my food, and then after I finish microwaving my food, I'll shut the truck off. Jesus, man. That pickup has some bright-ass lights. I don't even know if they had their brights on, or if they just had them adjusted incorrectly, but that was blinding. I didn't want to bright light them. I would have been bright lighting 3 vehicles. All right, it looks like we're coming up on some town. I'm going to turn my cruise off. I haven't noticed any signs about the speed limit dropping. 50. Holy crap. I'm doing 61. I didn't notice a sign that said speed limit dropping up ahead. Now it's dropping all the way to 40. I'm doing 50 right now. There's a little truck stop over to the right. All right, what's the lane situation? I'm doing 39, speed limit's 40. Is that snow? Looks like there's a bunch of snow all over the place. There is. There's just tons of snow. 17 degrees outside. Speed limit's 35, I'm doing 36. The roads are clear, but all these, there's just tons of snow. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 25, and I'm doing 35. Now we're doing 28. There's nobody behind me. I'm going to go ahead and grab the left lane because that right lane, there's cars parked alongside the roadway, and in some areas there's curbs right up against the side of the road. So I feel a lot better in the left lane. And this town is closed. This reminds me of what it used to be like, 30 years ago. You drive through there's a cop right there. You drive through a small town. All right, speed limit's going up to 40. You drive through a small town, and there would be not a single person. All the businesses would be closed. You drive through town at like 11 o'clock at night, and it's a ghost town. Speed limit up to 50. $13 miles. 65. I don't know if this person has their brights on or their lights are out of adjustment. They have their brights on. I try not to bright light people back unless I absolutely have to. Even if I know for a fact they have their brights on, if I can see well enough, like they have dim brights, their brights aren't too blinding. Like if they're driving around with their brights on, there's something wrong. Either they can't see very well, or they're distracted, or something. So you don't want to add to the situation by bright lighting them, and they already can't see very well. Now you're shining a light in their eyes, and now they can't see anything. Or if they're distracted, you bright light them, and now you're adding a lot more confusion to a lot of already confusion. There are still a lot of windows in the trailer. I do not have enough room in the trailer right now. This person's not going to dim their lights. What the shit, man. There, they just dimmed them. Asshole. 10 miles. Yay, somebody that doesn't have their brights on. More people that don't have their brights on. This is amazing. Oh, crap. Just a second here. I thought I saw an animal on the road. No, I think it was just a reflection of the lights on the roadway. Oh, this is awesome. Like, people that don't have their brights on. This is 4 cars in a row that don't have their brights on. Holy smokes. All right, looks like we're coming up on a town. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 50. If they have their brights on, they do have their brights on. Well, they broke the streak right there. They have dim brights. .7 miles. And it's going to be fun trying to park in this mom and pop truck stop. It looks like basically it's just gravel or dirt parking lot that's most likely unlit. So it's an unmarked, like, gravel lot is what it appeared to be. Might not even be gravel. So an unmarked dirt lot at night with no lighting. All right, speed limit's going up to 50. 84 miles to Omaha. Now it's 65. .9:13 p.m. I have an hour and 3 minutes left on my clock. That person was flashing their high beams at me. Like, they can't tell that I don't have my high beams on. They just kept flashing them repeatedly. So I flashed my high beams at them to let them know I don't have my high beams on. Some people just can't see very well. We got somebody. Oh, that's what they were flashing me for. That's the reason you're not supposed to flash high beams at people. There was somebody on the side of the road right there, and I don't know if you could see that in the camera, but you couldn't see them until you were right up on them. There's a pickup right there on the shoulder. They didn't have any kind of lights or anything at all. And they had the doors to the pickup open. There are people walking around. So that's the reason you should not flash lights at people trying to communicate with them. Because all that person did, that what they were trying to do was warn me that there was someone on the shoulder. But what they did was they took my attention away from the road and they focused my attention on them. And they're over there flashing their high beams at me, decreasing my vision. So they actually made the situation a lot worse by trying to communicate with me through flashing their high beams at me to tell me that there's something up ahead. So don't flash your lights at people if you don't know what the hell you're doing. So let's think about this. Let me try to explain something. So there is like some YouTube video of somebody driving down the road, and they're driving at someone that has their high beams on. And then at the last second, right before they hit it, you can see this like moose, some kind of like deer or moose or something, and you can only see it right when they hit it because of the asshole with their brights on. Why did the asshole have their brights on? Because the moose was in the road. They were trying to light up the moose so that the opposing traffic could see it. But with their brights on, they were just blinding the person to where they couldn't see it. So if there's something in the road that you want opposing traffic to be able to see, turning your bright lights on does not help. What you can do is you can turn your lights off for a second or two. And that will allow opposing traffic. You know, you don't turn all your lights off, you just turn your headlights off. They can still see your marker lights. But turning your headlights off for just a second or two might help them to be able to see in front of them. .8 miles. When I used to do line haul across Donner on I-80 between Reno and Sacramento, there were some jokers. Like the line haul companies would. I drove for Conway, which is now XPO Logistics, and we always talked on channel 16, and everybody knew we were on 16. So a lot of people would get on there and talk to us or listen to us. And I don't even remember what company the guy drove for, but there was some guy that drove that same route, and he would always talk about going incognito. And what he would do at night while he was driving is he would turn all of his lights off while he was driving down the road. And he called that going incognito. He would get on the CB and he'd be like, I'm going incognito, or whatever he'd do. He would tell you on the CB he was going incognito, and what that meant was he was going to turn all of his damn lights off. Driving in the dark. I think the whole joke got started by him claiming to go incognito whenever he was driving past. All right, I'm going to turn my cruise off because the turn is in, I think that's the store that I can see up over on the right. Speed limit's dropping down to 55. I'm going to go ahead and get into the left lane. And I'm pretty sure that Shell station right there is where I'm headed.
In half a mile, turn left onto Plaza Drive.
Going to Plaza Drive. 36 miles to Fremont. That's what the sign right there said.
Turn left onto Plaza Drive. Then you'll take your first left into the parking lot.
All right, I see open spots. Lots of open spots. Are these pull-through spots? It looks like people are doing pull-through. I'm not sure. I think I can pull in down here. You know what? I'm not going to risk it. We're going to pull in right here because I'm not sure if there's another road to pull in further down. I think there is, but we'll pull in right here. That way I don't have to back down the road. You know what? It looks like there was not a road down here. So it's a good thing. Yeah, there wasn't.
Your destination is on the right.
Or maybe there is back here. Yeah, maybe you could come in back here somewhere. Yeah, it looks like you can come in back here. Just gonna park in between these two trucks. This is actually a nicely lit parking lot. Very nice, very nice. Well, that is the end of the driving day. Now I'm gonna cook some food and get my seatbelt off right now. Yeah, I'm gonna go enjoy that rotisserie chicken that I've been drooling over all day long. All day long, I've been sitting here thinking about rotisserie chicken and barbecue beans and potato salad. So I'm gonna fish up my paper bowl and watch YouTube videos and look at my route plan and figure out all that stuff. So that's the end of the workday. I'm parked right here. I'm on duty for a post-trip inspection. And we'll go do the post-trip. I'm going to play with the electrical cord and see if I can't get the electrical cord to stop with this ABS error. And I think it's got some moisture in there. Just need to dry it out. But yeah, I'll get rolling as soon as my 10-hour break is up in the morning. Go to Fremont, then Elkhorn, then Omaha, then Lincoln. And I'll figure out how far I get tomorrow. I'll probably do a driving video tomorrow as well. So have a good one. Bye.